I'm pretty sure I'm live, but I'm not seeing my notifications pop up anywhere telling me that I actually went live. So if anybody's in there lurking already wondering why there was no voice or anything like that, that would be why. Oh, I think I finally went live.
How's your sister?
Why'd you ask?
I heard she was sick. I just wanted to know if she's feeling better.
It was nothing. Just a slight cold. And I would be calling for the priest, but women are made of stronger stuff.
I'll drop by and visit her sometime then.
Feel free. You're no longer in lethal danger.
Alright, got a couple people joining in. We got Jessica Sargent, who is a channel member, saying hi. Redneck Zeus, who is also a channel member, saying howdy. And Alexis saying, hello, I can see and hear. Good. Alrighty. Well, we're pretty much exactly where we left off last time. I know I said I was going to get herring and ride herring around, you know, to get to 50 kilometers so that I could ride herring. And I tried doing that. After the stream, I stopped, I ate some food, you know, I just had the game paused, and then I came back, went up to Trotsky Castle, and unfortunately, herring was just gone. So maybe they patched it, so if you turn herring down, you can't just go back and get it. I guess that's unfortunate enough, but I guess it means when we get to Kuttenberg, I'm probably going to upgrade to Pizek Lad. I know Pebbles is fine and everything, but Pizek Lad is still better. Plus, I want a black horse, and I'm pretty sure Pizek Lad, from memory, was black. But if not, there's probably a mod. Then again, I could probably mod Pebbles to make Pebbles black. Either way, I just want a black horse with good stats. Is that too much to ask? Jose Gonzalez is here saying, morning, guys. The crew is slowly trickling in. So, today's stream, let's see what we have planned. Okay, yeah, so we're just at the point in the main story, just in case anybody is joining in right now that wasn't here in the last stream and wants to know. We are up to the point where if we talk to Kapan, we're going to go to the dinner thing or whatever before the attack, and we'll get caught up in the whole story beat of leaving the region. So before we do that, I'd like to do any other missions that we still can. Or at least ones that we still want to do. So we could still pursue stuff that has to do with the miller. So if we go to journal... Forbidden Fruit, so that's still the Miller quest line. We could do that one. That's the one where we go around with the knacker and walk around and find saltpeter. So that's where we're at with that one. Of course, we can do that whenever. We don't have to do that right now. We could always do that later if we come back to the region. So that is something that is available for us to do. Outside of that, we have the mission where we go find the unique axe head, the silver axe from the water goblin or whatever. That whole thing, we could do that mission, and we're actually right in Takov. We were going to try talking to Gamekeeper Vostatek again to see if, because I was able to get my reputation up just by, you know, buying and selling stuff and spending time without murdering anyone for a while. So we're going to see if maybe it was just a reputation thing or if it was a bug, because I've since, you know, closed out and re-entered the game, so maybe that'll fix it. There's a activity up here. I'm not 100% certain what that is. So, and of course we have the quests at the Nomads camp, and we still have Bohemia. She asked us to help with her daughter. So we have a couple quests, so anybody that wants to see any of that stuff, be sure to let me know, because that'll be determining what we do before we move on with the story. So, Hill Legend, HL Legend, said, wish I could join, but I'm currently only on day 5. You watching through the streams? Tim Esberg says, hello, Mr. Kermit. Yes, I believe we are on day 7 in this stream so far. So, if you're on day 5, you're catching up. Shouldn't take too long, especially considering I don't typically stream on the weekends. So, yeah, if you've been watching them like one a day or something like that, you should have time to catch up. But I think I'm going to start off with heading over to see if we can get the story that I don't know from Gamekeeper Vostatek. Excuse me. And then after that, I might check out that activity thing up the road from here, which I'm pretty sure is at a shepherd's house or something, because I'm not 100% sure what that activity is. But first I want to see if the raising our reputation and waiting and passing, or, you know, saving, exiting, and then reloading the save. Wow, there's a lot of humans riding around. At least I assume this is a human and not a nobleman. How did that not kill him? I better catch up with him now or we're going to be in trouble. I don't think it's a human.
Whoa!
Oh no!
Whoa!
Oh good, he got off his horse. That was close. Is he dying? There. That was close. I guess we should check. I don't think that was in fact a human. I'm pretty sure it was just a... It was just a villager. It wasn't even a noble. Well, now I feel kind of bad. But he had some level 3 stuff on him, so that's always nice. But anyway. So that's where we're at today. So now I've brought you all up to speed. I don't know if I already said hello to Tim Esberg, who said hello, Mr. Kermit. But in either case, now I have definitely said it. Started a little bit earlier today so I could stream the full length, you know, have a nice long stream. Hopefully enjoyable one too. And then be able to get some of the other work I have planned today done. I almost waited until 11 again, because I seem to like starting at 11. It just seems like a good happy medium, but if I get started by 9, I still have a little bit of afternoon left for work time before my kids get home. So, that's why I like starting that way. Yes, Tim Esberg, no witnesses. Well, that's the thing. You can do whatever you want in this game, as long as you make sure there's no witnesses. Because that's how crime works.
Whoa!
If you let the witnesses happen, then you get in trouble. Alright, time to see if we can actually hear this sad story that I'm not privy to at the moment.
God bless you. Henry, it's good to see you. Listen,
Oh, here we go.
would you like to stop by sometime? After all that's happened, I could really use someone to talk to.
Sure. I'll stop by when I have the time. Why don't we go and have a seat somewhere now?
Aye, I did. Come, let's have a seat outside, so we can admire the view at least. Henry, tell me something. How do you cope? When I asked you to kill those poachers, you went and did it without any remorse.
Well, there's no point crying over them. There are people in this world we could all do without.
Sure, but who's the judge of that? Some people don't deserve to die, but someone kills them anyway.
Why'd you ask?
Being von Burgau's huntsman isn't my only job. From time to time, he gives me a different task.
What do you mean by that?
The first time was 2 winters ago. The Chamberlain summoned me one night, said he needed something taken care of. The lass couldn't have been older than 15, a servant at the castle. I saw young Sir Jan being dragged away from her.
Jan?
Von Burgau's son. He's at Sbarrow now, so you couldn't have met him. I don't know what they told her, but she rode behind me obediently. I brought her deep into the woods, and then, when you shoot a deer, and it doesn't make a sound, you know you did a good job. It didn't suffer, you know? But this lass shrieked like a banshee.
You killed her?
Was I supposed to refuse an order from my lord?
Who was this girl?
I don't know. I reckon I saw her a few times at the castle. A maid, I suppose. She had hair like straw and blue eyes. I keep seeing her in my dreams.
Why did von Burgov have her killed?
When I came over to her as she was laying on the ground, screaming, to put her out of her misery, that's when I saw it. She was with child. I reckon she was carrying Jan's bastard, and von Burgau was against it.
So that wasn't the only time you had to do something like that?
It wasn't. Usually they just give me a body to get rid of in the woods. The wolves take care of it. But this was different. It haunts my dreams. The only time I forget about it is when I'm drunk senseless.
I didn't expect you were going to tell me something like that. If there's anything I can do to help you, let me know.
That's all right, Henry. Lending your ear is more than enough.
Does your family know?
I told Zlata, but not Vitek. The lad is young. He shouldn't have to worry about things like that. But enough talk, Henry. Thanks for sitting here with me. And one more thing. I'd appreciate if you didn't tell anyone about this.
You have my word.
Well, that was in fact quite dark. from a plot point of view, it definitely confuses me. Like, I should say not plot point of view. From a plot point of view, it makes sense. It's a good thing that they added it in here. It helps show how ruthless von Berghoff was. And it's true that, historically speaking, knocking up a commoner was usually frowned upon by, lord, if you were the son of a prominent lord. Not because they had any sort of moral qualms about anything in particular, just the worry that this child might at some point try to make some sort of a claim or cause problems for the dynastic succession and all that sort of stuff. So, getting rid of them would certainly not have been uncommon. But, that was pretty dark. You'd think that they would, not have a gamekeeper do it. You'd think they'd, I don't know, probably keep that a little bit more in-house. At least that's what I would think. Because it's bad enough having the bastard and then, trying to deal with that problem, but the scandal of murdering people also sounds fairly bad. Not to mention, if you think about it from just a regular modern-day point of view, von Berghoff just paid someone to murder a random woman in his defense, but also his grandchild. It's pretty dark. Anyway, Darius Brewster says, was watching your Canon Armor's video to do the Gold Noble armor, and it took me forever to find the purpont that went with it. That's the problem, is that a lot of the cool-looking clothing in this game is hard to find. They don't have an in-store location, so a lot of times you have to just find a person that is wearing it to get a hold of it. That's why when people ask me, like, why don't you have all the, where to find all the stuff in the armor guides that I make, and I'm like, well, because some of it's relatively easy to find. You go and buy it in a store or something. But the vast majority of it, I don't know exactly where I found it. I killed some guy walking along the side of the road or at a bandit camp, and he was wearing it. But that doesn't mean you can always go to that spot and find that person and get it. Oh, man. Berkey says, you can find her grave also. I think I remember finding the grave in one of my early playthroughs. It was somewhere in the woods up above Trotsky here, and I think it was over here. And it had, it was a grave with you could tell it was like a female adult skeleton with another baby skeleton inside of it. I remember finding it and thinking, wow, that's pretty dark. Alright, let's find what herdsboy Siegfried has for us.
It looks like you're tending your sheep. Am I right?
Eh? What else would I be doing? I used to be an adventurous soul, but a ram bit me in the knee, so tending sheep's more my thing these days.
A ram bit me in the knee?
Judging by the look of you, you ain't just a common peasant.
No. My name's Henry, and I'm an envoy.
Well, my word.
Lexi1397 popping in saying good morning. Good morning, Lexi.
I'll make it worth your while, if you get to the bottom of it.
Alright, I'll help.
Blimey, you're a great fella. Just yesterday, they tore one apart over there on the path. See if they left any tracks. And when you find the bloodthirsty beasts, kill them all. May I finally have peace from them. I mean, it ain't that I don't trust you, but I'd rather see the wolf's ears with my own eyes. Farewell, good sir.
I've killed lots of wolves in the area, and I've found the wolf pack before just by going to the location on the map from rumors, but I've never gotten this quest before, in this area of the map. That's interesting. So this will be a first time for me completing this quest. He said over there on the road. Or did he say beyond the road? Okay, right there.
This must be the slaughtered sheep. Mutt won't have any
Jean
trouble
Cartier said, a
tracking
new
them down.
twist of arrow in the knee. That's what I was thinking. I was like, another Skyrim reference.
Looks like I'm on their trail.
Anyone else ever done this one before? I've literally never found this mission before when playing the game. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I know the location we're going to head to. It's the one where there's a bunch of wolves there and there's like a half-buried body. It's one of the many pieces of evidence you can find that Zizka's band are killing von Berghoff's men. There's various graves that you can find all along the place, and you can find their gear and stuff, but I don't think it ever leads anywhere, and I remember talking to it about to the bailiff about it at one point. I think you can tell the bailiff that you found a bunch of fresh graves. Tim Esberg says, I really need to buy this game eventually instead of just watching people play it. I definitely agree. It is a fantastic game, and it's one of my favorite of all times. Oh, there's some wolves. Okay, this is, in fact, not the pack of wolves I was thinking of. I wonder if it's going to end here. I like how they just stand and bark for a little while before attacking. It gives you time to shoot them all.
I mustn't forget their ears.
I wonder if this is going to become like a recurring thing, like you do it to take out multiple packs of wolves instead of just this one. But anyway, yes, I was agreeing with Tim Esberg. Fantastic game, and I would be very sad if I had never experienced it. Actually, that's hard to say. I don't know if I could feel feelings about something that I've never experienced. So it's possible that I wouldn't be sad at all, but knowing what I know... Oh, so you've played the first game, yeah. Tim Esberg says, KCD1 is probably my favorite RPG ever. So, if you played the first one, then yes, I definitely think you have to play the second one. Because the first one is ridiculously good, but the second one is better in nearly every way. Like I've said before, I think the only thing that the first game does significantly better than the second one is the atmosphere, because the second one has 2 maps, and that, yes, makes the game bigger and you get to see lots of exciting things, but unfortunately, I think it also takes a little bit out of the personalized, or like, really personal, I should say, not personalized, but really personal feeling that the first game had. The second game is still quite good, but because of the scope and scale scaling up so much, you lose a little bit of that, I think. Other than that, the second game is just a ridiculous improvement in most ways. So, Redneck Zoo says I've done this mission. Okay, I have not. I'm guessing I'm going to track down multiple wolf packs and it's not just that one, because that would be really short. Angry Danimal's here, and he says good morning. Jean Cartier says, I heard a rumor that Warhorse is working on a World War era game. That would be cool. I have not heard such a rumor, but I'm also not plugged into really any rumor mills, so it's possible that a rumor could be out there and I haven't heard it. And Andre Lewis has popped in saying, hello! Gosh dang it, I keep missing the early stream. Well, you haven't missed much today. We've only been streaming for 18 minutes. So, you are currently in the early stream.
About the wolves. I was just wondering if you'd be bringing me good news. What are they done for?
Aye, they are. Here's the proof.
So many of them. Blimey, you're a true hero. You deserve
Laim Disaster's here, and he says, hello from Australia. Hello, Laim Disaster.
Young Smolik tends his flock between Tachov and Troskowitz.
Ah, I see, Zeus. I'll have to go to the other shepherds. So that's probably how you find the location that I found before. I'm just interested that I've never found this mission before. That seems super weird to me. Okay, because I've very thoroughly explored this area. So, POI tips. Okay, that's the... I don't know what he'd be tipping me for. There's that one too, but let's go... Well, I guess we'll go down to this one between Takov and Zhelyov first. I feel like I've killed him in this playthrough. It's a good thing people respond, so... Where are we now? We're right here, right? Or right there. Well, we're north of Takov, so if we just head down to Takov, we should be able to relatively easily get to the other shepherd. Oh, Laim Disaster said hello from Austria. I read that as Australia. That's hilarious. Hello from Austria. Well, hello from Wisconsin. I'll stop it. Stop. Man, I'm having problems talking today. I will stop and dry the meat while I'm here. Adding to our wolf supply. We've been doing a pretty good job of surviving off of wolf meat in this playthrough. Is there also a place where I can wash up? I don't love being covered in blood. How does the tavern not... Oh, down there. I was like, how does that Oh, that's not even at the tavern. It's at this neighbor's house. How, you'd think the tavern would have a washing up tub. Lame disaster says, happens every time, lol. Yeah, but I know the difference between Australia and Austria. That's why I was... You know, a lot of people, when you'll say one or the other, they'll act like only one of them exists. But, I don't usually make that mistake. Rennick Zoo says, each is a bit unique. I had a lot of fun doing it. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Anytime I find something new, especially if it's a new mission, that's very exciting for me. Because, like I said, I've played the game a lot. This is the innkeeper's son, right? I'll talk to him, see if he says anything. Okay, he doesn't have an option to talk. So I gotta go down from here. Right? Let me double check the map. Alright, we're at Takov. We are right here. So if I just shoot straight through the woods, I should be able to find what I'm looking for. Andre Lewis says, did you change the bridle? Yes, I did. You do not miss a thing. In the last video, one of the things we did was buy some more horse tack. I can't remember where from or whatever, and so I finally had one where it had the shield on the head, which arguably is less useful than the other one, but I like the way it looks a little bit better. So that's why I switched over to it. But yes, we currently have a chanfron on that gives us, I think it's the Milanese one. So, looks a little bit different, but I think it looks sharp. Alright, where is the herds boy? There's all the sheep. I feel like he should hate me, because I've killed a bunch of these sheep before in this pasture. As well as, like I said, I'm pretty sure I killed him at one point. There's his dog. Nope, there he is. Darius Brewster says, do you feel the no waypoint or map help gets tedious sometimes? Yeah, definitely. It's probably the largest challenge that hardcore mode introduces. But, I'm getting used to it. It definitely makes you appreciate the fact that the map is navigatable without the magic waypoint.
Siegfried sent me. I helped him hunt some wolves.
Aye. You've come just in time. Those fucking wolves made their mother bitch burn in hell. They scattered my sheep all over the countryside. I caught all of them except one. I can't for the love of God find her. And my master's already accused me of selling her.
Should I help you find her?
More like what's left of her. Aye. With a little luck, the wolves left her head intact. So just cut off her ear.
His weird laughing is really throwing me off.
Because it's marked. Every farmer burned his own brand on his sheep so he can recognize them. Hey? When Master sees that ear, he'll believe me. No one will buy a sheep without an ear. That'd be suspicious.
And what if I meet up with
His
those
little
wolves?
laugh.
Aye. What do you think? Kill him.
He keeps doing it. Oh, that's so funny. MRD Gaming says, where did you get the Krakowian saddle in Trotsky, or did you already go to Kuttenberg? There's only one Krakowian saddle that you can get, as far as I know, in the Trotsky region, and you can get it by killing Lord Samin's horse. His horse will respawn after a couple days, so it's no big deal. It's actually also where I got the comparison that I have on the horse. But that is where I got it. Loke England says, hello, Daddy. I don't know that I love that. Andre Lewis said, I've finally started my hardcore playthrough, but I'm still at Bojena's. Excellent. Tanner says, is there a release date for Brushes with Death DLC? As far as I know, it's coming in May, and I'm guessing early May. I just saw on Twitter this morning, Sir Toby posted he's going to be AFK for a while. I assume he's going on vacation. But he'll be back in time for the first DLC. So I'm guessing it's going to be within the first 2 weeks of May. Lame disaster says the giggler. Sir Dave Zilla said, Brother Nico, thanks for entertaining me while we change the cab roof on the 4450. Changing it out for a different one that you have, or just replacing an old defective one? We were already out trying to do stuff, but it's Wisconsin spring, so it's rainy and wet, so it's hard to get anything done. So far, you know, the only thing we've managed to get done is cutting some fence posts, but we only barely managed that.
I have enough work on my hands keeping my eyes on the rest of them. If it's not a hungry wolf, it's a hungry soldier.
Where should I
He
start?
keeps doing it.
During all the ruckus, I saw the wolves run off down there into the forest. So I'd start there. Take care.
Okay, so I'm going to assume... I mean, I'm probably just going to follow the tree line until we find something. But I'm going to assume it's down there. Because we should find evidence somewhere that we'll be able to examine. Ah, you had it damaged by a tree limb. I guess that makes sense. We just got our 130 back from the shop, so that's all fixed up. No cab on it, though. That's open cockpit. We've had storm problems, too. I had the white pine in my yard lost a bunch of branches in a late winter ice storm. I guess I could check the map. There's a possibility I've come across a wolf hunting spot. Alright, so we are right here. We just entered the woods. Find small Yex sheep. Well, I'm not seeing anything in here, so I wonder what we're going to find. I hear dogs barking. Could be wild dogs, or poachers instead of wolves. Oh no, those are wolves. Come on, buddy. Oh, well, now I'm gonna get attacked. I shot a warning shot over his head. It didn't kill him when I shot him in the face. That's weird. Alright, well, we'll butcher this one while we're here. That way I don't have to try finding it later. Jean Cartier says, if I remember correctly, it came from Vavra in the Czech interviews, and some translated it to English. What, a release date? Oh no, the World War one you're talking about. Would you hold still? But wow, that thing has a weird jump. On the bright side, we've got plenty of armor on, so these wolves aren't exactly killing us. Let me butcher you. Redneck Zeus says, can you explain why I have 22 Dare to Game notifications? Yes, I can. So you became a channel member in the last stream. And so I get a lot of comments on my channel every single day. So typically I don't really respond to them anymore just because they come through so fast. But channel members' comments get highlighted in their own section. So if you're a channel member, your comments get saved and set aside. And so I'm more likely to see it. And so I went through and I responded to all of the current channel member comments that I had on the channel. And some of them are from community posts, some are from old videos, some are from recent live streams, all sorts of stuff. So that would be why you have 22, because you had 22 comments on the channel that I had not responded to. But now I did. So that would be why. Lame Disaster said, Dare to Game, go to the hill on the right. The one I was just on? I probably should have read that comment earlier. Dave Zell said, we've had to put off planting grass on 300 plus acres. It's just too wet. We're already having calls for first cutting and haven't finished planting yet. I assume you're doing a rotational program, and you don't actually plant that much every year. I have no idea. When you say grass, are you strictly talking straight up grass? Because when I plant something for hay/haylage, it's either, depending on the pH of the soil, it's either clover or alfalfa. So I would assume you do the same, but I genuinely don't know because you're from Texas.
What's left of her?
Hi. And do you have the ear?
Here you go.
Finally. My master will believe me. It's a shame about the sheep. I'd be happier if she'd stayed whole.
It was my pleasure. If that's not enough for him, he can go to the hill in the forest to see for himself. She's still lying there.
Aye, he's too lazy for that. And here's what I promised you.
I'm surprised he didn't laugh.
God be with you, son.
Alright, Loke England asked, how far are we in the game? We are at the point where the next thing we would do in the main story would be going up to talk to Hans Kapan and then head into the dinner before the attack. So that's why we're doing some last-minute side quests and stuff at the moment, because the next main story thing that we do will lock us out of open-world progression until we leave the region. So currently, we're just wrapping up. We only have a couple side missions left that we don't have to do any of them right now. I'm going to leave those people alone. Yeah, because we're right up to the banquet before Nabokov. Because we already did the Nabokov investigation. We already did the interrogation. We already talked to von Bergov about what we found in the investigation. Now we just have to actually go with the march to Nabokov. I'm doing this wolf hunting one. We already went and talked to Gamekeeper Vastatek and learned his tragic backstory. Other than that, we have optional things. We could help Bohena's daughter. We could help... we haven't done any of the stuff over at the Voivode's camp yet. Mostly because, you know, it seems like people don't want me to. So if anybody wants me to, we can do that. Other than that, we have the axe, the unique axe mission in this region that we could do. I think. Oh, and the Miller stuff. So, we have a couple things that we can do now. None of them are things that we have to do now, though. The only thing that you miss out on if you don't do it at this point is Demons of Trotsky, but considering we already looted Trotsky, we've determined that we don't actually need to do that in this playthrough. Alright, I'm at Troskovitz, so if I just head over past the graveyard, I will find the last shepherd. That's weird. You'd think this shepherd over here by Samin would be one of them. I guess maybe it will be. I will find out. We're just excited about this because I have never done this mission before, despite having played through the game 3 or 4 times already. Jose Gonzalez says, are you getting hearing today? Am I getting hearing today? I don't know what that means. Darius Brewster says, help Bohena. I was thinking I definitely want to do that mission. I don't know if I want to do the Voivode stuff or the Miller stuff, but I am doing this one, and then I feel like I do want to do the Bohena mission. Tanner says, which negative perk has been the most aggravating so far? Well, until I just brewed up a bunch of cockerel so I don't have to sleep anymore, the somnambulant one was definitely the most annoying. The bad back one is very annoying when you're gathering herbs, but when you're not, it doesn't have any effect at all. So... it was probably the somnambulant one. Oh, no. We answered this question yesterday. It's definitely the perk combination of Numbskull and whichever the other one is that slows down speech progression. Because we've been able to level up a lot of our skills fairly effectively, you know, so we're actually quite high leveled already, but speech has been a challenge to level up. The XP gain rates are so slow. So even when... oh boy, speaking of which, I'm supposed to have eaten a fox potion to make sure we're getting extra XP. Even with Henry's Fox, it still takes forever to level up speech.
God grant you health.
Andre Lewis said, oh, you managed to talk to Vastatek. He wouldn't talk to you on the last stream. Yes, after the last stream, I went around, bought and sold stuff, and just passed time to improve my reputation in the region, and then saved and quit, and when we launched it up this time, I was allowed to talk to him. So my guess is it was probably reputation linked, but it could have also just been... once we passed enough time, then it became available. Because that was shortly after the wedding quest. What do you think of Sir Yezhik's quest to duel Sir Zavish? Because that quest brought me my Brunswick axe from tier 3 to broken, and it turned my Melodies Brigandine from tier 3 to 2 because of the polearm duel. I've never had problems with it. I know a lot of people have said it took them all day, but it did not take me that long. But then again, by the time I get to that point in the story, I'm typically fairly high leveled, so... the combat did not take me very long in any of the duels with him. He's one of the more challenging opponents in the game, especially considering it's duel-based, so there's a lot of rules to follow, so you can't just poison him or anything like that. But I didn't have that much problem with it. Oh, herring. Yes, Jose Gonzalez. I covered that at the beginning of the stream. At the end of the stream, I went up to try and get herring, because I said I was going to ride him for the 50 kilometers off-screen to make sure we get to that point, so you guys don't have to watch me doing that. The horse was gone. I'm guessing they patched it, so if you pass on herring, you can no longer get herring after that. But then again, I will see once I go up to Trotsky Castle if he's there. Maybe it was just a glitch or something. Madtown BB says, are you using mod cleaning to continue? I used a few mod off of stream and then removed them, but still my game is crashing when I save. So far, I haven't had any issues with any of the mods, but I don't have very many installed, and the ones I have installed are very, very simple, basic mods. So, we'll have to see. I will remove them all before the update, and then if I want, I'll reinstall them after the next update, because that's what Warhorse Studio said to do. But other than that, I haven't run into any crashing or anything when I save. I know a lot of people have been. I've been lucky, I guess. Anyway, I should talk to him. Music for Life says, hello DTG in chat. Sorry I'm late. Well, you're not too late. We've only been streaming for about 35 minutes.
Siegfried said you might welcome some help.
Aye, and you've come just in time, lad. I just bought this fucking animal from Siegfried. He gave me a friend's discount. but I shouldn't have taken that ram even if it was free.
Is this the ram that bit him in the knee?
What ram?
As soon as he got a sniff of wolves, he hightailed it out of there.
You think a sheep would stay in the herd?
Aye, exactly. This ram ran off straight into the deepest, darkest forest, and I'm supposed to look for him there at my age. The wolves are said to be in that part of the forest.
Let me guess. You want me to go in there?
A few years ago, I would have gone in there with pleasure and given them a beating. But what can I do now? I'm so old. You're still young. It'll be easy for you.
I'll help you.
Oh, that would be mighty nice of you. That ram is as dumb as a log, but losing even a single sheep would be a shame. There are some clearings not far from here in the woods. If he's still alive, he'll definitely be grazing there.
He'll come with me, just like that.
No, but take this carrot. He'll follow you to the ends of the earth for that. Take care.
I kind of hope he's dead so I don't have to lead him back through the forest. Anyway, Madtown BB says, yeah, lucky, I only used a few mods as well. Yeah, like I said, because I know that I've heard from a lot of people so far that they did not have very many installed, and they were usually pretty simple ones, but they still had problems, so I'm pretty happy that I haven't yet. So I'm right here. If I just head straight down, I'll come to a cliff and then a road, and I should be able to cut straight there, so I'll make sure I'm pointed in the right direction first. So, there should be kind of like a path through here that I'll take. Andre Lewis said, for that duel, since my polearm level was LOL, I drank a Henry's Artemisia for strength boost and managed to take him down. I have not trained anything but sword and ranged so far in this playthrough, so once I've maxed out sword, I'll probably switch over to polearms and heavy weapons just to get some XP in them, but I don't have a plan for it yet. Let's put it that way. Madtown says, at least I can enjoy watching you play, as those of us having the issue makes the game unplayable. Redneck Zeus in the chat was having the issue, and he just had to, after he removed the mods, he had to revert to an earlier save, and then he was able to continue going. So if you have a bunch of extra saves going on, which, if you're running mods, is the smart thing to do, I should take that advice myself. I usually don't keep a lot of extra saves going, but that is the recommended thing to do, is just to remove all the mods. Then if you want, you can try using a mod cleaner and see if that helps. And if not, then try reverting to an earlier save if you have one. But it's, I mean, I get it.
Go back.
Okay, so apparently I've gone past where I was supposed to go. I knew this one was going to be one that I was going to be... Oh, look, a wolf. Calm down, wolf. I'm going to kill you. I hope it works for you, Madtown, because I would, you know, if I had a save that I'd been playing, especially if it's hardcore or anything like that, I would certainly be annoyed if I suddenly was crashing every time I saved. In fact, what I might do is, I might, before I leave the region, I might make sure I save and quit, and then remove all my mods that I have, and whoopsie doodle. Do the mod cleaner thing before I go to the Kuttenberg region, because from a lot of the people that I've talked to, they started having the issue once they got to the Kuttenberg region. So, I still might do that. Lame Disaster said, Dare to Game, you are very far off. Redneck Zoo says, definitely use the mod cleaner. Well, I'm getting wolves, so even though I'm not in the right spot, I'm killing wolves. You took a right turn at the street. Did I? Usually, wow, there's a lot of anthills over here. Usually I'm able to find some sort of a landmark that helps me figure out where the heck I am. Madtown says, I for sure noticed the issue when I went back to Trotsky. So you were already in the Kuttenberg region, then you went back to Trotsky, and that's when you started having the issue? Maybe it has something to do with traveling between maps. I don't know where I am. This will be a deer hunting spot, so if I haven't already discovered it, that will help me find where I am on the map. Alright, so I've discovered a deer hunting spot. That's right here. Or probably down here. Crap, I don't know which one it is. It's probably this one, though, because I just came out of the woods and I just killed some wolves. So, when I got to here, I, like, shot straight this way. That's how I got there, instead of going straight. I have no idea. Oh, that's confusing. But, if I turn and go this way, hopefully it will bring me back up to where I'm supposed to be. This is the most challenging thing about hardcore mode, is trying to navigate the map. It's not so bad when you have to go to like a town or something like that, but when you have to find some sort of a random spot out in the woods, that's when it gets really difficult. And then you're trying to reconnoiter based on landmarks that, in real life, reconnoitering isn't hard.
I can't leave.
Apparently I'm at the edge of the map. So, where the heck am I? Or did I go up? Then again, these are all roe hunting spots that I was looking at, but that was a deer hunting spot. Is it this? That must be the spot I just found. So I'm in fact going the wrong way. I started going this way. I should have gone down, because this looks more like the spot that I found than this did. So I have to turn around. Will you be a banana? I do not know if I will be a banana. Probably not. I've never been a banana before. Darius Brewster says, do you usually get the Noble's Belt for all 4 slots, or do you just keep a simple loadout with the other belts? I typically get the Noble's Belt, but I usually don't fill all 4 slots. And I doubt I will in hardcore mode because of weight restrictions. But I will probably, since it's hardcore mode, actually use all 4 of the slots for the pouch. Because, you know, there are a lot of very useful potions in the game, especially for quick slot things. Will I sneak or just slaughter everyone in the storm? I've never snuck through it before. I've always just killed everyone. So I guess we will have to find out what I do when the time comes. Renix Zeus said, same. It started for me after going back to Trotsky and then returning to Kuttenberg. Yeah, like I said, it must be related to the 2 maps. Okay, I think I found the ram.
This must be the lost ram.
So I got 3 wolves to kill here. I figured there'd still be wolves. Hold still, buddy. I'll kill you and then I'll skin you. Whoopsie doodle. Shot over the top of him. Haha, leveled up marksmanship. Oh, there was more than 3. That's a big ram. Ah, I shot too early. Gabriel says, I don't like walking through the woods. I feel like being on horse gives you a better view to navigate. That's probably true, since you're up just a little bit higher. Plus, you can move faster, so even if you do get a little bit lost and you have to go in circles for a while, it takes you less time to go in those circles. So, either way. Alex Place has just joined. We are doing some mild hunting again. No, we were doing missions this time, not poaching. Thank you very much. I'm not always a poacher. I'm just sometimes a poacher. Jean Cartier says, okay, according to some insider, and it translates to English, Vavra would want to make a World War II game. He has already written a couple pages for that game. I can believe that. I would guess they're not in active development of any games at the moment. They're probably doing the same thing they did with the first game, which is finishing off the DLCs, focusing on support for this game, and then once this game is done and dusted, they will almost certainly
Greetings, sheep.
move on to whatever their next game will be, which I would guess will be Kingdom Come Deliverance 3.
What do you think about the situation in our country?
It's funny.
You're right there. It's full of bandits and humans. Of course. You can't forget about the wolves. I absolutely agree.
Redneck Zeus said saving worked after I deleted all my mods, but I had to clean my save before I could add them again. And then he said having to revert to an earlier save was to fix an entirely different issue I was having. Oh, okay.
Sit. I said, sit. Oh, aye. Only for carrots.
Loke England said, is doing Lent achievement in hardcore mode at the same time fun? I'm not doing Lent. So, I did that in an earlier playthrough, so I wouldn't know. Is he just going to follow me? Okay. So, now I have to find my way out. So, on the bright side, I should have a marker as to where I am. That's not where I am, that's where I have to go. So, I'm down here by this road. Either that or I'm by this road, but I'm going to follow the road. I think that's the easiest way for me to get back out of here. Yeah, as long as he keeps following me, we'll be A-okay. I guess I should load my crossbow just in case we come across any other wolves on the way. Or I could shoot the ram and bring back its ear. And be like, oh, it's real unfortunate the wolves got to it. JH says, you don't have to be actively poaching to be a poacher. It's not a mantle you can remove. I disagree. I think by dint of what it is, you can only be a poacher if you are poaching. Otherwise, you're a former poacher. I have to be on the right road, because there aren't any other roads around here. But it doesn't look like it does on the map. Madtown says, wish I hadn't used mods. I mean, I like that I can mod small things about the game. It's definitely fun. And the thing about it is I'm not mad because this is what it's like to have mods this early in the cycle. Remember, for the first game, we didn't get mods until all of the DLCs were out and all the updates were done coming out, basically. And that makes it... Oh, apparently the ram's not going to follow me anymore. I don't think this is the right road. Gotta be honest. What is the ram doing?
These forests are full of wolves. If we run into them, you'll have a choice. You can either run away...
Loke England said KCD3 probably won't have Henry, though, since they said KCD2 is the ending to Henry's story. I don't know. I mean, I think it's fairly likely that we will be playing as someone else in KCD3, but Henry could still be in it. Because if it's set during the Hussite Wars, they could easily have us... Why won't he follow me now? Do I have to kill him? Where did I find him? Because I totally thought I found him somewhere over here, but that road was clearly taking me south. Like this, maybe? I don't remember the cliffs being that steep. Go to the right side of the road? Which side is the right side of the road? Where I currently am. Because he's not moving anymore. Oh, now he's moving. Do I gotta go this way? Alex Play says it would be cool if we played as Henry's bastard. Why would it have to be Henry's bastard? Couldn't he get married and have a legitimate child? And we could just play as him? I think it would be less likely to do that than it would be to have, like, maybe Henry could get an apprentice or something like that. Or maybe we would play as Hans Kapan's son. I don't know. Loke England says the right side is the right side, bro. Yeah, but how do I know that's not the wrong side? Said I'm in Apollonia? Yeah, I know I'm in Apollonia. I'm up here, right? But am I heading in the right direction? Oh, you mean his son with Lady Stephanie? Ah, that could be. I wonder if the timeline lines up, because if they wanted it to be set during the Hussite Wars, that's a decent amount of time after these games are set. I mean, depending where in the Hussite Wars they want to play. Redneck Zeus says, I think I just missed an important task in that quest that bugged my game and prevented me from progressing. I just had to redo the entire quest without missing a single detail. Guess that could be. I'm super duper lost. What time is it? It's late, so that's west. You're going down to the place where I found Ignatius? I don't know where the hell I'm going! I'm so confused! I thought I found Ignatius, like, right over here! How can I be... I don't know, were these those rocks that I was by? So which way should I go? I feel like I should go this way. Because I feel like I have to get out of this forest, and I'm pretty sure this is the way I have to go to do that. And I lost the ram again. Where the heck did he go? There he is.
Do you want to hear a joke? What did the wolf say to the baby sheep? Nice to eat you.
It's a good joke.
You're right. It wasn't that funny.
It was very funny, Henry. Don't doubt yourself. Have to turn around? I'm going the wrong way? Are you sure? Because if I'm going the wrong way, I should, like... What? Is that why the ram keeps abandoning me, is because I'm going the wrong way? This is so annoying. Can I just shoot the ram? Will he lead me out if I take long enough?
What do you call two sheep who are dating? A relationship.
Wonder how many... Yeah. Wonder how many of these bad jokes they programmed into it.
No. I shouldn't leave now.
It's got me at the edge of the map. I'm getting real tempted to just shoot the ram. I don't know how to... Oh, I want to do it so bad. Now he's outside of where... it won't let me go by him. Thank you, Commander Jester de Juggla. I know that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. I can't... The sheep is outside of bounds now.
I should go back.
It won't let me get to him.
Sit. I said, sit. Oh, aye. Only for carrots. I should go back.
That sheep is dead meat. Come on, let me loot him. Oh, he's too far away. God, this is an aggravating mission. There was nothing else I could do at that point other than kill the ram, so I hope you're not too upset by it. I will find my way out of these damn woods. I feel like I was going the right direction, but it kept taking me in a different direction. Redneck Zeus said, I didn't have a problem leading the sheep. It must be a skill issue.
Quick!
Alright, we're out of the woods. There's Trotsky Castle. I always just need to find Trotsky, and then once I do that, I'm usually able to figure out where the hell I am. Lame Disaster says, no, you weren't. Well, everyone's just talking mad shit about me in the stream today. Maybe today's stream only needs to be 56 minutes long.
Go.
Isn't this where I was trying to get? No, this is the graveyard?
Go.
I mean, I wasn't far off from where I was trying to get. Even I managed it. Wow, I've never even played this mission before. You guys are being so harsh. Well, good. Maybe I didn't want to use him as wolf bait. And if he yells at me, I'm going to kill him. You hear that, Shepherd Stanislav? If you're mad that I didn't bring your ram back, you are dead meat.
Well, I'm back.
So, what happened? Don't keep me in suspense.
I found him, but we were attacked by wolves along the way. And they devoured him. There were too many of them, and I couldn't handle them. They were close to devouring me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, lad. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but, well, sometimes there's nothing you can do. Don't take it too hard. Here's something for your troubles, and don't give up.
Thank you.
And, if you want to help someone else, then there's Natan hereabouts. Not a name you hear often, eh? Well, not everyone can be called Hans or Dorothy. His parents had a bit of imagination, unlike some folks. Now, where was I? Oh, right. Natan's herd grazes to the west of Semi. He's got a nice little place there, I've got to give him that. Maybe he's also having some trouble. God be with you, and have a pleasant evening.
Alright. The guy didn't talk any shit, so I'm not going to kill him. Let's go see how we do with Natan's thingy. So I was right, eventually we were going to get one. I feel like that's fairly far away. We're gonna just zip for it. We're gonna see if I'm able to do it without getting lost. See? I didn't do anything wrong, per se, other than the mission, which I did fairly wrong. Clearly, killing the ram was always an option. You were just too afraid to try it.
Go.
As Lexi1397 likes to say, don't forget to like and subscribe. Truly wise words.
Go.
I'll stop here in town, take a bath, and dry my meat. And then we will move on to Natan. There we go. Now we all clean. At least I got to experience the excellent ram-based humor that mission had to help.
Whoa.
Skylar Waite says, can you talk to Sabine after sparing him? Yes, you can. I know that I did it in my first playthrough. Well, it depends. If you mean, if you take troops there and, then they burn down Sabine afterwards, you know, to, like, cover their escape. After that, I never ran into old Sabine. You run into you have the possibility, apparently, to run into old, young Sabine in the, Kuttenberg region. I haven't, but people in the chat told me that they did. But as far as old Sabine goes, Jan Sabine, as far as I know, if Sabine gets burnt, you never see him again. But if you don't mention Sabine, and Von Berghoff never sends any people there, then it remains unchanged for the entire game. Redneck Zeus says that was the exact same dialogue as if you had used him as bait and let him get eaten. So it makes sense. Typically when they've got, you know, various outcomes for missions, they kind of end in the same spot. It's just a different path to get there. It's the easier way to have quote-unquote branching storylines in a video game. And in my opinion, when it's a story-driven video game, it's basically the only way to go because you still want the story to end in one spot. Now, mind you, a wolf and sheep hunt is probably not the most consequential thing in the world, but,
Whoa.
you know, for more large-scale stuff.
Greetings.
Jacob V says they just tweeted mid-May DLC.
The other shepherd said you might need some help. Did you lose a sheep or something?
Aye, I did.
Shakespeare's buddy, just hopping on the stream. Hi, DTG in chat. Hello, Shakespeare's buddy.
Now it's different. Now, some get lost all at
Welcome
once.
aboard.
You never find them again.
So far, we're just
The last time
hunting
was
down
2 days
wolves.
ago.
You think wolves are behind it?
Well, that's what's so mysterious. I never found no wolf tracks.
I find it strange they just disappear.
You're not the only one. I found a pool of blood and a sheep's ear nearby, but no sign of the animals. It's almost like someone ate them whole. Only they didn't like that ear.
Well, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to finding lost sheep. I can help you.
Well, that'd be bloody nice of you. I can't even get a wink of sleep over it.
Where can I find that place with the blood?
Not far from here, over by the crossroads. Just please be careful. It could be a werewolf.
I think it's definitely a werewolf.
I'm no monster slayer.
If it is a werewolf, just turn tail and come back. We'll get a group of fellas together and go and sort it out. Pitchforks, torches, holy water and all that. I just don't want to cause a panic before we know what we're dealing with.
So you're sending me in as bait?
You look like someone who doesn't scare easy and knows how to fight, unlike me. I reckon you can handle it.
All right then. But what if it turns out they're just ordinary wolves?
Then you can bring me their ears and I'll reward you. See you later, my
I
friend.
think it's definitely a werewolf. The odds that it's anything else are extremely slim. Alright, so he said there's blood by the crossroads. I like how he says over there, but you can't see where the heck he's pointing. Well, let me just look. Where's the nearest crossroads? We are... Track down the werewolf, so we're... Where are we? We're right here, right? I think that's where we are. So, this way? I guess we'll find out if we find some blood on the ground. Well, this is a crossroads. I was going to say, based on what I see on the map, which is the Wandering Drunk is real nearby, my guess would be that's going to be related. If only I could remember where the heck the Wandering Drunk is. Because then I could just go straight there, but I feel like... Is it this up here? Did I go the wrong way? How the hell do I keep doing that? I guess certain days it's just harder. The thing about it is it's so hard to have, even with the sun out, which now it's not even out in the game, even with that, it's so much harder for me to navigate in video games than it is in real life. This way. This is where I was supposed to go. Because that's where the Wandering Drunk is. Alright. Ah! Bloodied broken arrow.
Broken arrow. Could it be our werewolf hunts sheep with a bow? I wonder if Mutt would be able to track him down.
Well, I don't have Mutt with me. So, let's talk to the Wandering Drunk. I feel like it's unlikely that it's either nothing to do with him or he's not somehow related to the quest.
You're not allowed here.
Not gonna let me talk to him?
Come on now, you've no business here. Out. That's it. Go
I don't have Mutt with me. Am I supposed to go get Mutt and then come back? Oh. Or I just go up into here. Well, there's only one thing in here, and it's this camp. So, we're going to follow this road. Oh, what was that? Aha!
This looks like a trail to a dead sheep.
There we go. So this is the path that we need.
Blood. This must be the trail I'm looking for.
Hideo says, Samina's pretty monotonous in terms of landmarks. Yeah, it can be fairly easy to get lost. This would probably also be easier to do this mission at daytime. But I figure if it is a werewolf, which again, like I said, I think it's very unlikely that it's not. Realistically speaking, it has to be a werewolf. There's not many other options for what could have possibly killed the sheep. But if it is going to be a werewolf, it's definitely better to check them out at night. Well, at least the blood seems to be staying on the path.
It looks like someone left a dead animal here. I reckon I'm on the right track.
No, it could be man, bear, pig. That's a good point.
Who's there? You fucked up now, asshole.
Oh, you don't want to talk?
Alert!
I figured you might want to talk.
Get over here!
These guys are not very skilled bandits.
Come in here!
There's just 3 of them? There's my piercing bolt. I guess just some Groshen. Wow, thanks for not having anything useful on you, vagrant. Well, there's the sheep.
Ah, this must be Nathan's stolen sheep. This was no werewolf. Just some ordinary bandits.
Where'd the other guy go? I'm not crazy, right? I killed 3 guys? Oh, there he is. Hideo said, how did that one-shot them, huh? I mean, we've got Artemis's crossbow, which does 200 damage. We have piercing bolts, so we got 110 there. And our marksmanship is at 24 already. So we've got quite a few perks going on. After a shot from a bow while on foot, your stamina will recover 25% faster. Hey, we've still managed to not get Eagle Eye. I want that to be the last one I take, because I like not having the entire world slow down when we do that. Shakespeare's buddy said, I have done this quest yet, so great to get to see it. Was going to save it until after I finish the main quest. Anyone know if it goes away? I meant haven't. This is the first time I ever did it. We're going to wait until morning. Jean Cartier said, and that's why I said werewolf is BS. I want to be clear, I did know that it wasn't going to be a werewolf. Alright, let's have some cockerel, baby. Wait, let's use our quick slots. I guess that's convenient. Energy, alright, we should eat something too. Let's eat some of these carrots, since we didn't use them for anything else. Cooked onions, very nice. We still hungry? Bread hungry. What are we at, 93 now? We'll have a beer. There we go, perfect. It didn't let me cut off the bandit's ears. Commander Jester de Juggler says, not sure if I like Eagle Eye either. It's not that I don't like it, I just think that it is kind of overpowered, and so I like to save it for the last one. Normally, Thunderous Blast would be the last one that I would choose, just because I don't use guns a whole lot, and I'm pretty sure they only affect the guns. But, you know, is what it is. 3 layers of weapons in case my weapons break. Polearm, then longsword, then sword and shield. I don't usually carry too many extra weapons. I did in my first playthrough a little bit more, but then I realized that I pretty much only ever use the ones I'm focusing on. Longsword or a short sword is typically my primary one, just because once you've leveled it up and you have the right perks, it's kind of hard to beat the DPS that you can have for them. But that, and then whatever ranged weapons I'm using, which is, it's pretty much never guns, except for when I was getting the achievements. It's pretty much always a crossbow or a longbow.
Good day. Well, we'll solve the mystery. I found the sheep.
Really? Don't keep me in suspense.
Apparently, depending when you do this mission in the story, part of it will change. At least that's what insert name here says.
Ordinary men. No werewolves.
Bloody hell. Why didn't I think of that? What did you do with them? I hope they'll leave me alone now.
I just wanted to talk, but they wouldn't listen to reason. So I cut them down.
Christ almighty. Slaughtering folks over a few sheep. Though I reckon if I lost any more sheep, then folks from the village would kill me.
Well, they could have just left. Or stopped stealing.
Aye, I suppose you're right. You deserve a reward anyway. Here it is. Enjoy it in good health.
Thanks.
Oh, and if you want to sell
yeah,
to someone,
insert name here.
buy them.
So he said there's so many perks for swords that it almost feels like a handicap to use anything else. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'll usually only use the other ones just to level them up. In my first playthrough, I defaulted to heavy weapons at first because in the first game, in KCD1, that's what I primarily used. I would use a small shield that didn't weigh very much, usually like a cumin metal shield, and then I would either use a high-level mace or a high-level axe. In this game, it's not even close. The swords are so much better. Because if you have the right perks and you use a one-handed sword without any shield, you can make it do ridiculous damage. And the longsword, although slightly less, has a higher defense. And if you learn how to do the combos and Master Strike and all that sort of stuff, there's pretty much nothing that can come anywhere close to how much damage you can deal. So, not to mention, if you're doing it that way... Ooh, is that Troskowitz spear? Nice. You can take on so many enemies at once without it actually being any sort of a risk. I mean, in my last stream, in hardcore mode here, during the Trotsky mission where you're in there and they take all your stuff away and you have to do chores and stuff, I went into that essentially naked and massacred the entire garrison. So, with swords, you can do a lot. QZY says, damn, I'm late. A lot of people have been saying that so far. We've been streaming for about an hour and 14 minutes, so you're late, yes, but you're not too late. Alright, I feel like we are done with the sheep missions, correct? We did all the sheep missions? So, should we go help Bohemia now? I feel like that was the next thing that, when we were talking about it before, that was the thing that we were leaning towards. So we're down by Samin, so if I just go straight past the Wandering Drunk, I should be able to get to Bohemia's without incident. And since it always works out every single time 100%, first of all, let's save. I'm going to go ahead and assume that we will do this flawlessly. Hideo says, you have no idea how fast my glaive gets near broken. It's tier 3, and I don't want to have to replace it. I barely finished the first half of the Trotsky quests, and I've run through 10 blacksmith kits. Well, that's one of the major handicaps of the polearms in this game, is how fast they break down. So if you don't want to lose your tier 3 status on it, you have to make sure you're constantly carrying blacksmith kits on you. Hideo says, I see you also killed Jamilka. Whoa! I should have been looking at the screen. Man, I'm glad my horse didn't die when I jumped off that cliff. Yes, I did in fact get this horse tack from Samin's horse. Well, all except for the Milanese Chanfron. That we got from the cobbler or saddler. I'm not sure which one, but one of the guys up in Trotsky Castle in the last stream. Skylar Waite says, can I see the old Samine dialogue? Well, after Bohemia then. But that's what our horse looks like. Let's talk to Bohemia.
Has something happened?
My daughter, Pavlena. Remember her? She was here when I was healing you two.
I remember. What's wrong with her?
She's missing. It's not like her to be wandering around like that. She goes to Troskovitz to sell baskets, but she knows I can't manage on my own, so she never stays away for long. These old eyes of mine can't see nothing much. Pavlena has to take care of me. She's a good girl, that lass of mine. I'm very worried about her. You understand? What if something's happened?
AMA or AMA says, will there be any reviews and tests of mods for KCD2 from you? I've done a couple videos so far for some mods, but probably, I'll probably do more over time. I did quite a few for the first one.
Do you think anyone...
Let's just burn through these dialogues quick.
Well,
right?
left.
When...
I don't...
When...
Two, she's some... I have...
Did it? She's a young...
You don't... If she don't, or the... She, her mother, a girl. I all
no.
See that?
All right.
Thank.
All right.
And maybe.
All right. Now we'll do Bad Blood. Or should I search Pavlena's room first? That's probably what I should do, since it's here. Insert name here says Warhorse said they're going to beef up the other weapons so people have a better selection. Hopefully, it comes soon. I agree. That would be awesome because. As it is, there's typically not much of a reason to use anything other than swords.
Does Pavlena wear it? Or did someone leave it here? She's got unfinished work here.
I mean, other than just leveling them up, which, like I said, I will be doing in this playthrough once I've gotten through leveling up the sword. I will switch over probably to heavy weapons and then pole arms. I hate how non-durable the pole arms are. That really drives me nuts. But yes, as far as the question about mods goes, once more substantial mods start coming out where we see some really game-changing stuff, then I'm more likely to do some more mod videos. But as it is, the only ones I've taken a look at in detail have been some armor ones. Because, obviously, that's something I do quite a bit of on this channel. I'm hoping that we're going to get more substantial mods. When the first game was announced and they said that there'd be modding, there was a mod project called Seven Kingdoms Mud and Blood, I think is what it was called. It was supposed to be a total conversion mod that changed the first game into the Riverlands, set during the War of the Five Kings from Game of Thrones. Or Song of Ice and Fire, I should say. And it looked really cool, but the mod tools were released so late in the development cycle that basically the audience for it was not huge, and it would have taken a tremendous amount of work to try to get it right, and the mod tools weren't that substantial anyway, so eventually the mod project was abandoned. I would love if there were some large-scale modding projects like that for KCD2. It would just be really cool. Hideo says, I'm really salty I can't just steal Von Bergov's horse, or a horse near its stats. It is ridiculously good. The only way to get it is by using console commands at the moment. I'm guessing at some point there will be a mod released, if you're playing on PC at least, that maybe allows you to get it or a horse that looks exactly like it and has the stats exactly like it. I'm surprised that mod hasn't happened yet. Or maybe one that just allows you to actually use the horse black market to keep Attila. Something like that. Hideo says, I wish we could upgrade the tier of acquired weapons. I agree. I wish, and considering we are a blacksmith, and blacksmithing is one of the things we do, you'd think that would be a relatively easy thing to implement. I think the tier system for weapons weapons and armor and clothing and stuff is an interesting addition to the game, but it's one of the few things that I feel probably wasn't necessary. It doesn't feel... How do you... You know, it feels like an unnecessary level of complexity, if that makes sense.
Have you seen Pavlena from Zhelyov? She comes here to the village sometimes.
Pavlena? Aye, she comes from time to time selling baskets and remedies.
Have you seen her recently?
Alex Play says, in the first game, maces and halberds were too overpowered. I don't know that maces were super overpowered. They were definitely super powerful, especially if your strength was nice and high, but they had a much shorter reach than a lot of other weapons. They had a really short reach, so it kind of balanced out, in my opinion. You had to be very aggressive and very up close to effectively use maces in the first game. Polearms were super overpowered, yes.
Pavlena from Zhelyov. She went missing after heading here to Troskovitz.
Then ask that drunk Jezek. I heard him talking about her often enough. I don't have nothing to do with the girl.
Alex placed it. Upgrading weapons would not really make sense, though, because reworking steel can make it lose its properties, which made it good in the first place. Well, I mean, I would just assume if we were doing it through the smithing minigame, that you were taking the weapon, reducing it down to crucible steel, which was the method for, you know, getting your steel in this period of time in this region, and then just forging a new weapon. It wouldn't be just, you know, kind of hitting the same sword with a hammer. It would be forging an entirely new sword, is kind of the way that I think about it. But, yeah, you can't just heat up a weapon and hit it with a hammer a bunch of times and expect it to be better. In real life, that would, in fact, screw up the tempering entirely. But, you, like I said, you could melt it down to crucible steel and forge out a new weapon out of it.
Can I ask you about that grave beyond the farm?
Why?
Commander Jester de Juggler says, this is why I love Bethesda. They have creation clubs so modders can get paid for making new content.
He died during childhood.
I've known some modders that were in favor of the creation club and some that were not, because some people got paid for their mods instead of just doing it for free. And some people had all of their hard work stolen from them and they didn't get to benefit from it.
Do you know her?
I know of her, but I never seen her. She ain't lived here for years. God be with you, sir.
I was wondering about that grave.
My son.
How come he's buried there?
He died. As old the midnight of it, but when I never owned, of course.
I just realized that I should probably go a little bit faster through these dialogue options.
If she,
I'm sure.
hell, I like you.
What?
No, I'm so don't not say.
I see.
Good.
Listen, Bojan, so
I never. She was my.
I'd like.
Well.
What? Why?
I.
Well, my
out
and
God,
I don't have.
Take care, friend.
He's Bill Thrush, we can ask him.
You dare to off to
Oh yeah, that's right, he's still pissed about the wedding.
I was just. What do you mean? That sounds in. I'm looking for Pavlena, the daughter of Bohemia from Zhelyov. She comes here selling baskets and other items.
Insert name here says, I like Bethesda because they brought mods to consoles. Wish Warhorse could do that too, but understand they're limited. That is the coolest thing Bethesda ever did. Because I remember when they did that, I was still playing on PS4. And so we couldn't even get as many as Xbox could because of the copyright reasons with Sony or whatever. But it was cool to be able to play on console and be able to experience mods, which is something that,
what can you tell me
you know,
about Pavlena?
I had always really wished would happen in the past. Very few games have mods on consoles.
You'd notice much, but she knows how to take care of herself. I let her come round here because, well, maybe I've gotten soft in my old age. But I
heard
I won't.
Calm down, Thrush.
Roman.
A woodcut his hair
And
not the. It wouldn't do that.
do you think
Frost?
There we go. Alright, where are we at for story-wise? Search Pavlena's room, which we already did. Ask about Pavlena at the tavern. Ask Jezek the Cooper about Pavlena. Ask the woodcutters about Pavlena. Alright. Well, we've asked lots of people here already. Shakespeare's Buddy says, I'm on PS5 and seriously considering getting a gaming PC just to play KCD2 with mods. Well, the mods are always a huge benefit.
It was good to see you.
Ugh, that guy was all ornery. Commander Jester de Juggler says, sole reason I have an Xbox Series X is Bethesda games. Oh yeah, that's right. Are they not releasing games on PS5 anymore? Because Xbox bought Bethesda?
Have you Pavlena? Try asking.
Take care.
Oh, these are the guys from this caravan here. Nice.
Greeting. If she ain't a... Farewell, good sir.
I'm looking for... Do you know anything... If it's a...
No.
Hickey, sorry. Would you...
Excellent.
Greetings.
Have you...
No. Care,
PC is better than Xbox. Well, PC is better than console. The people will be like, well, why doesn't everyone just play on PC? Because they're expensive. It is far more expensive and, you know, potentially difficult and time consuming.
Where do you think you're going?
Oh, calm down, guy.
Good day.
Have you seen
Young Pavlena, you mean? She had the basket.
Are you sure?
Well, it could have been another girl. I can't... Take care, friend. You've got a damn cheek. You're done
I
here,
surrender.
you crook.
Enough.
I forgot about that. We were told last time how to do our speech. So I figured we'd work on it here.
I didn't want...
You didn't. I do not. Please, it's fine. Hey! You almost hit me! Calm down now,
that time I didn't even hit him.
I'll slap you so hard your own mum won't recognize you. That better not happen again. You want to fight, do you?
Enough. I give up.
How many times can we do this for the speech XP?
I didn't want to...
You did? I do not. Please, it's fine, lad.
I like how I keep saying you look like Kunesh.
Enough. I give up.
I don't know what your problem is.
Commander Jester to Juggler says, PC are for the rich or those who have others buy it for them?
I didn't want to get into a brawl.
You didn't? Then why did you start one?
I mistook you for someone else.
It's so funny he keeps saying he looks like
Do you know
Kunesh from
Kunesh
Skalitz.
Skalitz?
I do not. And what did this Kunesh do to you?
You don't want to know.
Please accept my apology. I made a mistake, and now I truly regret it.
Fine, lad. I'll let it go. But be more careful next time.
I lose reputation every time I do that, but I'm getting speech XP.
You raise your hand to me?
I surrender. Enough.
I don't know what you...
I didn't...
You did? I do not... Please, fine, lad.
We leveled up once in speech, doing that. Alright. Adept of the Mystic Arts. Ooh. We'll do that one. And then we'll get back to our thing. So, that is apparently the way to power level speech. Just in case anyone's wondering. Because that was something that was brought up in the last stream when we were talking about how we were having difficulty leveling up speech. They said, well, start fights and then talk your way out of it using the speech check for guards, and you can do that over and over and over again and get speech XP. So, we did it a little smidgen.
Roman!
You're looking...
That's so you...
Where'd you...
Not long...
You think...
I took it off a crack. You never... Best to go...
All right.
Great. That is... You can...
Hang on.
For one... Where is you? But me?
Well,
True. Here you... I'll be...
Well, we're at Roman's house already. Insert name here says pre-built PCs maybe, but you can get a decent rig for the same price. The thing being, you have to build it for yourself. Well, that's the thing about pre-builts, because I've had some friends and family that have wanted to switch over to PC, and then they go and get a pre-built, and I always tell them, here's the problem: the pre-builts are
freshly eaten. And there are the
way too expensive for the quality of what you get, because most pre-builts suck. They'll have like one or two items in them that are halfway decent, and that's what they'll advertise, and then all the rest of their components will be crap. Like they'll have a really, really bad PSU or something like that just goes out, and then your whole system's fried. There, we can dry our mutton. Inverse says, hi, nice armor. Thanks. This is our maximum drip for the Trotsky region armor. Is there anything else for me to find in here? I don't think so. I mean, there's a woman's hat in there, but I don't think I'm supposed to take that. I guess I could take those crafting supplies. Anyway. Panther says custom built all the way. Oh yeah, big time. PC is definitely, it can be very, very expensive, but I typically, I mean, I upgraded, the PC I currently have, I built several years ago. Like, I swapped out one component, which was the graphics card at one point.
I still can't any.
Well,
where
there's when you there it.
All right.
But farewell, my friend.
I upgraded the graphics card one time because I bought my wife a pre-built, specifically because it was at that time where you couldn't get any of the newer graphics card, like the 3000 series, unless you bought a pre-built that already had one in it. So I found one for her that had good stats, didn't have any junk components in it, and the total price of it was less than you could currently buy the graphics cards for, because that was the only way you could get them at the time. So I bought her that PC, and then I swapped it out, so she has my 2080 Ti in her PC, and I got her 3070 or 3080, whatever was in it, in my PC. But that's the only upgrade I've done since I built this rig, which was, like I said, several years ago. So we're here, so if we just head straight into the woods, this way, we should be able to find it. Thought there was going to be a path for me to follow. I'm not worried. I never get lost. Shakespeare's Buddy says, what's the minimum graphics card you guys suggest? I mean, if you're doing current gen, 4070 is typically as low as I'd go.
Listen, I'm trying to find...
Because the 70 is usually what I consider to be the benchmark for current gen gaming, if that makes any sense. Like back when it was the 10 series cards. Because we're in the 40 series cards now. But like the 1080 Ti was like top of the line best you could get. So if you have an 80 Ti or a 90, that's usually way top of the line, more than the vast majority of gamers are going to need. The 70 or 70 Ti, if a Ti series is, or a Ti variant is introduced, are typically what I consider to be more than enough for the average gamer. So best value for what you're getting, you know.
Jesus. This must be Roman. Someone buried him here. Mother of God. And the body's been munched on by a pig.
Said minimum 1060? 1060 would be pretty low. And especially considering you can get, like I said, what's the, I mean, someone can look it up right now. What's the current price where you can buy a 4070 online right now? Because I feel like my brother was just saying the other day that he needs a new graphics card. And that's what he was looking at because it wasn't that expensive. Why is it not... Did I already get the full interaction from finding the dead body? Because I found the dead body.
This must be the place Dushko was telling me about. How the local lads bring their girls over here. This is surely Pavlena's. A piece of her dress. This doesn't look good.
That piece of her dress is way up in the air.
Oh well. Never mind.
Let's grab this food. No sense in leaving it here to rot.
It's covered in blood. Used as a weapon, maybe.
No, you can definitely game with a PC a lot cheaper than most people think. Yes, some of our PCs cost $4,000 or $5,000. You do not need it to. I've seen plenty of builds advertised online, like by tech creators on YouTube, where they build one that has as good or better specs than, you know, a PS5 or an Xbox Series X, for roughly the same price that you could buy a PS5 for. Here, I'll go talk to this guy. Panther said his stream froze for a second. Well, hopefully it's fixed now.
That pig you said you lost.
Jade says, I play basically everything on a 5700 XT. The only game I've ever not been able to play
not so fast.
Was the stupid Indiana Jones game with mandatory ray tracing. Mandatory ray tracing would piss me off because I almost never run ray tracing on my shit. Even though I've got a decent rig, I don't typically use it just because it screws the performance so bad. And I think the graphical difference is minimal in my opinion.
And now you tell me he's dead? Surely she didn't kill him. Why?
Who are you?
I take what I...
Have you... I don't know. Which one?
He went...
Who knows? You say...
It's that...
I heard. Thanks.
Ladybird!
Alright, now you have to go confront the ones I was already talking to. We are going to try the... once we get to that point in this story, we're a ways off right now, so it's not super important yet. But when we get to the siege at Sukdol, we are going to attempt to go into that with like hundreds and hundreds of honey. And we're going to go before we do whatever mission it is. It might be before the Italian job. Go and store it in one of the other chests in the castle and see if we can sneak a bunch of food into the siege that way.
I'm looking for Straw. You're a farmhand. I believe he was
Gamers Republic says 4070 is still more expensive than a PS5. What's the price of it right now though? Is it like $600-700, something like that?
Buried in the forest.
Sweet Jesus. But why would Straw of all people do something like that? He didn't even know Roman that well.
QZY says he's watching several RTX 2070 bids on eBay right now going for $100 to $150 with shipping. Yeah, so if you can get a 2070, that's more than you need for most things. Now, obviously, the 20 series cards have bad price inflation on them because they launched at such a ridiculously high price for the performance. So I recommend going, if you're going to go new or if you're going to go expensive or high-end or anything, go for at least a 30 series cards because the 30 and 40 series cards were priced a lot better than the 20 series cards. Because if you took a 2080 Ti and compared it to a 1080 Ti, the 1080 Ti was... I think the 2080 Ti was only like 30 to 40% more powerful than the 1080 was, or the 1080 Ti, I should say. But the price was like 2.5 times what the starting MSRP was. So it was just absolutely insane.
I wanted to ask about that grave you have there.
That's my...
Oh my god.
He don't... Look.
See you later, my friend.
I wasn't paying attention. What did it tell me to do? Confront Straw the farmhand. Oh, that wasn't Straw I talked to. Where the heck's Straw? Oh, speaking of which, I didn't go and kill that guy from the wedding. I should go kill him. Where to heck do I find Straw? Is he going to be at the tavern? I totally thought he'd be here in the farmyard. That's a woman over there. That's not the right person. That's not this guy. Shakespeare's Buddy says 47 under a grand, 7 to 800 in most places with a quick Google search. That's about what I thought it was. So that would be current gen, you know, more than big enough. But if you go for like a 3060 chicken coop, he's at the chicken coop? Oh, is that him back there? Ah, there he is.
Are you the one they call Straw?
Yeah. Why?
I know everything. I know you buried Roman's body in the woods.
What? How could you?
You're also living off of dried wolf's meat? Or you're saying you're going to try that with the,
I have a witness.
With the, siege.
Fuck! I didn't want nothing to do with it, I swear.
Alright, we're going to hang this guy.
Listen, I'm sure...
Alright, well, he don't...
Yeah?
When you... It happened, I don't... Did it? That's...
Actually, they go... It's a...
But... No. When he... It was...
I hope...
No, then we... He's on...
Oh, so...
It's... Here. On... God, should we...
Where?
To this... What?
Both of... I brought you Slavobor. They call him Straw.
Andre Louise says, my laptop has a 4060 and it runs KCD2 well. Yeah, like I said, the 60 works as well. I think my brother, he was looking at a new one for his, and he was either looking at a 3060 or a 4060. Because he said he could get it for like $300 or $400. But the rest of his PC I built several years ago, and that all had pretty good stuff. His graphics card just went out early, I guess. Which, unfortunately, is something,
I don't believe a word Straw says.
You know, that you do risk with this. But, I mean, you risk it with a console as well. Things can go out in a console just as well as they can go out in a PC. It depends how you're using it.
Words, Henry, but I'll take them into account. I'll lock up Straw for now, and he'll be tried. Thanks for bringing him in. Roman was an honest Christian.
Sucks to suck, Straw. Alright, now let's go find the person Lame Disaster said, Andre Lewis, do your hands burn by any chance when playing? Gaming PCs get hot. Alright. Now we just have to find Pavlena. And so... if we just head down... well, there was the lover spot. So all we do, if we go past that and then kind of follow these rocks, we'll be funneled right into it. So, that is what we'll do. But first...
You've got a damn chip.
Mercy! I surrender!
what the heck? It didn't even give me a chat option. That's lame. I was hoping we could get some more speech XP while we were at it. Yeah, my brother-in-law had a pretty high-end gaming laptop that he used to play on. Sometimes we'd be like in the same room because I just have my regular desktop, and then he'd be sitting there playing on his, and we'd be playing Red Dead Online or something like that. And his laptop used to get so hot. Don't get me wrong, my PC gets hot too. Like, I've got good ventilation and a very high-end air cooler, so it keeps my CPU nice and cool. But the heat it'll generate on the outside is enough to keep my home office 10, if not more, degrees hotter than the rest of my house. So during the winter, it's great. During the summer, sometimes I wish my AC unit, or I have central air, I should say, but sometimes I wish my AC blew a little bit more into my office. Shakespeare's buddy says, what's your reputation now? Did you bring it up? I brought it up before I started punching guards for speech XP. But, oh, that's right. Shakespeare's buddy popped in after he talked about it. We went and we talked to the huntsman, and we were able to get his backstory, so I've seen it now. It seems like getting the reputation improved helped me with that. Gamers Republic says, my PS5 is enough a heater for me in winter. Yeah, no, they produce a tremendous amount of heat. Now we just gotta find Pavlena. I heard they patched it so she doesn't get all mad if you pick up his sword after the whole hostage situation. Oh, Beans, it's not going to let me get up to it from the top. I was like, ooh, maybe I could just shoot down in and shoot him in the head. What should we do? Should we go in there to talk, or should we just go in there with our crossbow cocked and locked and ready to rock and shoot him? I was thinking I'm probably going to want to go in, because that way I can get the extra speech XP. Did the farmer tell you about Pavlena's condition? What, is she pregnant? I like how the dog didn't even try to stop me.
Stop there! Not another step. Don't move, you horse son.
That's just rude.
Who the fuck are you?
Easy. Calm down. Don't do anything rash. No one has to get hurt here. We're just talking. Alright? How about you take that knife away from Pavlena's throat? She can't do anything to you tied up like that. Drop the knife, and we can talk calmly.
I'm calm. Just don't you dare try anything. What do you want here? How did you find us?
I like how Henry can go in there. Oh, that one's hard, but I'll try it.
For this. What kind of a man are you, hiding behind a girl?
What?
You're not man enough to face me?
You bastard!
Come on, then. Let her go, and we'll fight it out.
Shut up and save your threats. You take one
Ah,
step
that one didn't
towards
work.
me, and I'll slit the girl's throat. And then I'll deal with you. What the fuck are you doing?
He put the sword back up. I thought we had already cleared that out.
Her mother sent me. She's worried about Pavlena.
Shit. I might have known that old witch would send someone. Kurva. I never wanted it to end like this. You gotta believe me. I just wanted to give Pavlena a scare, but then that fool Roman got mixed up in it, and I never meant
Oh, that
to
one's
kill
impossible?
anyone.
Okay.
Shit!
Take it easy.
Don't fucking
Anyway, I
try
like
to
how
take
Henry
it
rocks
easy.
up wearing
How did
full
you get
armor,
my dog
you know,
Brisky
dressed up
standing in
looking
the
like
entrance?
a knight or a
What
man
did
at
you
arms
do
or
to
something
him,
like
you
that,
bastard?
and this
And where's my
villager
brother? He should have been here long ago. Talk,
is like
or I'll
standing up
slit
to
her
him
throat.
or whatever, thinks that he has some sort of a chance of getting out of this.
Don't worry, your dog is just fine. I gave him the slip.
You treacherous rat! You wanted to sneak up on me from behind, eh? Well, Bristly will be waiting for you.
Your brother's fine, but he can't come.
Why the fuck can't he? We were agreed.
He has to do some work on the farm. If he disappeared, it'd look suspicious.
I see. I suppose that makes sense.
I just want the
But
speech
if you're
XP.
lying, I'll gut the pair of you.
This guy.
I know everything. I know what happened that time between Yakesh and Bohemia.
Then you know we were in the right.
I don't know what Yakesh told you, but he certainly doesn't want Pavlena harmed. She was just a little girl when it happened. You can't punish her for it.
Fuck. I know. Only we're murderers now, and that can't be undone.
Well, there's always a way out. Let Pavlena go, and we'll talk things through. I don't know what more I can tell you. It's time for you to make your mind up. Bear in mind, if you do anything to Pavlena, you won't leave here alive. That I swear to you. So, I'd advise you to set her free.
She knows everything. She'll tell on me and I'll be fucked.
You still have a way out. You let her go.
I'm just picking these based on which ones I think are going to give me the most speech XP. That's the only reason I'm choosing these dialogue choices.
Isn't that right, Pavlena?
Sakra. Oh, all right. I'll let her go. And I hope you two aren't lying to me. I can always find you again.
I'll give you my word.
Yes, QZY, exactly like
I'll
that.
set her free.
You're riding through, like, you look super heavily armed, you're riding a horse, there's, you know, and they still...
Go.
Look. Die! Die! That's for Roman! You bastard!
Yeah, see, they patched it, so now she doesn't holler at you if you take stuff off of him.
You killed him?
Yes, UV, that's the only reason, because I was thinking I could just shoot him in the face with my crossbow, but this way I got a bunch of extra speech XP.
No, you're right.
I would have liked to bring him into town so he could be hanged, but I guess his brother can get hanged instead.
I have to get out of here. Will you take me back home?
Andre Luis does not play with his hands on the laptop, though. He uses another keyboard.
We can go. I'll go with you.
Good.
Insert name here said, love that part, caught me off guard on my first playthrough. Yeah, no, me too. I was doing it. I mean, I kind of expected it from, like, the way that it was framing it. I was like, is she gonna do something? But it caught me off guard how she ran him through and then hacked him up. It was brutal. But I mean, you know, arguably, probably the most... If you think about it rationally, her letting him go seems super unlikely. You know, maybe if Henry would have had a speech option that said, you know, to her to be like, don't kill him, we're gonna bring him into town, he'll get hanged, he'll be, you know, punished for this or whatever. But...
Just tied me up. But they were Yakesh's
it makes
hands.
sense
They
from
would
her
have
point of
killed
view.
me.
Yakesh. I might have known he wouldn't leave us in peace. Hasn't he hurt us enough already? Isn't it enough that we have to live here because of him?
Ma.
I knew it would come to this. Henry, I need one last service from you.
I'd be glad to help.
QZUI says, I remember that if you looted that guy, she would run to the guard yelling thief. Yeah, that's what I'm saying that they patched. If you picked up his sword or if you took anything off of him, she used to run away calling you a thief. And Warhorse patched that because enough people pointed out how stupid that reaction is.
As long as he's alive.
Also, this gets me. Yakesh didn't send them to do this. Like, it wasn't something he tried to do. But Bohemia wants you to go kill him now.
It's either him.
Bohemia.
I wonder if I'll actually pass the speech check.
Then what? It was big.
I'll talk, and in the end...
Hey, look at that, we passed it.
Well, but if you're...
That's sweet, sweet speech XP. We're gonna do the same on Yakesh. There you are, horsey. What do you guys think after we finish off this mission? Should we go and do the the main story mission? Because we'll get locked into a story thing, so we're going to have to start that soon if we want to do that in this stream. Because otherwise we won't have enough time. Because I can't really stream much more than 5 hours on these streams, as much as sometimes I would like to. So if we want to do any of the main story mission stuff, because that locks us into a long narrative pull. So if we want to do that in this stream, we'll have to start it soon. So after I finish this mission, do you guys want to do that? If you don't do anything, both Bohemia and Pavlena will die, and Yakesh. I'm planning on going and convincing Yakesh to reconcile. Because I want that extra speech XP for one thing. Oh, okay, this is the Wandering Dogs.
Quick!
QZY says more side quests. Everyone else seems to be saying main story missions. So, if anybody else wants to, because after this, our other options, so we either have doing the, I'll just make a poll. Because we probably have enough side missions left with the, the one where we go and find and then forge the axe and the stuff for the Voivode and the Miller stuff. We could probably just do that for the rest of the stream. But if we go that route, we're not going to be able to start the main story missions because we're going to get locked into stuff too long, and I can't, like I said, I can't do that because it will take too long. So definitely, if you're want to help decide, vote in the poll there. Because if we end up doing side missions, we will not be doing any more main missions in this stream, because we simply will not have time for it.
Quick!
I'm fine with either way, we have to make the decision now. Insert name here says, Wedding Crashers is funnier when you know everyone there. Yeah, I mean, we knew pretty much everyone there when we did Wedding Crashers. Keep in mind, we are at the point in the story where the next thing to do is going to be the assault on Nabokov. So that's the next thing we can do.
Your farmhands murdered Roman and abducted Pavlena, the herb woman's daughter.
So
Shakespeare's buddy says, gotta come back to Trotsky to get Ishtvan's hat from his grave anyway. Can finish the side quests then.
Straw admitted everything.
It's true that we might need a full 5 hours to really do that whole narrative stretch that ends this region. I remember it taking a while.
We're taking revenge on Bohemia.
Like I said, I'll abide by the poll. If side missions wins, then we're just going to be doing side missions.
Cursor, aye, but I never wanted anyone to kidnap her daughter or murder anyone. I didn't put anyone up to it. They did it on their own, and it's their own bloody fault. Jesus Christ.
Look, I know relations between you and Bohemia the herb woman aren't good. But it's time to put an end to the animosity.
Where are you going with this? That witch deserves no pity.
I understand your bitterness. And I'm sorry about your son. Bohemia would certainly have saved him if she could. But whatever happened between you, it has to end now. Bohemia came
Does it have to end? Or maybe could it escalate?
Farmhands abducted her, and they killed her sweetheart.
But I had nothing to do with that. They did it of their own free will, not on my orders.
That means nothing.
Shakespeare's buddy says, either way, we'll enjoy the ride with DTG. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fine either way, because like I said, we have enough side missions left that we can do nothing but that for the rest of this stream, and easily make it all the way through.
Whether you ordered it or not, you're still guilty.
Like it or not.
So,
you've got blood on your
I'm fine
hands.
with whatever the result of the poll
Roman
is. Right now, it looks
dead.
like a slim
understand?
majority for the Trotsky
Dead
side missions.
Because of some old feud he had absolutely nothing to do with. And neither had Pavlena.
Fuck. You're right. I'll send
That means we're going to have to do the Voivode stuff.
compensation.
Since we're going to be going back to Bohemia at the end of this mission, that's probably what we'll start with, is the Voivode stuff, since we'll be right next to the Nomad camp anyway. After that, we can do the Miller stuff.
That I won't do anything bad to them, and those two fools have had
If that wins. I will end the poll when I finish this mission. So, after I've talked to Bohemia and all that sort of stuff.
I've already dealt with your hands.
Good. Good. But my offer still stands. Bohemia and Pavlena could return to the village.
Very well. It's about time this chain of vengeance was broken for good. Give me the money, and I'll take it to Bohemia.
Ooh, now it's at 50%. Like I said, if anybody's interested in the outcome of the poll, make sure you vote in it, because I will be ending the poll and abiding by the poll once I'm done with this mission. Did I leave my horse out here? Yes, I did. Is there a reason you don't have Mutt yet? I have Mutt. He's just hanging out at the tavern, I think. Anyway, what's the most effective way to get back to Bohemia's from here? So we're at Troskovitz. Hey, look at that. Our reputation suffered from beating up a bunch of guards. I just shoot off straight past Zhelyov, and I should get there fairly effectively. Yes, I did the Mutt mission already. Mutt is just hanging out either at, I can't remember if it's the Wagoner's Inn or at Takov, but he's hanging out at one of the places. It's probably the Wagoner's Inn. I don't usually travel with Mutt. I know that shocks a lot of people, because a lot of people really like traveling with Mutt. I typically do not. It's just one of those things where it's an extra variable when I'm trying to be stealthy or things like that that annoys me. And it's one of the reasons why once they added it in the first game, I tried it a little bit and realized I didn't like it. And then in the second game here, I did one playthrough where I kind of had Mutt with me for about half the time, but it just annoyed me more often than it was ever helpful. The only reason I can see to do it is if you're playing hardcore mode and you struggle with the combat, Mutt is helpful in combat. Other than that, there's quite a few side missions you can find where it will, you know, like having Mutt will allow you to track better and easier, but I typically do not travel with Mutt too much. I was thinking maybe I will take Mutt with me to Sukdal this time, because apparently if you have Mutt with you, instead of it being a stray dog, you have the option to eat Mutt. So that could be funny to see like what that actually looks like in the game, because I've never seen that. DTG influencing the poll. How was I influencing the poll? I wish the animations for other weapons got more attention. They feel neglected compared to the longsword animations. Well, you can tell that Warhorse Studios, in their mind, Henry's canon weapon, like canonically speaking, is a longsword, because it definitely got the most love. Oh, that's right. We were going to forge ourselves a new longsword. We should do that too. Whatever we do after this, we should definitely forge ourselves that broad longsword before we continue.
What does that mean? That Pavlena can go to Troskovitz and no one will
Andre Lewis
trouble
said,
us
Matt
anymore?
annoys you? Well, gasp. Are you going to eat Matt? I don't know that I would for sure, but I kind of want to see what it looks like. Because, like I said, I haven't seen that yet. And I like seeing all the things in this game.
Even though he wasn't Pavlena's relative, Yakesh wants to show his sympathy for her loss. Here it is.
Thank you, Henry.
Hideo says he doesn't use Mutt because of the polearm thing. He gets whacked by the polearms more frequently because of the animations. I've heard that too. I don't use the polearms too much, so that's why that one was not an issue for me. But I've heard of that. That he'll get in the way pretty frequently and you end up hitting him all the time.
If you ever need anything, you know where to come. And you should at least keep half of Yakesh's coin.
No way. I can't take your money. You helped us before, and I helped you in return. So keep the coin.
Well, as you wish, Henry. You're a good man. Thank you for everything.
Insert name here said, wow, I thought you were joking. You really can eat him. Like I said, I haven't seen it yet because I've never taken mutt with me to Sickdol because I typically don't have mutt with me. But I heard that can happen if you have mutt with you. You have the option of eating him, and I was like, that's interesting. Well, my reputation went down in Samin for some reason. That's interesting. All right, so before I end the poll, I'll leave the poll open just a little bit longer just in case, but we're going to go up to Takov so we can forge ourselves that new sword. Because I almost forgot that I wanted to do that. I'm going to go this way, though, because going up the hill takes me to Samin, which I feel like I probably don't need to do. Shakespeare's buddy said, haven't reached that point in the game yet, but watched another streamer do it. Not cheating on you, DTG. That's funny. Yes, if you watch anyone else make KCD content other than me, I feel like it is exactly the same as adultery. Alright, here's Zhelyov, right? Yes. So, Takov should just be up the hill from here.
Quick.
Because we were going to try to make a Henry level broad longsword to replace the common longsword that we've been using. Plus, this, like I said, this leaves a little bit more time in the poll, so everybody that wants to has a chance to vote. I feel like it's usually only, how many people do we have watching the stream right now? Like 80? It's usually no more than half of the people watching the stream that participate in one of the polls that I put up. So, this way it gives everyone enough time. But what'll probably, if I tick around too long, it'll be too late to do the story mission anyway or something. Hey, look at that! Shakespeare's buddy sent another gifted membership. As always, thank you very much. I think I have more members now because of Shakespeare's buddy on this channel than I've ever had before. Because I feel like in total we've got 12 or 13 channel members, and the most I've ever had before that at a time I think was like 6. So I know obviously they're temporary, but still, it looks cool. I've never pushed memberships on the channel, so YouTube keeps congratulating me. Like if I go into the creator studio, it's like, congrats on getting your first 12 members, or I think it did it in groups of 5. So at first it was your first 5, and now it's your first 10. Okay, let's switch over, and we'll get our smithing stuff out. Well, first we can put away all the stuff that we're not using. So that, then we had some clothing we picked up too. There, see, we picked up some level 3 stuff. Probably put some of this stuff in there that we don't need to keep on us. Dried apple, dried mutton. We got quite a bit of dried mutton. Mead, schnapps. Ah! Almost put our food away. Alright. We'll keep the fox. We'll put the regular that away. That and that we can put away. Okay. Alright, so let's see what we need first of all for that sword that we're going to make. Broadlong sword, we need cowskin, a pear sword pommel. Oh, I might not have any of those. Frankfurt steel and iron. Well, let's see if we have that pear sword pommel. Okay, so I can't even make it because I don't have the right pommel. I guess we could go see if this guy sells any. Short of that, the best we'd be able to do is check and see if, trade.
What do you have?
Okay, so he doesn't have any. The blacksmith up in Trotsky Castle might have it, so we'll check that before I give up on this. Plus, I have a bed and everything up there that I could use, so, and a storage chest, so I don't need to grab anything while I'm here. So we'll go to Trotsky and see this before we decide to go. Commander Jester de Juggler says, I listen and creep a bunch since I'm at work. Yeah, it seems like we have a couple people that are in these streams, and sometimes we'll even chat, but they typically are at work, so they don't engage too much. My aim disaster says, Voivode sucks. Yeah, I guess that's one side. If I do the side content, it's going to include doing the Voivode missions, and so people don't want to see that. Oh, that's funny. All of the other people you guys have been cheating on me with, you listing off all the KCD2 content creators. Steal it from the Trotsky Smith. Thank you, Shakespeare, buddy. I agree. I am tops.
Nice and slow.
Alright. Wolfheart. I've seen some Wolfheart FPS stuff. It's one of the ones that pops up on my feed relatively often, so I've actually seen a couple of his, I think, shorts. If he makes a bunch of shorts, that's probably what I've watched. But I recognize the name. I don't watch much ESO. As I've said previously before, I think he makes, like, his content's decent and stuff, but he has this weird energy in his videos that always feels like it's fake, and so it makes me really dislike watching his videos. I don't know if it's fake or not, it just feels that way.
What would you like?
Oh, I forgot to kill that guy that I was going to kill, too. Alright, let's see if this guy's got it. He doesn't have it either. Poacher camp chest near the pond has a pear-shaped pommel. The one in the end of the canyon. I guess I could just go without it. Because I don't want to have to go across the map, and anyway. Alright, so let's check the poll. End poll. Alright, it has been decided we are in fact not going to do the main story. With 42 votes in, again, about half of the people watching, 54% said Rescue Trotsky side missions, so we do in fact have time. So what I'm going to do is side content, and if we can, we will get a hold of a pear-shaped pommel, and then we'll do the sword. ESO is a creator, not an entertainer. He does make a lot of content. Alright. So one thing we could do with the Voivode one, instead of doing all the Voivode missions, is we could just go over there and... Because I feel like we found it already. It's over here in Apollonia, and it's Tunnel in the Cliffs. Is it Tunnel in the Cliffs, or is it... I think it's up here, Ruin in the Rocks. So we can just go over there, heal him, knock her out, and bring her to the Voivode's camp. I've never tried that, but I feel like it's an... Oh, I'd have to carry her the whole way. That would take forever. Do you guys want to try that? Just try cheesing it? Or, Hideo says, why are we getting the broadsword? Just because... to have a better sword. Currently I have a level 4 common longsword, but I could make a broad longsword in this region. Alright, before I go too far, let's make sure I've reconnoitered correctly. So, I believe I just rode out of this gate, right? So I need to turn and go around the castle. That was close. I was thinking I went out this way.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm going the wrong way. See? I'm getting better at it. I'm learning. I almost went the very wrong way to try and get there. Heal him, take the ladder, and then go to the camp. Do not go to her, then go back and forth. Carrying her to the camp takes forever. That's what I was thinking. I don't want to do that, but we can shorten the mission, because I know where the letter is of safe conduct. We can probably do this a little bit more efficiently than the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Because in mine, I reconciled it so that, in the end, she gets to stay with the guy that she loves, and the Voivode brings the amulet to her, and I think, like, I'm pretty sure that's the best way to solve the mission. Because every time I've played through it, they don't get separated, which is what a lot of you were saying was what you had a problem with the mission. I just have to find the rocks. Once I do that, I'll know where I am. Okay, here's some of the rocks.
Quick.
Hey, it's that bandit camp. These guys are reacting very slowly. That's hilarious. I killed 2 of them. Oh! I totally thought I had gotten them all. Come on, buddy. Got him! I like how that guy's still sitting there as if he isn't super duper dead. Eight-sided sword pommel. These guys have level 3 stuff this time. Oh. I took that guy's pants and he's just sitting there without any pants on now. But anyway, since we found this camp, we can check the map. Used stealth on me. Yeah, I came across her before. So, is that the camp I'm at? No, that's the other one. But we're close by, because I remember when we were looking for this camp, we found the one that we're currently in. So we're going to keep heading in a general this way type direction. And we will get to where we're going. So I entered the woods too early, but that's okay. Because now I remember roughly where we are. If I keep going this way, I will find Casper's camp, which will probably be repopulated again since I had to pass a bunch of time after the last stream to fix my reputation and stuff. But we shall also find the ruin in the rocks that we're looking for. Yeah, I remember, I think it was like our second or third stream we accidentally found it, and I was like, oh, don't want to do that right now. Yep, here's Casper's camp. I should just keep doing sword, so we can level it up.
Prepare for fight.
A lot of these guys don't have anything particularly useful on them. I'm what? He didn't finish his... I hate that. It's so rude. They just never finish what they're trying to say.
Pray for a quick death, you bastard.
Dang, that would have been much cooler if I would have actually landed that first hit that I was trying. Those other guys over there have totally ignored the fact that I was making a bunch of noise killing one of their bros. Got swords up to 25. Did that guy die? Yeah, I think he died. That's so funny if you kill them like that on the thing. They don't drop down and die. They just sit there kind of wibbly wobbling. Shakespeare's Buddy said, did you ever find the high charisma ring in the pig? No, I did not do that yet. We may do that in the stream. We'll have to see how long all of the actual quests take us, because if we finish all the quests and still have some time left in the stream, I will both try to find the pear-shaped sword pommel and that high charisma ring that we were talking about. Alright, so now I know where we are. So we are at this camp here. So we have to just keep following the rocks down. We'll find the well, which is where we'll find the thing, and then we'll go to the ruin in the rocks. I've never had the paper on me when I first go to talk to her. That could help. Also, I wonder if I have the medicine on me to heal him, or if we need medicine. I don't remember. What do we need to heal him? Was it chamomile decoction? Oh, this is the hermit's place. We haven't been up here since we did that mission. Wonder if he's still here. Find another clue. What? This mission is still open? You guys seeing what I'm seeing? When I walked... Strong chamomile is worth something, though. Why leave it? Oh, what I was taking off the bodies? Yeah, it's not just about what it's worth. I've just been taking unique level 3 clothing and weapon items off people, as well as, Groshen. When I walked in here, the hermit quest thing popped up and said, find another clue. That bottle looks super weird. I already found his journal and read it. Oh, it's bugged? Okay. Well, then I won't worry about it. We'll take another even die, though. Say, because the hermit does not appear to be here anymore. Oops. There we go. So we will go up and around this. Say the Welsh. Whoa! Okay. Oh, it sounded vaguely leg breaky, but it didn't give me the notification. So, but is this the ruin in the rocks? Because I want to find the well first.
Oh no! Someone must have walked this way badly injured.
Okay. So that's where we are. We need to go back a little bit to get to the well. That's what I thought. I want to have the Voivode's paper before I go in to talk to her to see how that affects things. Because I might be able to just threaten her. Okay, there we go. Here's the well. Yeah, I'm sure I lost health. Yeah, I could heal that. Alright, here's our tree. I love how her hiding spot is just a tree. We can read that letter. I thought it was a cool letter. We, Sigismund, by the grace of God, King of Hungary, Dalmatia, and Croatia, expander of the empire, and so forth, have been humbly requested by our faithful servant, Voivode of his nomadic people, to attest to our special indulgence. Therefore, accept his respectful request, and do not reject this letter. In such a case, if the aforementioned voivode and his people appear at any place within our empire, in any town or village, we recommend you to show him the loyalty that you thereby show to us for his merits. We hereby confirm to him the possibility of free and unrestricted movement. If any among them is found drunk, if anyone provokes a quarrel of any kind, we desire and decree that only the voivode himself has the sole right to judge, punish, grant forgiveness, and absolution according to his own customary law. I like how overpowered of a decree that is. It's just ridiculous how much authority that gives him if the person that he's presenting it to cares at all what King Sigismund thinks. Fix your armor? Yeah, I should do that, but I don't have any utility kits or anything. So we'll do that once we get back to a place where I have that. Have I broken something in my gear? If anything, you'd think it'd be my shoes. If you talk about this, it was at level 1 because that's just what I got it at. But, I mean, the boots have been damaged, but they have not gone all the way. So we'll have to make sure that we repair them.
Who are you? Why are you hiding here in this cave?
Who are you, and what concern is it of yours? Did they send you?
Easy, easy. I won't hurt you. I was just passing by and I noticed this cave, that's all.
So my dad not send you? Oh, I'm glad. I afraid he sent somebody to tell me just kere. But that never happened. Not as long as Bohush is in this way.
That lad on the ground? He doesn't look too good.
Mire Prala, my brothers nearly killed my poor Bohush. Do you understand? Because of father.
What did he do to him?
Bohush nothing, but he's a malos in village. That find out we're together and want Bohush to marry me. He sent messenger to Semin about it. But he came across villagers who laugh at him, chase him away with sticks and curses. Such large. Then Oded sent Mira Prala, Tibbor and Geza to restore our family Yakepachiv. And that I find, would you?
Alright.
Thank you.
I think I...
You?
Don't worry.
Well...
He mostly... or a decoction. You can take the...
Oh, Duff, I will give it to... I also...
You think some...
He is what?
You think...
He's tough. You must... He must...
I'll give it... How's...
It keep...
How is...
I can't, but...
What about...
I love it.
Can you...
About...
No. You call the...
Going and I can... You all...
Alright, so we've healed Bohush, we have the thing, so now we're gonna get on our horse and ride and go fix our armor and stuff. But, then we will go to the Voivode's camp. What's the most effective way? I should go up here and do this thing since I'm here. What's the most effective way to do this mission, then? What should we do next? Like, how should we approach it? Because we want to get... If we're going to do the mission, we want to get the good outcome, which is where we get the Voivode to come here. Hey, look at that! 2 skill books! See? I haven't done any, like, substantial treasure hunting in this playthrough yet. Anyway, let's go fix our stuff before it gets all wrecked.
Quick.
We'll stop off in Troskowitz for a bath and to fix our clothing and everything. Hideo says, I always have 2 repair kits of each type. Armor is at least 4. I don't carry them with me because of like, the weight of them, especially in hardcore mode. I try not to carry anything that I don't need super frequently. I just make sure that when I go through town, I either stop to pay and get my stuff repaired or stop at my chest to grab a repair kit and fix it all. It works for me relatively well. It just totally depends on how often you find yourself going back into towns. I find myself doing it pretty frequently. After I'll do a mission or 2, I'm typically going back to home base, but it's mostly because I'm a loot goblin, so I always have so much loot that I have to store it, or else I'll get over encumbered. Darius Brewster says, you think they'll ever fix the rain? It still looks pretty bad. It probably depends on your graphical settings, but it depends for me. Sometimes it looks real bad, and other times I think it looks fine. I assume it might get fixed at some point, at least the optimization issues that exist with it, but I don't know how much work they're going to put into graphical changes. Oh, apparently he is closed. So, looks like we're going to ride up to Takov and repair it ourselves. Which is fine, because if we do that with the boots anyway, they don't wear down as fast, so.
Quick!
Shakespeare's buddy says, rain is really bad when using Nighthawk. That's true. But the Nighthawk potion is such a weird potion anyway. It's basically like when I used to play on console, sometimes if I was playing a game that was particularly dark or I knew I would constantly be looking for things, especially at night, I used to just crank the gamma. So that's basically what the Nighthawk potion looks like to me. That's why I almost never use it. I know people in my videos will be like, why don't you just use a Nighthawk potion? It's because I hate the way it looks when I use the Nighthawk potion. I'd rather just, because ambiently for me using the torch or whatever looks better than using a Nighthawk potion. Typically I just try to record things during the day whenever I can. Alright, let's stop and repair some stuff. Hideo says he uses the more random events mod and hunt a lot so he doesn't visit towns as much. Like I said, it totally comes down to your playstyle. Because in my playstyle, I visit them relatively frequently. But like you said, there's obviously ways that you can get around that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh, apparently we don't need to fix our crossbow. All fixed up. Now let's clean up our inventory before we head on to the Voivode. Still no pear-shaped pommel. Say we'll have to try and get that since we're doing just side content in this, the rest of this stream. Shakespeare's buddy said, if you remember, I'm a Gen Xer and I have old man eyes. I guess that does check out. I do remember you saying that. Alright, so we are at Takov. To get down to the Nomads camp, we're going to have to turn hard left and go along and swoop up to the Nomads camp, so.
Quick.
Should be relatively easily. I mean, the Nighthawk makes a lot of sense for stealth. So if you're trying to rob people at night or something like that, it's really dark, and using your torch makes it way easier for you to get spotted, or to wake people up. So if you're doing anything like that, the Nighthawk is a godsend. You said just steal Hashik's sword for now? Why? What's Hashik's sword? Keep in mind, I specifically want to forge it. Well, A, because a level 4 broad longsword is one of the best longswords in the game. So if I do that here in this region, we'll have that. And I do like, if we're running with a two-handed sword, I like the fact that it, that Henry can forge it, It adds to the extra immersion of him playing as a warrior blacksmith. Best Kool-Aid said there's only one in the region. So you said it's at the camp at the end of the canyon by Rock Tower Pond. The poacher camp? Because if it's the poacher camp, I think I know the one you're talking about. Denda says, did you play the original Oblivion? I played the original Oblivion, way back in the day. And I have been playing the remaster again more recently. Yesterday I ended up playing, or I should say last night, I ended up playing quite a bit of the Oblivion remaster. I probably should have been paying attention because we're by Sameen now. Alright, here's Sameen. If I just go the way I'm going, I should end up about where I'm aiming, as long as I stay left of the wandering drunk.
Quick!
Alex Play says, the worst combo in the last game was Torch plus Nighthawk. You could basically see less than before. Yeah, it blinded you. Okay, there's the Wandering Drunk. So as long as I stay to the left of him, I should go straight to the Nomad's camp from here.
Quick!
I like how they made most of the bushes and everything non-impact. In the first game, it was so annoying how you get stuck on bushes when you were trying to go off-road anywhere. Sameen needs to improve his land's road infrastructure. I mean, it is fairly well run down, but also keep in mind, they did frame it as the fact that he was a lesser noble to start with, and at this point his house is so diminished that it's a good marriage for him to get his son married to the local bailiff's daughter. Alright. Just let's make sure where we are, because I think I'm up on this side of the road yet. I have to go across the valley. After the Voivode mission, we will go find that pear-shaped pommel before we do anything else. Come on, horse. You can't go up this super steep hill? What the hell? The good news is, since we have cockerel, we can just wait through the night.
Quick!
Which we shall do.
Easy. Good horse.
Good horse. Alright. Let's wait until morning. And then we'll eat and cockerel ourselves up. The Nighthawk is probably the potion that's the least accurate, because the other ones have medicinal properties. Obviously, anytime you're entering a range of, it giving you some sort of a ridiculous benefit, it takes away from the realism point of view. But, the Nighthawk basically gives you night vision, so. Alright, one potion gets us up to, what, 98? That's good enough. How is our health? Health is at 84. Take another marigold decoction. Alrighty. Let us talk to the Voivode.
Ha! It's you, Gajo. Aranka's prophecy is coming true.
What? What Gajo?
You come to save our family from this disaster.
Save how? What are you talking about? Slow down and tell me what happened.
How can I slow down, Gajo, when my Shea Marika is gone? My only daughter, gone. Her empty tent is all that is left of her. If Aranka's prophecy is true, you must help me.
Marika, you say? I've already talked to her. Your daughter Marika sent me.
You find her. Where is she? Why did she leave?
She's hiding. She's afraid your sons might finish what they started and kill her beloved.
That Gajo stained our family honor. He deserves punishment. But... Ay, Christe... My sons...
What about them?
Burgheza is dead.
So what really happened?
Marika want to leave. So, I say she should get married, and they both stay and travel with us. But that boy of hers, he said no. My two Chave, my sons, Tibbor and
Insert name here. Hope you have a good time at work. I'm also glad you found the stream. Yeah, definitely sub. We've been streaming a couple times a week. Typically right around this time I either start... Well, I start sometime between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then I stream for about 5 hours. That's kind of been the stream schedule we set up. I've been basically just alternating days. So it's like Monday, Wednesday, Friday one week, and then Tuesday, Thursday the next week. So this week was a Tuesday, Thursday week. Pretty chill stuff, typically. Usually there's some good chat going on, and we get off topic on discussions, depending what we're doing in the game and how much we're paying attention to that. But, yeah, I'd say the streams usually go about like today's. Sometimes a little bit more exciting, sometimes a little bit less, but always fairly chill and I think pretty fun. Yuvi asked, doesn't Bull the Smith and Nabokov have a pear-shaped pommel? Let me get through this dialogue.
Yes. So you... The mess... It was... Well, what? And that's...
I mean, you please, and we please. To travel back.
Alright, so we gotta go rescue the captive Tibbor. Anyway. Yes, Yuvi. It's entirely possible that he does, but we already did that mission, and I have,
Easy, good horse.
I did not get it. If I go back to Nabokov... Oh my god. If I go back to Nabokov now, can I go in, or will the gate be closed? I've never stopped at this point in the story, because typically by the time I do the wedding, I've done all the side content, and so I typically just, after I do the wedding, I'm normally just doing all of the main content. If I go back to Nabokov right now, can I get in there? Or will the gate be closed again?
Easy. Nice and slow.
Because after I rescue Tibbor and, you know, finish this mission, I could check that. I have never tried that, but I wonder if they would let me back in. Yeah, I remember what we have to do. We have to go rescue Tibbor, and then once we get him out, we gotta get what's-his-name and bury him and all that sort of stuff. Asura says, you're doing a 100% run, not achievement-wise, but major, minor. Redneck Zeus says the gate's closed. Okay, so I cannot get back into Nabokov. I wasn't sure, because like I said, I've literally never tried at this point in the game. Yes, Asur, we're kind of doing a 100% run. It's not really by rule, it's just that's how it's going. We were about to progress through with some more main story missions here, but I did a poll and I allowed the chatters to decide if we were going to do more side content for the stream or if we were going to do more main content, and the side content won out. So, as a side effect of that, we are in fact probably going to 100% complete the Trotsky region before we move on to Kuttenberg. I'm not sure where I am. I'm not recognizing all those stakes in the ground. What's this up here? Okay, there's Samine. Good, so I was going the right direction. I got a little worried there that I had taken another wrong turn, because none of that was looking familiar to me. Alright, let's go down and rescue Tibbor. Hopefully we'll get some more speech XP.
Slowly. Nice and slow.
Alex Play says, is the wedding the last main quest you did? No, we already did the Nabokov investigation and the interrogation. We are at the point where if we go talk to Hans Kapan now, we will go to the dinner or whatever the night before the Nabokov raid, and then we will be locked into story from there on out until we have to leave this region.
Do you know some...
What's it? And a You can't be here.
Quiet yourself.
I'm looking... Would you...
Oh, we...
Did
we... And it...
What are you...
Where...
What are you...
Are you...
Those...
Well, if the king...
Psst, psst. Hey. Hey, what? Untie me, please. See ya. Let's get out of here. Follow me.
Palpatine says, I love democracy. Yes, yes, I know. Everybody loves side quests. I love them too, though, so I'm not all that concerned. It was just that we had done most of the side quests in the region that I really, really like, and the ones that we had left are the ones that I'm either indifferent about or don't really like, which is why I was hoping for the main quest. But like I said, we would have had to commit to it then. Now we definitely don't have enough time. So the good news is the next stream will be all main story content, because it'll probably take us an entire stream to go from, you know, the nighttime dinner party thing all the way through the time where we get to the Kuttenberg region.
I know she's. Do you?
That's.
Oh, that's weird.
What's up? The void.
No, she must. We just. We will gaze a thing. A bit to the. Then. Do you know? Yeah. Just there is. I think I will meet.
I love how I've done this enough times that I was like, I know exactly what to do and where to go, so I don't want to. I could just skip through all the dialogue really quickly, and I still know what I'm doing. All right, we'll go to the entrance here, and then we'll find the woodcutter's camp. So we're at the bottom of Samin. If we head up this road here, we will find the woodcutter's camp. My horse will be around here somewheres. Pretty sure I rode it in here. There it is. Asur says, kind of watch/listen to your videos while driving as podcasts. It's informative. I guess that's fair. I've heard a lot of people say that they will, especially my long form stuff like streams, they'll just turn it on in the background and kind of treat it like a podcast. Asur said, sick. Came across you and watched some of your armor, sword, and bow videos. I've definitely made a lot so far for this game, especially armor videos. But it is one of my absolute favorite things to do, so. There's the foreman.
Greetings to you. How's that?
What? You've got the body.
Makes for a.
Why did
we?
What
Not where we.
I'd like to.
What?
Don't you know? You wouldn't hold his shit.
I love how that works. Keeping his body here and it'll be haunted. Oh, I should look at the body first.
That'll be Gazer.
Gaza.
Really
not Gedja. Gedja. However you would say that, if you were pronouncing it wrong. I guess technically any way of saying it other than Gaza would be pronouncing it wrong, so there's that.
Ugh. You're as heavy as a sack of rocks.
Yuvi said, wait, so we don't actually attack Nabokov yet? We will meet Bull in there after the ambush. Oh, that's true. Yeah, he'll still be in there afterwards. When are you gonna do the next stream? Gotta add it to my calendar. Probably Monday. I should check the map before I go too far. I know it's through the woods somewhere over here. So we're at the woodcutter's camp. We just grabbed his body over here, so if we go down along, kind of keep left once we're in the woods, we should be able to get there relatively easily. But yes, Monday should be the next time I stream, because I'm streaming today, which is Thursday. Tomorrow is, in fact, Friday, and I usually have been going, you know, every other day with videos and stuff. So Saturday I'll probably release a video. Sunday will be another no video, no stream day, probably. And then Monday will be a stream day. I have not made Saturday's video yet. I have a couple that I'm kind of juggling between what I should do. Basically, I was thinking about doing an Oblivion video, because I was playing Oblivion, and I was thinking about doing a video where I talk about the different guilds, because most of what I did yesterday when I was playing was Thieves Guild stuff, and I was remembering how much more I like the guilds in Oblivion than I liked them in Skyrim. So, should I do a horse tack video, in which case it would probably be comparisons, because that's what people on the channel seem to want, as far as KCD stuff, or should I do an Oblivion video? I was also thinking about doing a Kingdom Come Deliverance video where I rank or do a tier list of the different NPCs and I tell you which ones I hate the most and which ones I like the most. Because I realized that we talk about that a lot in these streams, so I was thinking that might be a fun video to do as well. Oh, apparently Sunday is Cinco de Mayo. Very nice. I'll have to see if my local Mexican restaurant has some sort of a drink special. Maybe I'll go out and have a fiesta in... I'm forgetting the word. In honor of Cinco de Mayo. Will you do a crossbow ranking? Have I not done a crossbow video yet? Have I not? I totally don't remember if I've done one or not. It's possible that I haven't just because I feel like I've done a crossbow video. You guys are gonna have to tell me for sure if I have or not. Because if not, then yes, I could still do a crossbow video.
Poor Gazer almost broke my back.
Thank you for your help, Henry. I hope the woodcutters did not cause too much trouble.
Well, I managed.
I am glad to hear. Anyway, my family is not here yet.
Should I go?
No. And there is... You stay here.
Okay. Should we watch the cutscene? Should we be respectful? Or should we just skip through it?
I, Henry, thank you for saving Tibbor. And that we can bury poor Geza properly now.
You who will finally unite.
Speaking of May the 4th, did any of you guys go and see the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith being in theaters again? I'm old enough that I saw it originally when it was in theaters, but I know some of my younger cousins were very excited and they went and saw it in theaters and they really liked it. I thought about doing it, but my kids aren't familiar enough with the two first prequel movies for it to have made much sense to them, and so it wouldn't have been that exciting for them, and I don't think my wife likes Star Wars very much, so I didn't end up going to see it. Shakespeare Buddy said, would be interested in hearing about shields, kinds of wood, etc., color sizes. I did a video showing all of the different shields, but I haven't done any, like, ranking them. It's probably because I don't use shields all that much. If I do, it's usually just for roleplay, like I'll pick one that matches the outfit, whether it's a crest or a specific color or something like that. That's typically all I've used for shields in the game. I know that if you're trying to block projectiles, the bigger the shield, the better, obviously. And if you're using it in combat to parry and stuff, the higher the defense stat, the better.
It is even worse.
Shakespeare's Buddy said, I saw OG Star Wars at a drive-in back in the 70s. I did not. That's significantly before my time. My dad saw them when they were coming out, and he has a original taped copy of the original Star Wars before it was renamed A New Hope, before any of the digital changes. He has a VHS tape that he taped off of TV back then.
I will share all I know with you, and if you ever need a place to stay at our camp, I am sure Geza would not mind you sleeping in his place.
And I will keep my word and tell you how things are with the amulet. Come to our...
Oh, that's right. I have to do the stupid competitions to get the amulet. I remember why this mission was such a pain.
Not even after all. Ashta, it is and Mari. What do you mean? This is not... What let's... One before... Back we had for our... So you're just so... With the... okay. That... But what's that? It seems, but by take... And if I bring me back... Tell me, it is as you. Do you live it as grand? I'd like she. We. What can you? One. What was guess what it was? But.
UV said armor is not just about the score, but about what it covers. For example, many cuirasses do not cover the back. They are lighter and stealthier, but leave the back open. That is correct. It's not just about their armor rating, and I've pointed that out in videos where I use like a smooth cuirass or something like that, where it's just on the front. That the extra armor value that you get from it is just over the spots where it actually protects. So if you're wearing one of those, that's great. But if you're not wearing a chainmail cuirass underneath, any strikes that you get to the back of you, I mean, if you get shot with a powerful crossbow or whatever, they can one-shot you. But also, you can take a tremendous amount of damage. So that's true. Alex Play says, I grew up with Star Wars, watched it first when I was 5, and have never stopped since. I don't want to say to hell with America. Oh, that's right, I have to talk to his wife. She's the one who tells me about the competition thingy. There's the voivode. Commander Jester de Jugla said, I got my name from my dad watching Star Wars the night before I was born. What was your name, Luke? Or maybe Han? Or maybe Jabba? Is it Darth?
You're all right, but if you
now or it is see, but
I'm not fine. Well
then I will let us not do you. Good, you cannot. God be with you.
All right, win the first. What's the first round? Is it the horse race? Here, let's save. Because if it's the horse race, my favorite way to win that is to shoot the other guy's horse before I do the race, and then I can just ride however I want and I'll win it. So it is the race? Okay. Then I will show you guys a little life hack for that. So the horse that we're racing against is... Tooth? No, I think it's this one. It's Desire. So all we gotta do is get far enough away. Crouch. And we injure Desire to the point where it's super injured. Normally it doesn't ride away. Normally it just stands still while you shoot it because it's unkillable. I'll shoot it one more time just for good measure. And then we'll wait until morning to do the race. And it'll be super easy to win. We'll sit on the stump and wait till morning. Commander Jester Jajugla says, was born, my name's Luke, bearer or bringer of light. Also named after one of the Gospels then. Zeus says, the only Star Wars movie I've seen all the way through was The Force Awakens. Wow, that's unfortunate. I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan in the world. I find a lot of Star Wars content to be fairly lame. No offense to anyone who's a big fan of it, but it's definitely not my thing as much as other things are. But the original trilogy and certain parts of the prequels are way better than the sequel trilogy. I mean, The Force Awakens was the only watchable movie out of the sequel trilogy. He is the toughest race in the game due to the route chosen. My little cousin's name is Luke, and I have introduced him to Star Wars. Best thing is he loves it. Yuvi says, horse race, but it has to be in the daytime, not evening. Dollmaker will disable his horse. I hate this horse race. I had a hard time learning the right way. Bogdan says, though historically speaking, for a low-ranking soldier, a cuirass that covers only the front makes sense, because if you line up with your back turned in battle, then you messed up.
God is punishing us for our sins.
Alright. Red Exu says, I'm not a movie guy. Fair enough. I find most modern movies and television to kind of not be worth watching, and so I've definitely stopped consuming them. I used to watch lots of content. Okay, he's still bloody. So we're going to assume he's still injured. We have a fast horse, but the route that this race takes is what makes it so challenging. But we saved, so we can always come back to it if we screw it up. Alright, where's the Voivode? There he is. Jean Cartier said, I would resent my parent if they named me Jabba. That's why I laughed when I said that.
Maybe from then let's soon.
Let's do it.
You will be
Ready? Let us do it. Henry, I am sorry, but...
Same here.
Enough. You can stop. Go!
Oh, he wasn't injured enough. Okay, so we're gonna have to race it. Okay, let's see if I can remember the route. We do have pebbles upgraded, so speed isn't the issue. It's just, or stamina really, it's just gonna be the course. Well, that and Pebbles is a coward, so when you go past that camp by Rock Tower Pond, I kept having Pebbles knock me off. So if that happens and we lose the race, that's fine, because I did save before talking to him, so I can go shoot his horse again.
Quick.
Yeah, the route was the tricky part of this race. Commander Jester de Jugla agrees modern media sucks. I think modern gaming, like, it depends, because a lot of modern games suck too. But, like, then you have a game like this, which is this or Red Dead 2 or The Witcher 3 or something like that, where it's so much better than any old game ever was, that you have to appreciate a certain part of it. But yeah, like, if someone asks me if I've seen a new TV show, the answer is pretty much always no. There's only one modern TV show that I've been actually keeping up on, and it's Clarkson's Farm. Because it's actually an entertaining show. Alright, so I ride this way. Across this river here, right? and then up this road. Correct? I hope this is the right way. Like I said, if it's not, we'll have to reload the save, but... Oh boy. Whoop! Almost went the wrong way. Shit. I went the wrong way. Ah! There he is. Let's see if I can catch up and pass him. I had such a lead on him. Come on, Pebbles. If you don't win this race, I'm turning you into glue. Pebbles, why aren't you going any faster than this? I would have won if I wouldn't have taken that wrong turn. Dang it! Well, we're reloading. I took a long turn. I took a wrong turn, I should say. Alright, we're gonna... Do I have any doll maker on me? Alright, we'll just try to shoot the horse again. And it's fine, we would have won the race if we wouldn't have taken that wrong turn at the end. So, it's not like we have to disable the horse, that just makes it significantly easier. We're almost out of bolts. I'm going to assume one headshot should be enough to bring his health down. Now we'll go try it. Like I said, we don't need the horse to be disabled. It's... Oh boy. It's just preferable if he is, because then we don't have to worry about it at all. I'm so mad I took that wrong turn, though. Glenn Eric Naylor said, "Dare to Kermie. What up, dude?" Not much. Just streaming. Alright, where the heck's the voivode? There he is.
Alright, you got nickname from then soon.
Alright, let's see if the horse is actually disabled this time.
Ready? Let us do
Alex
it.
Play said, "What parts of Star Wars have you watched? List of everything, Acolyte, prequels, Clone Wars." I've watched Clone Wars, The Bad Batch. I've watched all of the movies. Except I never watched Rise of Skywalker because it looked horrible, and I was so let down by The Last Jedi that I never wanted to watch another Disney Star Wars movie again. I didn't watch Solo, but I did watch Rogue One, and I liked Rogue One. Like I said, I've seen the original trilogy a million times, and I've seen the prequel trilogy, I don't know, probably 100 times. What else? I've watched the first couple seasons of Mandalorian, and I watched everything up until the Book of Boba Fett, and I was like, that was pretty lame, and I stopped watching the TV shows after that. I've heard Andor's really good, but I've never watched it. That's pretty much it. Like I said, I like Star Wars, and I'm fairly familiar with it, but I've, you know, I'm not a huge Star Wars fan, so I can easily sit out a lot of it. I've seen a bunch of Rebels. I've seen up until the part where Darth Maul and Obi-Wan run into each other again, and then maybe a little bit past that, but not too much. I like winning all three. Jean Cartier says, "Clarkson's Farm, The Grand Tour, and Old Top Gear is my favorite show." Well, see, that was the thing. It's because I have a farm, and I like farming, so I was interested in it from that point of view, but I also used to love Top Gear. It was one of my favorite shows, because Jeremy Clarkson's quite funny. And so, that's why I was fairly certain that I was going to like it, and why I gave it a try, and I do really like it. It's one of my all-time... And the funny thing is, I'm not a big fan of reality TV, just in general. I don't much care for it, but Clarkson's Farm is very entertaining. It's mostly just because Jeremy Clarkson is... Okay, no. I think we went the wrong way again. this is the one we have to go up. At least I hope this is the right way. Anyway. Shakespeare's Buddy says, have you seen any of the Critical Drinker vids? I like his take. I've seen some videos from Critical Drinker. I don't agree with everything he says in every video he says, but some of his takes are pretty solid. And I believe I've seen some related to Star Wars. There we go. Actually did it. Yuvi says Andor is excellent. My cousin loves Andor, and he's always telling me I have to watch it. Crash and Mysterio Bro said, hey, just watched your Lord's Lipa guide and loved it, but where can I acquire the Waffenrock? I'm not sure. I know that the guards at the end have it, and I believe that's where I ended up getting it. Otherwise, you'll need, like, console commands or something, because to the best of my knowledge, it doesn't exist in the game other than those two spots.
So, well, respect to you.
Don't be daft.
Panther says he likes Rebels, though I admit it has problems. The reason I didn't like Rebels as much as I like Clone Wars is because of the huge graphical shift. It looked like it was way more designed for young children. That and just the general storytelling. Like, Clone Wars gets pretty dark, and it deals with, like, it has its obviously very childish moments, but it deals with pretty heavy tones, whereas Rebels feels way more cartoony and childish. I know a lot of people really like Rebels, but it was hard for me to get into it. And then, like I said, I never ended up finishing it anyway.
I'm ready, Voivod. Let's do it.
Let's go. I hope you enjoyed.
Pluto says, any tips for new keyboard and mouse players? I'm on Xbox, so it's weird making the switch. My aim is good on Black Ops 6, but I move like a bot, and I should probably pay attention to this road, or this, fight. Tibbor's having a hard time blocking. Alright, Tibbor, let's get out of the sticks. Got him! If you're talking about in Call of Duty, I find the mouse and keyboard works so much better in Call of Duty. I do a lot of... I mean, I still have the same run pattern that I always had, but the point-and-shoot ability...
doesn't matter how
with mouse and keyboard, I find myself so much more accurate than... Because you gotta remember, when you're playing on console with a controller, you have aim assist. You know, that's just a fact of what you're playing with. You don't have any aim assist on PC. So if you play with a controller on PC, you're at a huge disadvantage. But if you play with mouse and keyboard on a computer, I find I'm typically able to perform a lot better than, you know, because it has crossplay. Yeah. Sean Cartier says Jeremy's way of doing anything is that it can be fixed with a hammer. It's so with Clarkson's farm, it's with Top Gear it didn't bother me as much because I know enough about vehicles to be able to work on them and stuff for basic things. You know, I've got the average American man's knowledge or whatever of vehicles. But a lot of times he's doing something and I didn't have any problem with it. On Clarkson's farm, it's way more annoying when I see him doing something super wrong that I feel like is elementary farming knowledge. But it's always very entertaining because of the way that he does it.
Wait!
What's happening here?
If I give him amulet then? Oi, Devla! Unbelievable! She played me like little shovel.
The Angry Danimal said, Andor is, in my humble opinion, the best of all the new Star Wars IPs. That's what my cousin said. He said it's the best Star Wars he's ever seen. I am tempted to watch Andor, but it's probably one of those shows that I'll wait until it's all out before I watch it. Just because I find it's easier to enjoy TV shows if you watch it in that method. Because that way I don't have to be annoyed by cliffhangers and stuff like that.
So that's what it was all about.
Marika is her father's daughter, true.
Alex plays, yeah, that's exactly. People will call they'll be like, I don't want to watch Clone Wars, it's a kid show. I'm like, you should watch it before you say that, because it can get really dark, and there's some brutal deaths in it. Plus, it has some of the all-time most epic Star Wars moments in it.
I think Tibbor is better
and whole arcs that are canon, but you only understand them if you've watched Clone Wars.
And when we do not like it anymore, we go again. Perhaps to village.
Marika, did you lose your mind?
Jean Cartier says, I hate Disney Star Wars. Kathleen Kennedy ruined the franchise and the shills made it worse. No, it's bad. Disney bought Star Wars and then just didn't care at all about it. They looked at it as a money printing machine, and yes, it sort of is, but they managed to release multiple Star Wars projects that ended up being financial failures. So it just goes to show you that nothing is that level. I mean, it's the same thing with Lord of the Rings. You know, Lord of the Rings is one of the most critically acclaimed film franchises ever, and as far as the books go, The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings are number 1 and 2 for bestsellers of all time.
I heard it well.
Like, so super good franchise. Then Amazon spends $1 billion making a extremely shitty show out of it and loses money through the ass. So it shows you. It doesn't matter how popular the IP is. If you are bad at what you're doing and you're making a bad project, it's going to fail.
You apologize. Henry, give him the letter. All right then.
Alex Blaze says, as an avid console and mobile player, it's very annoying going against people with mouse and keyboard and shooters. That's what I'm saying. I played, I mean, I don't have Call of Duty installed anymore, but when I would play it, it didn't matter what the situation was. I mean, I'm pretty good at video games, but still, with the mouse and keyboard, I found myself trashing controller players all the time.
But I'm not angry because I learned a lot from this. Come. Me and Henry help you back to camp.
Angry Danimal says it will be worth the wait. If you're talking about Andor, I'm hoping so. I think if, like, because I'm sure it'll probably go for, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 seasons. Seems to be what TV shows like that typically go for these days. And so I figure it'll be a good, nice watch then when I watch it all at once. Music for Life says Mandalorian was, for me, was the best one. I liked Mandalorian a lot more when it was less about Jedi. You know, when it was more of just that Western vibe, I liked that. But I feel like they never wanted it to be that, or at least very early they realized that the merchandising opportunities were more in line with if they turned it into a Jedi show, or linked it in more to the grand overarching storyline of the universe instead of the small bounty hunter Western that it was. Alex Play says, my favorite arcs are the second Battle of Geonosis, Mortis, and Umbara. The Mortis arc was very entertaining to see once, and it's very important to the story, but after the first time, I do not like watching it that much. I get kind of annoyed when I get to that one. Umbara and the second Battle of Geonosis are definitely the most dark war stories, I would say. Especially Umbara. Man, they're so good. Panther says, yo, did you hear that they were planning some new Lord of the Rings films? I heard that there's a Search for Gollum film in the works that Andy Serkis is directing. We'll have to see if that's any good. My thing about modern Lord of the Rings is if you look at the War of the Rohirrim film, which in my opinion is not good, it's a bad film. That was Peter Jackson was involved in that, but the thing is Philippa Boyens, the one who co-wrote Lord of the Rings with him, she is not a good author. Everything she does is self-insert, and if you look at most of the bad changes in the Peter Jackson trilogy, they come directly from Philippa Boyens. And so until Peter Jackson distances himself, at least in the writing sense, from Philippa Boyens, I don't think any modern Lord of the Rings is going to be good. I think she is extremely modern in the way that she approaches storytelling, and I think it hurts way more than it helps. And so that's why I am very hesitant about being excited about any new Lord of the Rings movies. The good news is, no matter what they do, they can't wreck the books. And I try to hold back so that it's not super frequent, but I pretty much read the books at least once a year. Come on, where is a bathtub? I just want to... Oh, wait, I should be able to... No? I can't hire her? Oh, then I'll just wash up. Oh, apparently I don't need to wash up. G59 Pluto said, is it cheating if I have a button on my mouse that drastically reduces DPI, making it aim assist on mouse and keyboard? I mean, aim assist is definitely cheating on mouse and keyboard. The reason why in crossplay the consoles need aim assist is because there's no way they can compete with a mouse and keyboard player unless the mouse and keyboard player is trash. Because it's so much easier to be accurate with mouse and keyboard. Like, I've known a lot of people that tried switching over and they couldn't. They were just garbage at it. They were dog water at the game on mouse and keyboard. So it's not like it's easy, but if you're good at the game, you can be much better on mouse and keyboard than you can be on a controller. That's why they need aim assist on the consoles. Alright, so this pear-shaped pommel. It's up here at this camp, right? This poacher's camp? Because based on the description you said at the end of the valley, so that's the one I'm going to aim for, and I haven't been there anyway, so we're going to do that next, since we finished this Voivode nonsense. I mean, I guess we could start her thing and make that saber.
Show me you.
I guess we can't.
Nothing to your liking.
At least not yet. I'm sure we'll have to pass time.
Aye, but did we need all the theatrics? What do you mean? Well, the wager and all the...
Oh, Jean Cartier said another franchise to bite the dust is Harry Potter. We will have to see what all goes on with that, because I've not been following the development. I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan. I'm casual at best with it. Like, I've read the books, I've seen the movies. You know, it's not my top IP. In my opinion, J.K. Rowling ripped off the vast majority of it from C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien. And so, if you've read them, which I have, you notice very quickly every moment she ripped off a better author than herself. Horsey, what are you doing? Why is the horse freaking out? And why is there fight music? Is it those dogs I went past? That must be what the fight music is coming from. Anyway, so I have not been following the development, but I did see that they announced that a black actor was going to play Snape, and I saw everybody lost their minds about that. Like, there's so many people that are pissed about it now. Which, you know, I get, because they said the show was going to be accurate to the books, and that is not accurate to the books. But we'll have to see how much of that type of thing they do, because if they keep doing that, they'll kill their show before it ever launches. And I assume since it's an HBO production, it'll probably be very high budget, so they'll need phenomenal ratings and viewership to even break even on it. So, could definitely get real bad for HBO real fast with that one. And I imagine the license to the show was also not cheap, so lot of cards being stacked against them for them to make some stupid decisions like that early in the production cycle. Alex Plays says the Finding Gollum movie should be good because they have delayed it to make it better, according to the actor of Gollum. Yeah, that's Andy Serkis. Thing is he's a good director. So, and obviously he cares very deeply about Lord of the Rings. More so than I think a lot of people involved, so... I think if anybody can do... Oh yeah, I'm out of crossbow bolts. I think if anybody can do a good job on it, it's probably him. I have more faith in him than I have in Peter Jackson because, like I said, Peter Jackson heavily involves Philippa Boyens because I believe they're married. But she is not good, and she does not respect Lord of the Rings at all. As I've said before when talking about this topic, the Lord of the Rings films were good in spite of her, not because of her. A lot of the bad changes in the story come from her, and a lot of the ones that would have destroyed it were things that she fought for. So... anything she's involved with, I would not be excited for, is my general recommendation to people who actually like Tolkien's work. It's one of the few fictional IPs that I actually care very heavily about, is Lord of the Rings. So it's one of the few things that I'll get passionate about when I see people destroying it. Or attempting to. Like I said, no matter what they do, they can't hurt the books. The books exist, and they're the only part of Lord of the Rings that is actually canon. Alright, I should find where I have to turn, because I'm going around the thing right now. That's the enemy camp. So I just have to turn... Well, I mean, if I make it to the enemy camp, I'll just double back and go up this valley.
Quick.
Alex Play says, the only advantage controller has over mouse and keyboard is movement. You mean in Kingdom Come Deliverance or in a different game? Because I would say it depends on the game. For example, I started playing... Okay, I made it to the camp, so I'll go back. Well, let me double check to make sure how far I have to go back. So there's the camp. I'll just follow the rocks. I was playing the Oblivion Remaster, and I started playing it with mouse and keyboard. But I was not having a lot of fun with it. And then I switched over yesterday when I was playing over to controller. It's much better on controller. But I think, and that's one of the things that, I got a cousin who games a lot, and he likes the Bethesda games too. But he loves playing Bethesda games on mouse and keyboard. I do not. I think, because the only ones I've tried are Skyrim, Oblivion, and Fallout 4 on mouse and keyboard, and I did not like any of them on mouse and keyboard. Whereas Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and the first game, I much prefer on mouse and keyboard. John Cartier says he heard that Disney might make a Plagueis and Palpatine show. I'm sure that will not be good. If they make it, I am sure it will be bad. Because I feel like that's something that would take a lot of knowledge of the actual world you're in. I have to go towards the Devil's Finger. There it is. And care about the source material to do well, and they clearly do not care about the source material, and I think most of the people that they put in charge of making their projects are not very good at it. They seem to be hired not based on any sort of qualifications or past experience. Panther says he trusts Andy Serkis to do his best. It'll probably be better than Rings of Power. Well, everything's better than Rings of Power. The Bakshi Lord of the Rings is better than Rings of Power. Because Rings of Power is garbage. It sucks. It shows that it does not matter how much money you throw at a turd, it will still be a turd. And the thing is, that show could have been great. They could have made it fantastic. And if they would have, it probably would have been more popular than Game of Thrones ever was. Because Lord of the Rings, it has always been a more popular IP.
Made it to the top. Now to survive the trip back down.
There's our 281 Groshen. Nice view from up here. Anyway, that was mostly pointless, but I figured since I was back here, I might as well climb up to the top of the Devil's Finger. Yeah, I'm not. Oh my God! I'm glad I didn't die. All right, let's. I'm not bleeding, so I won't be able to do that, but I can. Food. Why was I having so much trouble with that? Let's see if we can heal up. Alex Place says, I wish we would get movies or a series on the Kingdoms of Angmar that aren't as bad as Rings of Power. That would be something I would be super interested in seeing. Because I love that section of Tolkien's lore. First of all, the Wars of the Angmar is like 687 years long. So there's a lot of events that could be covered in a story about that. Second of all, to the vast oh, come on, don't fall. To the vast majority of Lord of the Rings fans, they don't know anything about it. Unless they've played Rise of the Witch King. You know, they probably don't know very much about it at all. And it's really cool, modern stuff, so you could connect it to a lot of the characters that people actually know about. Which is the problem with doing anything from the First or Second Age, is that most people who haven't read the Silmarillion don't know very much about it at all, so it's hard for them to get excited. I also think it'd be really cool to do a show about Turin Turambar, just because there's a lot of really cool stuff, or just the Children of Hurin in general. Alright, so where do I find this thing now that I'm up here? Is it in here? No, there's meat and Groshen in here. There's the chest. That's probably where it is. Lame Disaster said, how are you not dead, mate? I don't know. I totally thought that fall was going to kill me. There we got our engraved gemstone ring, which has 26 charisma. There's our pear sword pommel that we needed. Very nice. All right. Ah, yes, Panther. What you're talking about with your... Okay, so Panther said, Lord of the Rings was always more appealing to me because of the actual good versus evil rather than everything and everybody is shit. Yes, what you're describing is the fact that you don't like nihilism. And I agree. It's the same reason I hate so much modern storytelling, is because so many of your modern authors have have heard that, oh, everything should be shades of gray and everybody has to be bad, and, at least to some degree. You can't have a good character and a bad character. You can only have certain characters that are maybe less bad in certain situations. Yeah, that checks out. And I hate that. I think it's a very lazy type of storytelling. And it's popularized by shows where the best you can hope for is an anti-hero, and I absolutely hate that. The other reason why Lord of the Rings will always be better than A Song of Ice and Fire is Lord of the Rings was finished. It was completed. It's actually, the full story exists. Whereas A Song of Ice and Fire will never be completed. As far as we know, George R. R. Martin is still years off from releasing Winds of Winter, and he hasn't even started A Dream of Spring yet. So, and he's morbidly overweight, in bad health, and old. So I think it's extremely unlikely that A Song of Ice and Fire will ever be finished, at least by him. Jean Cartier says, 2 of my favorite lightsaber hilts in Star Wars are Palpatine and the Darksaber. The Darksaber is obviously very cool for lots of reasons. It's just, it's so unique that it's hard for it to not stand out in most people's minds. I think Palpatine's is pretty cool. It's definitely very ornate. My personal favorites have always been Obi-Wan, his final lightsaber design, and therefore also Luke's master, so his green one. And then I always really liked Qui-Gon's. I know it's super basic, but I always really liked the way it looked. As far as ones like from the show. Yubi says, 1K hours in this game, I should know. You played the game for 1,000 hours already? I have not. I'm not even to 400 yet in KCD2. I've been playing it quite a bit, obviously, but that's impressive that you've already got 1,000 hours in the game, considering it's only been out for a couple months. I think in the first game, even though I was playing it all the time and making videos about it, it still probably took me at least 6 months to get to 1,000 hours. And at the time, I wasn't distracted by anything else, so like right now, in my spare time, some of the time I'm playing Oblivion, the Oblivion remaster. So, I'm being drawn away by other things. Now we just have to head up to Takhov and forge ourselves a new sword. Panther says, I want a dwarf show in the vein of Return to Moria following Durin the 7th, or just a dwarf show in general. I love the dwarves. I know exactly what you mean. It's so funny, too, because when I was younger with Lord of the Rings, I was mostly interested in the men, because whenever it comes to fantasy, I always most closely associate with those that I'm closest to. And so men take the first precedence. But Tolkien put a lot of work into elves, so there was a lot of elf-related stories that I also liked. But the older I get, the more the dwarves are my absolute favorite. I absolutely love Tolkien's dwarves. And so I would also really enjoy a show. I think the Return to Moria period, or just the Fourth Age in general, like Gimli leading his pilgrimage to the Glittering Caves, the dwarves in Moria, reclaiming that would be exciting because there's still lots of orcs and stuff for them to fight. So you could still have an action-oriented show, but it would also be about, you know, mystery and intrigue and the unknown and all that sort of stuff. I think Reclaiming Moria would make a very entertaining series if it was done, you know, faithfully. So it was actually done with the intent of honoring Tolkien. Alright, we can finally make our broad longsword. So we have our ordinary sword guard and our pear-shaped pommel. We need a cow skin, 2 more Frankfurt steel, and 2 iron. So we should have a cow skin. There we go. 2 more Frankfurt steel. Whoops, that was just 1. And then 2 iron. Well, we have 2 iron, so look at that. Perfect. Now we'll grab ourselves a... Hopefully we do this. We'll save before we do it, because if we don't do it perfectly the first time, we'll reload and try again. But we'll do a Henry's Quick Finger. And then we'll do... Is it respawned? Yay! I love how every time I do this, it's been enough time in the game that I can just pick up a new leather apron and some new leather gloves. Alright, so we'll set up our secondary outfit as a smith. Throw on a ring while we're at it. Jean Cartier says, Palpatine's lightsaber is basically mocking the Jedi. I know I saw a video about that once where he said that his lightsaber's so fancy because he doesn't need lightsabers. He's so powerful in the Force that lightsaber combat is totally unnecessary for him, but he has these super fancy lightsabers anyway, and they're made in mockery of the Jedi. I remember seeing that as a thing. Andre Lewis says, Count Dooku's hilt is the best. That's fair, he has a pretty cool lightsaber. Panther says he likes saber hilts from the Old Republic. Crossguards are cool, and having Force users versus Force users gives a lot of reason for them to exist. Yeah, but then you got Kylo Ren. Ugh. Glenn Eric Naylor said, one of the worst days of my life was standing at Kmart and my mom trying to explain to me that lightsabers weren't real. If they were real, do you think you could get one at Kmart? Alex Play says, what are your thoughts on Azog the Defiler? I mean, Azog is a real character from the books. He dies at Moria, killed by Dane Ironfoot, when he was barely an adult as a dwarf. So I have no problem with that version of Azog. I absolutely hate the Azog that we get in the Hobbit films. It drives me nuts that they thought that they had to include that. I hate it so much. And then they make him this unkillable behemoth. Here's the thing that people don't get. Goblins, orcs, Uruk-hai, they're not that big. They're not trolls. They're not the size of men. And the average warrior of any race in Lord of the Rings is better than the greatest warrior out of all the Uruks. That's something Tolkien makes abundantly clear. The only reason orcs or Uruks ever win is through deceptive tactics, poison, surprise attacks, or overwhelming numbers. That's it. The Peter Jackson movies have this hard-on for making, like, Lurtz in the Fellowship of the Ring, this guy who goes toe-to-toe with, takes out Boromir and then goes toe-to-toe with Aragorn. That's not how it works. Aragorn piss stomps any Uruk he comes against. He can go 10-1 and still he's almost gonna, because he's superhuman in Lord of the Rings. He's, like, ridiculously good. But, like, I hate Azog the Defiler. I absolutely hate it. Thorin gets killed in the book in The Hobbit by being overwhelmed, which is just and right. In a one-on-one, Thoron would not have been killed by a goblin. I hate that. I hate it so much. Anyway. Mest123 says, I always feel like when I've completed the story, I stop playing the game because to me that's the end, rather than carry on playing after the credits. Depends for me. Certain games feel fine after the credits. Certain games feel so hollow. So, like, The Witcher 3 is one of my favorite games of all time, but I do not like playing it after the credits roll. Because especially if you play games like I do where you do all the side content and everything along the way, it just feels so dead and empty, and it almost makes you sad. So yeah, it depends on the game for me. Bogdan says, regarding genuinely good characters compared to modern storytelling, I always think about Geralt. Yes, he might be a little rough around the edges, but he's a genuinely good person. That's the thing, is that he presents himself as being this uncaring, morally gray person or whatever. Like, that's his outside thing. But if you've read the books or played the games, you know that that's not actually true. It's a facade that he puts on. He does actually care, and he has a lot of his own personal morals. He is a good person at heart. Yes, he has gray area here and there, but he is a good character. Alex Play says, what's your maintenance level? I believe we're at 30. I think we've maxed it. Craftsmanship, yeah, we're at 30. I just like covering all my assets. So, we're going to save. And then we will take our quick finger potion. And we will make this sword perfectly on the first try. Long swords, broad longsword. Lame Disaster says, I bet the fumble Lord of the Rings if they make a new one. Like I said, that's what I'm worried about, is that any new film they make is just, it's not going to be good, because they're not doing the one thing that you have to do when you're adapting something like that, and that's, you have to care deeply about and be an expert in the source material. That's what you got to do. You have to care about what you're making, and you have to know about what you're making. And so many of these modern media things, they don't. They don't care at all about what they're making because they have no respect for anything other than themselves. And if they don't care about it, how could they possibly be knowledgeable about it?
Well, I'm about halfway done.
My God, that looks like a bloody expensive horse.
Alright, let's quench it and see if we did it perfectly on the first try. Yes, Pebbles is filthy. We are definitely going to need a horse wash. The wild Dante dinosaur said, I wish polearms did more damage in KCD2. Yeah, we were talking about polearms earlier, and how both they're not as powerful as they were in the first game, and they break way too fast. Alright, come on, level 4. Yay! First try. Perfect. Shakespeare's out. Oh, he said he'll be back in 30 minutes or so. I was about to say goodbye, but in fact it is not goodbye. It is just see you later. Yeah, see, look how much better we are, and we're not even at... So let's sharpen it up, get her to 100. Whoopsie doodle. There we go. Aim Disaster said, Dare to Game, look at the Witcher series. What about them? I've read them and played the games. Alright, oh, we're at 99. We're not even at 100. We'll get her up to 100.
Alright. This is already sharp.
There we go. So we've replaced our common longsword with a broad longsword. So we've gone from 132 at level 4 to 166. Quite good. Like I said, there's at least two longswords in the game that we can get better than that. But still, heck of an improvement. Plus it looks significantly fancier. So let's drop off some stuff now that we're here. Did we put anything on our horse yet? I don't think we have. Yeah, not for a while. Man, our horse needs to be washed. Alright, let's store that. Oh yeah, we need bolts. That's what we need. It's a good thing we checked. Alright, let's drop off our smithing clothing that we don't need on now. It's extra comparison. Lady stuff we grabbed. Bread roll, cheese, cooked onions, mead. Don't need any of that. We probably don't need 87 wolf meat. We'll store 57 of those. Good on the other stuff. We could read those skill books. Oh, let's not store that, but let's store these things. And then marksman's kit we don't need on us. Lion perfume we don't need. Okay, good. Let's read those books. I'll make sure I take my fox first. And then we'll grab another one of those before we leave. Okay, good. Now we'll read those books. So we'll do skilled hands first. It'll just help us with our scholarship since we've already maxed out our crafting. Panther says, people changing things in adaptations is largely stupid and cringe. Only really makes sense for differences between mediums like Jackson not showing Gimli receiving the 3 locks of hair. Exactly. There's lots of, I mean, that you do see in the director's cut. But, like, most of the changes, like removing Tom Bombadil, for example, it makes sense for a movie, right? If it was a miniseries or a TV show, having a Tom Bombadil episode could have made sense. But in the movies, as it was, I mean, it wouldn't even make it into a modern book. If Tolkien had written that book nowadays and sent it to an editor, the editor would have said, no, this whole Tom Bombadil section, that needs to be taken out because it stops the story dead and it's totally not necessary. I like it. As a fan of the books, I definitely like the Tom Bombadil section, and I wouldn't want it out, but, again, I understand not putting it in the movies. But there are other changes that I just hate. The Hobbit movies have a million examples of things that I just hate. As far as the Lord of the Rings films go, my biggest complaint is, and always will be, how many characters they butchered. Because they wanted to simplify things and change it so there's extra drama and stuff for the movies, and in doing so they hurt a lot of the characters pretty badly. We'll just take a whole bunch of these out and see how many I can get as a stack. Oh, this time it lets me do the whole stack? Fine, whatever, they don't weigh that much. Was there anything else we needed? Oh yeah, let's grab another fox potion just so we have one just in case. Henry's fox. We'll grab 2 of them. And then we'll wait until morning, cockerel it up. Actually, we don't even need to. The Angry Danimal said, I just saw Miller Peshek at the camp by Miller K's place. Really? Like, it's actually him? Or is it just the character model? Because that's interesting. Alright, we did our sword. What was the next thing we said we are going to do? I do want to wash this horse, because yuck, he's looking gross. I mean, we have the mission here in Takov that we could do. Otherwise, it's Miller stuff. But I feel like I have to go all the way to Samin to wash this horse. Oh yeah, I'm not saying Tom Bombadil is totally pointless to the storyline. It's the most useful things he does is A, he helps to show that there's hope in the world outside of Sauron, because it shows us that Tom Bombadil has total mastery over his region, and it's something that Sauron cannot control and has not corrupted. But yes, it also helps with the ring narrative and showing how the ring works to ensnare people. So yes, Panther, you are correct about the fact that, no, he's not a pointless character, he's just not necessary for the active narrative, is what I was trying to say. Oh, the Aim Disaster said the Netflix Witcher series. Yes, exactly. So the books are great. The video games are great for The Witcher. TV show? Not great. They had no interest in actually respecting the source material. They gave it to people who probably should not have been given control over a TV show, who wanted to make it all about them. And so that's what they did, and it wasn't good. Shocker.
Quick!
QV says it does not make sense to remove Bombadil. Morgoth could not remove Bombadil. It was Tolkien in one of his letters originally said, if it came down to it and Sauron had regained the ring and he had conquered all the lands or whatever, and he had made it to the Shire or whatever, in the end, Bombadil would fall too. I want to say Tolkien said that in one of his letters. I know that Elrond speculates that at the Council of Elrond in the books, but I'm pretty sure Tolkien did confirm that, no, Tom Bombadil isn't omnipotent or whatever. He has mastery within his domain, but he's not, as far as we know, because we don't actually know exactly what he is or where he comes from, as far as we know, he is not a Maiar. He is something else. He might be one of the nameless ones. We don't know. Okay, let's wash our horsey.
I'd like as you would, but it will take. I'll pay. Here are you. Thank you very much. Now then.
As a blacksmith, you should be able to forge arrow and bolt heads. That's true. It would probably be really annoying, but I agree that it should exist as an option.
Whoa.
Alex Play said that's exactly why Henry Cavill left The Witcher. Yeah, Henry Cavill, don't get me wrong, I like him just fine in some of his roles. Other of his roles I did not think were very good, so I don't think he's this flawless actor. But I do like how much he cares about the things that he does. He takes roles that he takes seriously and he researches them. So when he was cast as Geralt, he had already played the games, but he hadn't read the books. So then he went and read the books. So he went into that with full respect for the source material and was dedicated to getting the information that he needed to do justice with the role. So I could imagine that being a part of that show the way that it turned out would have been deeply aggravating to him. Alright. Bogdan says, yeah, modern writing standards will deem everything that deviates from the main plot is just filler and unnecessary, but it actually makes the world feel small. Well, yeah, it's all streamlined. You know, the only things that should exist in the narrative are things that drive the narrative. But the problem is modern writing is horrible. So by most standards, everything that happens only happens because of the narrative. Like, people will say, okay, why did this person do this? Well, because if he didn't, the story wouldn't have proceeded. You know that if that's how you have to define something, it's bad. You know, people will say, oh, what about Lord of the Rings? Why didn't the Eagles just fly into Mordor? No, there's a reason for that. There's multiple reasons, in fact, and Tolkien is very clear about this. One of which, the Eagles are not carrier pigeons. They're not horses. They're not there just to be used by humans, okay? So there's a chance that they wouldn't have done it anyway. In fact, in The Hobbit, when they get a ride from the Eagles, they're like, okay, we'll take you, but we're not going to take you very far because we're not going to risk getting shot. You know, that's essentially why they didn't just fly him to the Lonely Mountain or to Lake Town, is because they didn't want to risk going over the lands of men with longbows who would try shooting them down because the Eagles sometimes take their sheep, you know? So there's that reason. The other one being, they're sentient. And any sentient creature in Lord of the Rings can be corrupted by the ring. And so there's just as good of a chance that the Eagles would try to take the ring from Frodo than anyone else. So there's multiple reasons why that wasn't an option. Whereas in modern writing, usually it's just because if we did that, the story would have to stop right there. And that's how you know that they're bad at writing. Yeah, I agree, Andre Lewis. If they were going to have you forging bolt or arrowheads, then you wouldn't do them all individually. It would be like horseshoes. You would have, like, you forge one and then you have 5 arrowheads or something like that. I just wonder how they'd do the animation. Because, like, with the horseshoes, you still have the thing to move around. With the arrowheads, it would be super teeny tiny. Jean Cartier says, another Amazon exclusive series I like is Jack Ryan. I have not watched it, but I've heard it's pretty good. Elijah Meyer says, Tom Bombadil is a pothead. He lives in the forest, carefree and unburdened by the drama going on in the world because he's just doing his own thing. Plus, keep in mind, he's got Goldberry. So he doesn't really have reason to go anywhere else. How the hell would the eagle wear a ring? On one of its pointy talons. They wear jewelry. Gwaihir, the Windlord, was given... It said in The Hobbit that he was wearing like a golden necklace. So, presumably they could do it somehow. And you don't actually have to, as far as I know, you don't actually have to wear the ring to draw power from the ring. Bogdan says, also I don't like about the movies that it strips out how bad war can be, considering that the main thing that motivated Tolkien to write are his experiences World War I. Well, yeah, that was, I mean, you can tell that in the books. To a great extent, you can see a lot more of that. Panther said golden eagles are better. Golden eagles are certainly bigger. Here in my area, we have lots of bald eagles. We have golden eagles, but much less. We're pretty sure there's one on the farm right now. In fact, my dad thinks it took one of his ducks. Because we've seen an eagle swooping around, and it looked way too big to be a bald eagle, but it was still too far off to be able to tell for sure. We're pretty sure it's a golden eagle. So anyway, moving on. We have to decide what we're going to do next. So we have a couple missions left that we could do. Actually, 2 of them... for sure. Well, we could do Ghosts of Trotsky too. But anyway, so our options are we could go up to Takov and do that axe mission, talk to that guy and, you know, go find the thing and forge the axe. Otherwise, we don't have to wait super long and we could go back to the Nomads camp and do the one where we forge the Ricanaris saber. Since I'm in Samine, I could go down and do some fistfights for some extra... unarmed XP while we're deciding. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to do the axe mission? Here, I'll make it a poll. I don't know why I always ask before just making it a poll. There you guys go. I added a poll. So we have 4 different side quests that we could pursue at this time. So which one are you guys interested in? UV says, I think Tolkien wrote in one letter that Bombadil is the spirit of the English countryside as it was in his youth. He definitely feels somewhat like he's stuck between an idealized thing that Tolkien wishes, because a lot of his story, some of it was anti-war, but in a lot of his letters you can tell it was anti-industrialization, because the England of his youth, with its shires and small stuff and agriculture and all that, was a big deal to him, and what he hated was seeing mills and factories tear up the countryside and pollute it. He was not a fan of that. And that's why Saruman is very evil, not because of just the way that he does things or whatever, but in the way that he destroys nature in favor of industrialization. So it's kind of a hippy-dippy type of thing.
God bless you, sir.
So how's it good? Anything new?
Not really.
Are you still...
Aye. Do you want to
Come on.
All right.
Here's the... Good.
No, we'll get some extra fist fighting XP. So that way we're ready when we have to go and fight Zhishka barehanded. Or not barehanded, but unarmed. There we go.
Good day.
I'm I'm glad that they patched these, because it used to be that it would show up, but then you'd go and fight or try to fight them, and it would just be super glitched out. Like you could organize right up to it, but then they either wouldn't show up in the ring, or they would pass out, or whatever. Hansel's always so easy to fight. Alright, who's our last guy?
I heard they're gonna cut down the old oak tree at the crossroads.
Did we fight Malik, or...?
No. Why? Good day, sir.
Are you still sure?
What about... Damn. But don't...
Here's the money.
He must be the one that we didn't fight yet.
God be with you. Nice. Nice.
You're on.
Here. You're...
There we go. Got up to level 22 by doing that. Elijah Myers pointed out, also Mordor was armed with the flying beasts, the fell beasts as they're called, that had weapons that could kill eagles, plus them flying in on eagles would make them an easy target to spot. Where would they land? Eagle theory is bad. Exactly. There's a million problems with it. People who bring that up are people who they don't have any knowledge of the source material. They're just saying a thing because they want... Because I usually see it when you point out a plot hole in Harry Potter or something like that, and they'll be like, yeah, well, do you like Lord of the Rings? And then that's when they'll say, well, why didn't they just fly in on the eagles? Blah, blah, blah. And, it's because they don't have any actual knowledge of what they're talking about. They're just mad that you pointed out that there's a million plot holes in the thing that they like. Curveball, let's keep talking about movies and books while you just clear out some bandits, lol. I mean, we're definitely going to keep talking about movies and books. That's clearly where this stream is headed. But, let's see what's winning. The Legendary Axe mission appears to be winning by a significant margin. So, if I just follow this, that means that the order that we should do things is the Axe mission, then Demons of Trotsky, then the Voivode Saber mission, then the Miller quests. So, that is what I'll do. So we will go up to Takov to start the Axe mission. It didn't really matter to me which order we did them in. I was already resigned to the idea that we were in fact going to probably end up doing all of them. And so because of that, we're gonna... I mean, we'll see. We will do as many as we have time for in this stream. We've been going for about 3 hours and 42 minutes at this point, so we've got well over an hour left, so who knows? With the starting off with the Axe mission, it'll probably make it... that'll probably take longer than it should, since there's, like, countryside stuff we have to do, and map navigation is the, like, hardest part of hardcore mode. Panther says, well, I can't agree with Tolkien about industrialization. On the whole, it hasn't been the best thing for the world, and the destruction of the environment is not exactly great. Okay, well, here's the thing. I also agree, probably for all the same reasons. I'm not a hippie. I'm not. But it's probably not far off to call me an environmentalist. So, as I've pointed out before, at my core, I care very deeply about agriculture. Agriculture has to do with stewardship of the land. You cannot destroy the land and expect it to feed you. And in that same regards, most of my favorite hobbies are outdoor activities. I like biking, I like kayaking, I like camping, hunting, fishing. All those things are dependent on a healthy environment. So, I'm not one of those people who thinks we should sacrifice humanity for the environment, as if the environment is this monolith. No, I think we should take care of the environment we live in because we live in it. I don't think it should be the thing that everyone worships. Oh, you have to do absolutely everything to reduce your carbon footprint because it will please Mother Gaia or some pagan nonsense like that. I think we should take care of the environment because we live in it. Humanity depends on it for survival, and therefore we should make sure that we do that. I'm much less concerned about how many emissions come out of your pickup truck or, the source that you use to heat your house than I am about dumping garbage in the ocean or giant landfills all over the place. There are certain things that actively matter right in this moment, and certain things that some research says hypothetically might matter in the next 25 years. I care much more strongly about one of those than the other. It's the same reason why I don't think we should be planting every acre of the United States in corn and soybeans. It's hard on the environment. It requires tons of chemicals and pesticides and herbicides and artificial amounts of nitrogen and everything else having to be added to the soil just to make it work. And it's all for a crop that we don't actually eat, you know? So it's not a thing that's actually feeding the U.S. Most of it goes for ethanol subsidies, for corn at least. And the soybeans, most of those get shipped overseas. So, like, all of that is super annoying to me. Andre Lewis said, you won't be able to enter one of the rooms for Demons of Trotsky, though. I'm pretty sure we can at this point. I think. I don't remember. Maybe we won't do it then. I don't know. Glenn Eric Naylor says, I can't recommend Christian Cameron's The Ill-Made Knight series enough. I'm familiar with The Ill-Made Knight as a part of Arthurian legend. Or, what was it in French? Le something... I can't remember, but it was about, it depends on which telling of the story. Sometimes it's about Lancelot in disguise. Sometimes it's about Gawain's youngest brother, Gareth. Depends. I love Arthurian legend, though. Joe Martin said, you can still do Demons of Trotsky? I thought it was unavailable after the wedding. It might be. I know that when the thing pops up that says if you go any further, it says that you have to complete Demons of Trotsky before then. So, I'm not sure. Elijah Meyer says, recycling is bad for the environment. Recycling is mostly a boondoggle. The vast majority of it actually doesn't do anything positive, and if you go by carbon footprints, the quote-unquote carbon footprint of, like, making a recycled bench is way higher than it would be to just make a new one. The best way, in my opinion, to avoid pollution in general is just to avoid plastic as much as possible. It's to stop making absolutely everything out of plastic. Use metal, use glass, use wood, use materials that we have that, A, are far more environmentally friendly, and things like glass can actually be recycled. You know, you can actually use glass, and it's recycled in both ways, because when you talk about recycling, there's taking a thing, you know, bashing it down to its base and then using it to craft a different thing. That's one type of recycling, but another type is just using it again. And so if you use glass containers, you can use them over and over and over and over and over again and never have any problem with that. That's still technically recycling, because you're still reusing that. And that is a much better form of recycling, at least as far as environmentalism is concerned. Recycling metal is, yeah, that's another thing, because if it's any type of metal where it can be smelted down, then it's just aluminum again. You know, if you do it properly, yes, you have garbage that you take off, like when you're, reusing aluminum cans or something like that. There's additives, and there's coatings, and there's, the labels and the ink, and all that sort of stuff has to come off, but at the end, you're still just left with aluminum. Same thing goes for steel. So, recycling metal is the same in that regard. As Elijah Myers said, Demons of Trotsky is only available after the wedding. That is correct.
People call you the mouth, right? They say you tell all sorts of stories.
I'm no mouth to you. My name is...
Yeah, it's once you attack Nabokov. That's why I said we could still do Demons of Trotsky at this point, as far as I know.
I'm sorry, Stenyak. I'm Henry.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, yes, Panther. Glass is a fantastic material. Not just for logistical things like it allows us to have windows, but also for a storage container. It's fantastic. Now, mind you, there are certain acids and alkaline substances that can't be stored in glass, so we have to use something else for them. I'm not saying plastic has no space. I'm saying the best way that we can fight pollution and health problems within ourselves is definitely to avoid plastics. We know relatively well that, on the whole, they are suboptimal. They're used because they're cheap, not because they're good.
I'm good.
So they all sing your praises, even if you stutter?
I'll tell you what. You can listen for yourself and see what you think. Then, at the end, if you think it's worth it, you can pay me or buy me a drink. So what?
Something informative.
But it's one in he said.
Alright.
Well, I thought who he so well, he went, but so with the lot there, he's the local, and when you
that was a
story.
Why is it?
Because it looked for rocks out, but
there we go. Now we get to go find the axe. Elijah Meyer says, I use jelly jars for cups, lol. Why buy new cups when you can just buy more jelly? I mean, I don't use, like, store-bought jars, but I have mason jars from, like, homemade things that are canned or pickled in my family or whatever, and then we use them. And then a lot of times mason jars will end up getting used in my house for cups. So, for example, we have labeled quart jars that get used for mixers. Like if we're having a party or a bonfire or something like that, my wife is mixing up some alcoholic beverages for us, like a Tom Collins or something like that, or a Moscow Mule or whatever. Instead of using regular drinking glasses, she'll mix them up in quart jars. Both for serving size being appropriate and for durability and all that sort of stuff. So yes, we also will use jars for drinking vessels around here. Asura asked, does the dice game really affect anything, or is it just a minigame that lets you earn money? It depends. Yes, you can earn money from it. You also get agility XP from it, and there are certain storylines where it's one of the ways that you can progress the quest, you know? Like, convince someone to do something, or to whatever. Like, there's one where there's this drunk German guy in one of the bathhouses, and if you play him enough until he runs out of money, he'll walk away, and then you can follow him and use him as bait to lure in the person that you're looking for. So it's used for various things. Mostly it's a way to make money. Also, some people find it fun. Alrighty. So, Elijah Meyer said, I have mason jars too, but I only drink shine out of those. I gotta admit, I don't drink too much shine. So, where do we have to go find the axe from the story? Do we start at the fishing spot? Or I think we start at the pier. And then basically we just go up this hill right here. So we shouldn't get too lost. We're up at Takov now, so we'll just kind of head at an angle towards the Wagoner's Inn, and we'll go from there.
Whoa.
So, should be about in a this way type direction. Once we find that, we'll have to get our smithing attire back on again, because I know the first time I smithed this axe, I was able to get it at Henry quality right away. I don't know if this one is one of the ones that, since it's a story item, you're not allowed to do that, but we'll give it our best try.
Quick.
I've had plenty of moonshine, especially the more flavored types, because White Lightning I find to be a bit unnecessary for me. I'm not that advanced of an alcoholic where I need it to be basically rubbing alcohol. I've had it, but I've never been like, delicious, give me more. I've always been like, you know, choke it down and say smooth, and then don't drink anymore. That's my experience with White Lightning. But like, I've had pretty good apple pie. You know, there's a lot more spices and sweetness to that, so it's something I'm more inclined to try. Typically, if you find me drinking hard liquor, it's either tequila or gin. Sometimes white rum, but white rum has a lot of sugar in it, so it depends on the drink and if I'm eating while I'm drinking, but a lot of times it'll give me a much worse hangover and headache. I mean, wait, I don't drink. That was close. Lexi's laughing at quart jars for alcohol. It works. Don't laugh at it. If it works, it's not stupid. Isn't that what they say? Can I just go to the end of this quest and finish it? I wonder if that's possible. Plus, I don't know where I am. I think I got lost. I wasn't paying close enough attention. Does anybody know where I am? Not sure where I am. I'm probably on this hill, because I went past the thing and up. So unless I went across and I'm over here, I think I'm up here. But I'm not in the quest area. So I probably went too far. Because it would have updated if I was inside the quest area. Is the pond down here?
Oh, whoa.
How am I not in the quest area? Love all these cliffs. Make it so difficult to off-road like this. Yuvi says, I think you can go to the rock and dig up the axe. That's what I was wondering, if you could just go straight to the end of it. I mean, that being said, I don't explicitly know where it is, and since I can't use the map locations... I think it's this field that's throwing me off. Is this the Wandering Drunk's hut? Yes, it is. Okay, so now I know exactly where I am. Let's see how far off I am. I am right here. What was I looking at that I thought I was looking down at this? Because I didn't ride across a river there. I genuinely have no idea, because I'm right here. This is where I currently am. I need to be over here. So let's ride down. Bogdan was talking about how he dislikes wine being stored in plastic bottles. Do not buy alcohol if it's stored in plastic. That's the general advice I give to people. So a lot of people will ask, like, how do you know what's good if you haven't tried all of it yet? And I say, as a general rule, if it comes in a plastic container, it's not worth consuming. Plain and simple. I know that people are like, yeah, it's more expensive. Yeah, exactly. It will be more expensive if you want it to be good. If you're buying Fleischmann's vodka or Gordon's rum or something like that, don't expect it to be good. It's going to be bad. Now, that's not to say bad alcohol can't also come in a glass container, but I've never had good alcohol out of a plastic container. Alright, guys, be sure to let me know if I'm... There's the big stone.
This could be the rock from the story. I'm on the right path.
Because I need a big tree. This big tree. Elijah Meyer says, I haven't drank since February. I'll probably start up again around November. That's funny. I drink far more during the summer than I do any other time. Just because of parties and bonfires and all that sort of stuff.
All those years in the earth haven't treated it well. I hope I can fix it.
Sean Cartier says, never drink on an empty stomach. Typically, yes, that is an excellent rule. The reason why I've been doing it more recently and why I'm kind of tapering off from drinking because it's making me sick all the time is because I started intermittent fasting. And so I only eat between noon and 6 p.m. But I don't ever drink between noon and 6 p.m. So now if I drink, I'm drinking later at night like I normally would, but I haven't eaten since 6. So it's become more of an issue. It might lead me to quit drinking, if I'm being honest. Because I like the intermittent fasting. I like not eating after 6 p.m. I feel better when I do that. I usually get sleep better, and I, like, it's just, overall, it seems to be a better way to do things. But it certainly makes drinking more challenging. So I might just stop drinking entirely.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson, asshole.
Alright, teach me. That was a horrible lesson.
Show your stuff.
Okay.
Take that.
I like how the block when you're unarmed is just a dodge.
No, you don't.
That sounds like a fight.
I like how this guy, that sounds like a fight. Yes, I do think it might be a fight, as it's actively happening directly in front of him.
It's a wonder you're still standing.
It is a wonder I'm still standing. I should probably stop doing this fist fighting nonsense.
What's that? I hear a fight.
Someone help me!
Alright, I have to bandage myself. That's the first time in a while. Then we're also going to go ahead and take a marigold decoction. They better not be tattling on me. I didn't do anything illegal. Oh, none of these guys had... Hey, sharpshooter's bolts are pretty good. None of these guys had any level 3 stuff on them. Pretty lame. Did all the people run away from this caravan? Again, I better not be wanted. I'll be very annoyed. Alright, those guys are still back there. Ah, whatever. Danye said, I fast from 1 p.m. to the next day at 1 p.m. One meal only. Is that just eating lunch? You just eat lunch and that's it? Jean Cartier said, when I was 18, I drank half a bottle of Absolute Vodka and my friend drank the other half. Well, see, that's not bad. You didn't drink the whole thing. So, you were not drinking to excess.
Quick.
Yep, we cannot disarm until we learn the combo from unarmed. Because the clinch spam doesn't work. As UV says. Panther. Yeah, exactly. Well, the only reason that fight was taking so long is because I put the sword away. The moment the sword came back out, obviously, that fight was going to go very differently.
Whoa.
Are you deaf? I'm not giving you a thing.
Alright, where's our guy?
It happens. Just watch where you're going next time.
Don't tell me how to live my life. Oh, I have to forge the axe before I can talk to him. That's why we don't have a quest marker. Yeah, so what I've been told is that during the scene where you're fighting those two people by the Devil's Den or whatever, he will temporarily drop his mace and you can quickly pick it up there before it despawns. So that will be what I will be attempting to do. So let's grab another quick finger potion. And then we'll grab our leather gloves and apron. I assume it's one of these. And then where's our leather apron will be up in the clothing section. There it is. Leather apron, probably one of these ones we have two of. And then we'll need materials yet. So crafting, axes, adorned axe. We're gonna need, oh, fastening material. So that's easy enough. So once again, we'll put our blacksmith outfit on. Leather apron, leather gloves. That's all we need, right? And we'll take our quick finger potion. And we'll save, and we'll smith ourselves an axe and see if we can't get it to Henry quality right again. Did you know that Iowa still has mutual combat laws? Is that the one where you just tell a cop, hey, we're gonna fight? And then you're just allowed to do it? Shakespeare's buddy said, oh man, I came back to a conversation about drinking. Fun times. Yes, I don't remember how we got on the topic of it, but we definitely did. But yes, as far as I know, I mean, we can still fight Zizka unarmed if we want to for the challenge to make the fight seem more epic, but we will not be able to disarm him at that stage. Whoops. Screwed up my rhythm. I've been told that you can just go back and forth between 2 different spots and it doesn't make a difference, so I'm giving that a try. Since a lot of times on the axe I accidentally hit what registers as the same spot, you know, 2 times in a row or whatever, and so because of that, I sometimes get a worse rating on the axes than I do on the swords. So I figured I'd give the just 2 spots thing a try on this one. We saved, so we can always try it again, but... Yay, look at that. Henry's quality right away. Panther says, I don't think you have to notify law enforcement. It depends on the law. Some states have mutual combat, and you have to tell a cop beforehand, and for it to be legal, a cop has to witness it, and in other states, you do not. So, I don't know.
God bless.
I don't know if Wisconsin has a mutual combat law. And so, therefore, I'm not sure.
Good day to you.
I found the water goblin's silver axe.
What do you mean? What axe?
The one from your story.
QZY says, gonna take Shishka's eye barehanded? Maybe. We'll have to see. I might give it a try.
The other got drowned. You know.
Wait. So you actually found it? Do you have it? I have to see it.
Here you go.
It's not possible. Where did you find it?
I just followed your
Buried
story.
by a tree, buddy.
I found the pier by the rock tower pond, then went up to the old oak tree, then the big stone beside the road.
Doesn't really look like a woodcutter's axe. Are you sure this is really it?
Well, I just reforged it.
You only said the water goblin's axe was silver.
I did, but still. In all the years that story's been told, everyone thought...
Yeah, Panther, for all I know, because you were talking about Iowa? I don't remember if you're talking about Iowa or Ohio. So, I'd have to look up that specific state statutes. But I know that I was reading something about it a couple weeks ago because someone had posted something about it and I was interested. And they said, yeah, some states still have mutual combat laws, but you have to make sure you know which one your state has, because sometimes you do have to notify law enforcement and in other ones you don't. And in some, even though it's on the books, they will still prosecute you for, harming anyone if you do in this mutual combat thing. So it also depends on how your state decides to actually enforce the laws on their books. It's one of the things I hate about the American legal system is that we can have laws on the books that say something's a felony, and then courts will be like, yeah, but we're not gonna charge anyone with that. So, for example, Wisconsin, adultery is a Class I felony, which, as far as I know, is the lowest grade of felony. But it's still a felony in the state of Wisconsin. But the court system in Wisconsin pretty much never actually prosecutes for it. It could be just because it's difficult to prove or whatever, but they just don't seem to do much with that. Now, that could change depending on what judge you have. If you're living in a county that has a hanging judge who likes to actually stop things, they might choose to actually do something about it. But oftentimes, it'll come down to the DA. So the U.S. legal system is one of those ones that's made vague enough so that if you're rich enough, you can get away with pretty much everything. And if you're of a class of people that they would prefer not get away with anything, you probably won't. Elijah Meyer said, on axes, I just go up and down the edge and always get Martin's quality. With swords, it's different. The knight's sword seems to register false bad hits and tips. Vagan McCarrion said, I finished 100% of the game on my second playthrough and just booted up a new hardcore playthrough. Congratulations, Vagan! You're now joining the elite with the all-negative ones. UV's asking, what do you mean notify him? Like I said, when I was reading the thing, it said in certain states, if they have a mutual combat law where it requires law enforcement be notified, basically, I imagine what you do is you call up your local sheriff's department and you say, me and this party have agreed to mutual combat. And it's not always to the death. Usually, in fact, I'm guessing that it's not allowed to be to the death. Typically, in the ones I've seen, it's unarmed combat. You're not allowed to pull a knife or to shoot them or something like that. It's not like a duel. You don't pick sabers at dawn. You're just going to go beat the snot out of each other. And the cop is there to make sure that no crimes are committed in the process and that it's done legally. And in that way, there's a record that you both agreed to this. Because think about it. If you're not required to contact law enforcement or whatever, the other person, let's say you go and beat someone up in a fight and it was agreed to, they could claim that it wasn't agreed to and you just went and beat the snot out of them. So, You get what I'm saying? Can I make an executioner's axe? Because I'm wondering if a level 4 executioner's axe is better than the adorned axe. Iron and Toledo steel. So let's see if we have any Toledo steel. We might not. We do. So I needed, what, 2 of those? And 4 iron? I feel like I don't have any iron. This guy should have some iron.
What are you here for, friend?
Logan McCarran said mutual combat is supposed to be until one person is out cold, not dead. That's just what I've been told. No, as far as I know, you could yield at any point. So it's not actually, like, even out cold is probably excessive. Let's just grab all these materials. I know I don't need them all, but... The Executioner's Axe is one of the better axes in the game. So, if I can forge that at level 4, it's probably better than the Adorned Axe. I just want to see. I agree, Panther, that it would be very based if Duels of Honor came back. And I think it would especially help with getting rid of one of America's largest problems, which is lawyers. UV said, oh, that's okay, we do that, we just don't tell the cops at all. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if you don't have any sort of a legal record that it was mutual combat, and you win a duel, or a mutual combat, you know, a fight, what are the odds that that person isn't just going to go and say that you assaulted them? That's the whole reason why an authority being there for duels was always so important. Oh, I lost my rhythm.
Well, this one's gonna need some more work. Done.
Alright, let's see if we got level 4. I'm thinking we might not need to. Mark Zuckerberg says, getting rid of America's biggest problem, lawyers. That's an amazing phrase to join the stream on. Yeah, well, if you've ever had to deal with lawyers, you know that under almost all circumstances, they're like the lowest scum of the earth that only exist preying on other people. Come on, Henry. Damn, we'll have to try that one again. I think it was a couple of those missed strikes that I took. Rigby says, wait, this isn't parry this. You're correct, this is dare to game. Hexit G9 says, you don't need to rotate the workpiece. In fact, you do not. I think a couple of those dud hits that I did screwed up that forging process for me. When he said, this is going to take some time yet or whatever, that's when I knew that I had screwed up the forging process. Because this is a higher level weapon, so you need to get it pretty much perfect even if you have, you know, all of the perks, which we do. We have Quick Finger, we've got the apron, we've got the gloves, and we've got level 30 for craftsmanship. I just want to avoid those dud hits, because I think those are what screwed it up the first time. Alright. Should be level 4 this time. Rigby says my mom wants me to be a lawyer. I get it for the money perspective, but And I'm not saying a lawyer can't be a good person. I've met a couple lawyers who they do a ton of pro bono work, and they don't overcharge anyone, and they specifically look for cases where they can help people. Like, I've known lawyers like that. So yes, you can be a good person and a lawyer. The vast majority of lawyers, especially like family lawyers, are the worst. They spend their entire career specifically looking for people that they can screw. Like, out of money. Right, let's check on them weapons. Let's sharpen up these axes, get them to 100%, and see where we're at.
All right, done.
Mark Zuckerberg said, I mean, my relative is a lawyer, so I most of the time stop myself from saying anything about this topic. Yes, it's, you know, when you've got a conflict of interests like that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying you can't be a good person and a lawyer. I'm saying as a career, it exists specifically to prey on other people. And like I said, it's to varying degrees. I believe it would be very hard for me to live with myself being like a defense attorney. Because some people do need to be defended. And in many cases, if they're not, they'll be railroaded by the courts, and that's a big problem. Outside of that, though,
Thank you kindly.
I would say if your client is guilty and you know that, and you still get them off, especially if it's some sort of a heinous or violent crime, how could you live with yourself? You know? But I can stand all of that because of, like I said, the fact that at the core level, there's just too many miscarriages of justice for me to say that defense attorneys shouldn't be a thing. People need to be defended in court, or the legal system will oftentimes railroad you. The main issue is, like I said, the family lawyers. The people who make all of their money off of divorces and alimony and child support and all that sort of stuff. Those are the scum-sucking parasites. Those are the ones who only exist to steal from people and to make things worse. I can't tell you how many times I've known people that were getting divorced, had planned to do it amicably, had already drawn up arrangements for visitation, child support, all that sort of stuff. They had figured it all out, distribution of assets, until one person, a lawyer, got their ear and told them, no, why are you doing this? You could get everything. Because, you know who doesn't get anything in an amicable divorce? The lawyers. They don't get anything then. So they are heavily invested in making sure that you litigate that. Discrete Vortex says lawyers are a necessity in society, however. Depends. It depends what you mean. There have been many successful societies that were not very litigious. Lawyers existed for just the most crucial events. Like I said, criminal trials, essentially. The problem with how litigious American society has gotten is that it's... Well, most of it just comes down to bureaucratic red tape. That's why most things require lawyers in this day and age. It should be fairly easy to, let's say, transfer your assets to the next generation. You should be able to, you know, write up a somewhat legible contract that says, I, such and such, want to give so-and-so this property. I want to do it on this date, and period. You know, that should be all it takes to transfer property from one person to another. But because of lawyers and the fact that they can litigate everything. So let's say you've got several siblings and one of them wants to contest it. Those lawyers are going to get their fingers in there and they're going to, because they get a percentage. A lot of them work for percentages or just work hourly and they know that they're going to get a bunch of money for getting someone else a bunch of money. And so that's the reason why wills need to be so complicated and you need to hire a lawyer to write your will, otherwise it won't hold up in court. It's because of lawyers. That's an issue that only exists because lawyers exist. So yes, you need the lawyer now, but you wouldn't if there wouldn't be lawyers to make that an issue in the first place. Vaughan McCarran says divorce lawyers are some of the worst. They're the absolute worst. Like I said, they're the lowest form. Drug producers are a net positive to society in a way that divorce lawyers are not. Elijah Meyer said he's talking about lawyers doing pro bono work. So fun fact, in certain states, there is a legal requirement for lawyers to do a certain amount of pro bono work every year. And that's why a lot of times they'll give out free legal advice of various sorts, and then they will just write that down as pro bono work, because they are actually required to if they want to keep their license. Make sure you save a fox and lion potion for Godwin. I stored the broken shield. Why? Is there some thing that I can do with it later? Oh, I thought I stored it. Or are you just saying to get it out of my inventory? I believe we are good to go now. So now that we've done all that, let's save the game again. I feel like a student in a Zoom meeting. Yeah, we are talking less about the game than we are about various other topics. Elijah Meyer said, society needs law and order, otherwise we'd all just be killing each other for honey and cheese. Yes, but those of us that are the strongest and best at killing would have the most honey and cheese. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not advocating for that. Vaughan McCarrion says, any tax on inheritance is inherently evil. I agree. By the time you've gotten to a point... Now, it's hard for me to say this, because when I'm coming at it from a perspective of someone who is not a billionaire, and I don't come from generational wealth, you know? So, from my perspective, everything that my parents or relatives have that may someday go to me or whatever has been taxed a million times already. So it's very aggravating to think that for me to get that, I'm going to need to then pay a bunch of taxes on it. Yeah, I'm wanted in Jelyov. That is so annoying. That caravan went and reported me for a crime, and I didn't even commit one. I was fighting bandits. I frickin' knew that was going to happen. Is that quest available at the Nomads camp yet? Miller quest it is. So we need to go to Troskowitz. Where am I?
Quick.
No, I get you, Elijah Myers. It's obviously an advantage if you have a relative who is a lawyer, especially if they're a good lawyer. Not just because you might get pro bono work from them or cheap work from them, but they're actually, I would say, probably more likely to be an advocate for you and not just working for a paycheck. So they actually are invested in, you know, you getting an outcome that is good for you. So yeah, I would say that makes sense. Jean Cartier said, wait, you're only 29? Yes, I am 29. Rigby said, have you beat the story before? Yes, I have. This is my 4th playthrough, I believe. Elijah Meyer says, not a relative, just a good guy. Well, either way. If they get to the point where you are willing to call them a good guy, I'd say you should probably be at least at the level of friend. Redneck Zeus says, gotta go, bye y'all. Redneck Zeus is a lawyer. He's like, oh boy, this conversation has gotten a bit too frank for my liking. So he's out. Elijah Meyer said, LOL, I'm older than you. There's probably quite a few people in this chat that are older than me. In fact, we were just talking about age the other day. I know for sure that Shakespeare's buddy is Gen X. Jean Cartier said, so you're basically either 5 or 6 years older than me. I'm concerned that you said either 5 or 6 years older than you. I'm 29. Are you 23 or are you 24? Because whichever one you are will tell you how many years older than you I am. Let me go through these dialogue options quick.
What's this? You said,
what's the story with these dead people?
Funny,
Julie says, I'm 17. She was just 17, if you know what I mean. Jean Cartier says 1. So you know if you leave a fox potion and a lion potion for Godwin in the chest, you can use it later for something spicy. Music for Life said, I'm also older than DTG. I think I know what you're talking about, Rigby. Rigby is 21, Aim Disaster is 18. Julie says, y'all old, LOL. Vaughan McCarrion says, 19-year-old, stand up. UV says, I'm significantly older. I might be the oldest. Chandler Tracy says, I'm 27 with a 9-year-old. I am 29 and I have 3 children, one of which is also a 9-year-old. Commander Jester de Jugla says, I'm 38. Elijah Myers says, LOL, either he's bad at math or he doesn't know how old he is. Shakespeare's buddy is 54. Andre Lewis is 26. Jean Cartier says, 2001. Oh, that's when you were born? You were giving your birth year. My youngest brother was born in the year 2000. UV is 47. Ah, so Shakespeare's buddy is older than you, UV. So far, Shakespeare's buddy is holding the record with 54. But mentally still a teenager / 20-something. Vaughan McCarron says, damn, y'all are old. Panther says, good age range, I'd say, and Panther is 23. I do remember that Panther was younger, because when we were playing Red Dead, he was in the stream, and I want to say he wasn't 18 yet. If I'm remembering that correctly. You old as well, bruh. Aim Disaster is a youth. Elijah Myers is 31. Rigby said, I feel old as dirt even though I'm 21. Julie says true. And John Cartier said, so I'm 24. The other day in our stream we had more young people, but this one definitely feels like old but wise, Vakin.
Well, I'm certain.
This guy has a lot of things he wants to talk about.
Are you where if what but do you that not do you know oh they get it not I had he what it gave a damn you I could.
There we go. Finally got through all of his stuff, so now we can do the saltpeter pet.
Ignatius, I'm gonna need your help.
Of course.
Panther turned 18 in late 2019.
Where do you want to bury them? Shall we grind the teeth up, or do you want to take them?
Oh, maybe it was because you weren't 21 yet. I remember it being a topic for discussion where we were like, wow, you're way younger than the rest of us.
Bonnie from Lower Semine sent me.
Music for Life is 39. Glenn Eric Naylor said 53. Plays first edition Dungeons & Dragons in high school, second edition in college. KCD might be the best game I've ever played. I definitely love it. I have not played Dungeons & Dragons, but my brother's a big fan. One of my brothers, I should say.
Nah. It's actually just a pit full of carcasses.
Oh, it's because you knew nothing about alcohol. I get you, Panther. I remember you being younger. Julie says this is a retirement home. Not quite, Julie. We definitely have older people in the stream, but it's the type of stream that attracts a broader range of viewers. Definitely skews a little bit to the older side, but that's never been an issue for me. Keeps people from saying skibbity toilet in the chat, and I definitely enjoy that.
And I'd be a fool if I didn't use a helping hand.
Vagan McCarrion said, I have no problem with it. I hang out with people who are much older than me all the time. Yeah, me too. Most of the people I hang out with are family, because I have a very large family, and I live in an area where most of them pay him with meat.
I have a better idea.
I can give him a wolf meat.
Oh, now.
So you got
when I said thanks.
Love it.
Grave digging is a job like any other.
Elijah Meyer said, you really start to feel old when you start seeing gray hairs and your hip stops working sometimes, so you just have to limp around. Walking upstairs is the worst. I felt somewhat, it wasn't so much old as it was just out of shape in it. The other day when I had to climb one of the silos on the farm, by the time I got to the top, I was like, damn. Two things. One, I hate this ladder. The other one, you really use a very specific type of muscle for climbing tall ladders like that. And it's not one that I have used very much, because it's probably been 10 years since I've climbed a silo, and boy, could I feel it.
Of course, I understand. I'm just a little worried about what people will say.
Elijah said WTF is skibbity toilet.
I wouldn't like to
you don't even want to know. It's something the youths say. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I think the whole idea is that it's not supposed to make sense to anyone other than their specific age group. Lexi says, I'm still 28, LMAO.
Nice and early at daybreak.
Shakespeare's buddy says, that's what's great about the KCD community. It brings the generations together. That's the thing. It's enjoyed by a specific type of person, not a specific age of person. So you definitely see quite the spectrum in it, as opposed to a lot of other games where it's just old people playing it or just young people. True Baka Boy 28 says, I have never heard of you before, and I have never put a single one of your videos on. I just woke up to YouTube autoplay dropping me off here. I'm digging it so far. Hey, cool. YouTube actually recommended something I do. Typically, they try to keep people away from it. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glenn Eric Naylor said, how do you feel about Lord of the Rings? And how do you love Lord of the Rings and have not played Dungeons & Dragons? Tabletop games in general don't really do it for me. Anytime I have to be the one remembering rules or doing things or anything like that, I typically get pulled away from it. It's the same reason why I love games like Civilization or whatever, but Settlers of Catan has never drawn me in. I feel like for the most part, group games like that definitely depend on the group that you're playing with for how fun it is.
Let's get this over with then.
Didn't you understand me? Like a...
I understand.
We're not looking for a preschool audience. That is true. What kind of farm? I'm going to guess corn or wheat. No, Elijah Myers. It is, at the moment, it's being used for cash crop because we're renting out the land. But within the next year or two, I should have it going as a dairy farm again because that's what it used to be. So, we're going to be milking cows again, hopefully soon. Alright, we got to wait until morning, and then we're going to have to take a cockerel potion. Man, Gen Alpha is cooked. Rigby, I hope not. But the language they use is bad. Aim Disaster says it gets really bad when you make a lot of noises in your joints all of a sudden. That's last night. One of my daughters, my youngest one, was having a stomach issue or whatever, and I was trying to gauge, what it was or try to help with it. And I had her squat, and she was like, "What's that?" And I showed her what a squat is, and she said, "All your legs snapped." And I was like, "No, it's just some stuff stretching around. Don't worry about it." But that made me laugh. All right, let's eat some wolf meat to get our nourishment up. And we'll need to take some cockerel for our energy. You sure have to take a lot of that, but the cockerel you don't need nearly as much on. 82, we'll leave it at 82, that should be good. Elijah Myers says, it recommended it to me too, but I've been looking up KCD2 stuff a lot. Well, that makes sense. I do have a lot of Kingdom Come Deliverance content, and this is a Kingdom Come Deliverance stream, or KCD2, that is. So, it makes sense that if you've been watching it, the algorithm would lead you here. Especially if nobody else is streaming at the moment.
A pleasant morning.
I don't know if I'm completely
Jean Cartier said, only Gen Alpha and late Gen Z and Gen Alpha would understand Skibbity. Well, see, I'm early Gen Z.
You don't need your horse.
QZY said that creaking was DTG getting up from the chair.
In any case, heaven's always close here.
Yeah, what's currently growing in my fields, we've got, like I said, we're renting them to another farmer in the local area, and he's cash cropping them. So restional beans and corn for most of the big ones. All the small ones are just hay fields. So. Bogan McCarran says, Skibbity Toilet is a YouTube short series that's done in a ridiculous manner and uses absurd music and footage from the Gary's Mod game to tell silent, overarching stories. Oh, it sounds so much worse when you describe it like that. I just assumed it was nonsense. G59 Pluto says, 24 gang.
We've got a long journey ahead of us, so get yourself comfortable so your ass won't hurt.
Andre Lewis said, Civ games? I have 3,200 hours in Civ 5. I've got a lot in Civ 5.
Well, you could say that.
I have not played nearly as much of Civ 6, but I played a decent chunk of it, but I played a lot of Civ 5. I still, every once in a while, play it if my friends are up for it.
Even then he was a great big smartass.
Bogan McCarran said I have 1,200 hours in Civ 6. That's what I played during most of the pandemic. Panther says his knees ain't been the same since high school. It sucks. I'm only 23, and it hurts to squat for too long. Music for life. You leaving? He's saying great stream, great chat, people. Usually people say that when they're leaving. Hope you're not leaving. Elijah Meyer said, why do you have silos on a dairy farm? To store silage, my good friend. Unless you're thinking of grain silos.
Unfortunately, she does. Praise the Lord.
Because we have some grain bins, but we don't have any grain silos, but we have concrete stave silos, which are used to store silage. So either rough chopped corn or types of legume roughage for haylage, like clover or alfalfa, and then it ferments. A lot of people will use silage bags or bunk silos to do the same thing, but vertical silage was pretty much what was used for the vast majority of dairy farms in Wisconsin up until quite recently.
Go and grab the miller and shove his face right in his own millstone. Yeah.
True Baka Boy 28 says, I've never played or watched any KCD stuff, so I'm a little confused how I ended up here.
Whoa.
It's obviously because YouTube thinks that you want to donate $1 million to me. That could be why.
You'll see the ruins of a cottage that's been abandoned for a few years.
Chapist says, I always prefer the Little Big Skibbity version. I'm not sure what that means. Panther says, Civ 5 is peak. Civ, fight me. I agree. I think for sure that is true. I have not played Civ 7. But I saw some things about it that made me a little less excited for it, and I obviously haven't played it yet, so clearly I'm not that excited about it. But Civ 6 was a letdown for me. I played it long enough to get used to it, but I never really liked it as much as I liked Civ 5. Alright, we have to go to a cottage. This might be annoying to do on this mission. Alright, we rode down here. We're at this crossroads, so we just go up into this woods behind us. I thought it was up back here. There should be like a wolf or something that we have to kill. The Wild Dante Dinosaur said, I wish you could press a button and use half-sword techniques. There's a combo that allows you to half-sword. I used it in yesterday's stream, I believe. In one of the fights we were doing, I ended up using that combo. Is there just the one wolf? I feel like there should be more than one wolf. Dare to Game said, why is Chamberlain Ulrich with mate? What? I don't know. And Elijah Meyer said it's because KCD2 is the best game out right now and you should buy it. It is definitely the best game released this year. If you're talking like new games or whatever, yes. Like I've said in the past, the first KCD game, The Witcher 3, and Red Dead Redemption 2 are also up there at the same quality level in my opinion. Or as my little sister would say, but that's just my onion.
Oh, Jesus, what a stench. Better quickly throw it in a sack and take it back to the wagon.
Civ 6 is wildly repetitive, says Chappist, but I still play it on my phone. Rigby says, I always do this mission in my thief outfit. Oh, apparently the Gravedigger sounds like the Chamberlain. It's possible that it's the same voice actor. They definitely reuse voice actors a lot in these games. Usually, the voice actor tries to do something to make themselves sound different. Oh, there's stuff here I could have grabbed. I'll come back and grab it after I drop this in the box. Yeah, it does feel weird doing this game in the in a full suit of armor. Or not this game, but this mission in a full suit of armor. But is what it is. We don't have multiple outfits because it's hardcore mode. Sean Cartier says, one of the best, if not... one of the best, not the best. I getcha. Shakespeare's Buddy says, what do you think of Dragon's Dogma? I played Dragon's Dogma 3.
Put that carcass down and get over here. You hear me?
Yeah. Calm down, guy. There we go. Who am I supposed to be talking to? This guy.
What's going on, Ignatius?
I'm trying to explain to these fellas we've got nothing to do with no thieving around here. They should go to Lower Samina.
Panther says I'm mid-zone Gen Z. I was a kid for Vine and a teenager for TikTok. Yeah, that's right about perfect for like core Gen Z. Elijah Meyer says I like KCD better than The Witcher. It was alright, but I couldn't get me into it for some reason and pretty much just played through the story to get more Gwent cards. I loved Gwent, by the way. Absolutely loved it. The standalone Gwent wasn't as fun, but Gwent in The Witcher 3 was so good.
Is that so?
Panther says, just old enough to remember the time before the internet. I definitely remember the time before the internet. And
Ignatius is telling the truth.
Not just that, but also it took my family a while to actually get a computer and stuff. So there was a while there where the internet was getting fairly common and lots of people had computers, but we didn't. So if I wanted to do something, I'd have to like go to the public library or something like that.
That's exactly.
I love The Witcher 3. The first two Witcher games, I liked them at the time when I played them, but looking back on them now, I recognize that they're not great games. The story's still very good, but like mechanically pretty bad. But The Witcher 3 I love.
To run into them two thieves. You tell us right away.
Panther says when kids played outside. My kids still play outside, but it's because, well, it initially was probably because I made them do it all the time, but then, like, recently, once we get nice weather, or even marginally nice weather, my kids will get home from school, and first thing they'll ask, well, I'll be like, do you have your homework done? Because I, you know, like making sure that's done first. See, I knew he'd want to come back for this stuff. Got a marigold decoction, a level 3 work axe, a bandage, a saw. But anyway, then after that, most of the time, if the weather's even somewhat nice, I'll get a, can I play outside? And I'll be like, yes. Of course you can play outside. You can always play outside. I've never said no to that, unless, like, the weather's really bad.
The next
Julie says, GTA 5 as a kid was the best. I was like 7. That's crazy. I remember when GTA 5 came out, I was working at a place called Mullins Cheese. It was a plant that actually makes cheese. And I hadn't played it yet. I was familiar with the Grand Theft Auto franchise because I used to play San Andreas all the time. Absolutely loved San Andreas. But I didn't really get into GTA 4. But anyway, I remember when GTA 5 came out because a bunch of my coworkers there were all talking about how they were playing it. So it's hilarious that you were 7. I was working in a plant making cheese and you were 7. That's so funny. Rigby says, Dry Devil voice actor sounds like he's about to die every time he speaks. Elijah Meyer says, why don't you have 3 outfits? Just put your helmet and body armor on your horse when you're not doing a mission or traveling. Yeah, but that requires me to constantly switching up my clothing. Whereas I can just wear this all the time, and as long as I remember to take a bath, I'm good to go. Logan McCarrion says, GTA San Andreas is the best GTA game. Definitely. Don't get me wrong, I eventually did play Grand Theft Auto 5, and I liked it. I thought it was pretty damn good, but I still think San Andreas was a better game.
They even let them go to a nearby stream to have a wallow. It flows here through the forest on the right. Since we're here,
Elijah Meyer says he wanted to like The Witcher 3. I just think I prefer the realism in KCD. I definitely prefer the realism in KCD. I love the dungeons and no dragons, the medieval setting without any fantasy. I love that. The Witcher 3 has ridiculously good storytelling, so, like, that's the main thing about it. Like, the quests are so good. And Gwent is amazing. But, Kingdom Come Deliverance is just so good. Clear the carcasses from the farms. Apparently she doesn't want to talk. Julie says 5 was my childhood, LOL. I feel like Grand Theft Auto 5 defined a whole generation. Because it's important to remember that, especially when you consider Grand Theft Auto Online, it is hugely influential as a game as a whole. Like, there was a good 10-year stretch almost. Probably not much of an exaggeration to say 10 years, where Grand Theft Auto 5 / Grand Theft Auto Online was the most influential thing to happen in gaming. And of course, it also ruined a lot of gaming because everyone else saw how much money Rockstar was making from Grand Theft Auto Online, and so they all got addicted to the idea of having their own games as a service cash cow to milk. So that's also a downside. I hate that it keeps doing that. G59 Pluto says, I stole my mom's debit card to buy GTA at 12 years old. It's better than the people who stole it to buy shark cards and ended up spending tens of thousands of dollars of their parents' money on it. If one of my kids did that, I would be beyond irate. It would be hard. It's hard for me to describe how upset I would be with my children if they did that. Same thing for all the people who spent it all on V-Bucks and stuff. I remember being a youth and playing games and stuff, and I never ever stole my parents' credit and or debit cards to drain their bank accounts on video game microtransactions. Elijah Meyer says, 4 is alright and 5 was fun the first time, but I didn't see myself replaying it. I didn't like 4. That was the thing. I played 4, and after San Andreas, I did not like 4 at all. So that's why when GTA 5 came out, I totally ignored it for years. It took a Funhouse playthrough where they were playing Grand Theft Auto Online, and they made it look fun enough for me to finally play Grand Theft Auto 5. And then I did agree. I liked it. It was definitely a fun game. And if you had the right friends to play with, the online mode was also pretty fun. I have to go check the river, I think. Or not river, but this little pool here.
Those pigs came here to drink. Where to now? can smell something upstream.
I can smell something upstream. Henry must have a good nose.
Ah, here it is. Wolves must have killed them. They didn't even eat them up. I'll go and tell Ignatius.
Why would I tell Ignatius? Why wouldn't I just bag it up and take it with me? Whatever. While Dante Dinosaur says he really likes historical games. Agreed. They're fun. I genuinely enjoy them. Now, not every single one I've ever played, but most of my favorite games have fallen under that category.
It really... No one...
Well, what? I'll give...
I took care...
Nice work. Yeah. But nicely... Let's keep...
Yuck.
Seeing as how you don't obey me, you're surely horsing around today.
Is he talking about me? If I get on the wagon, will he also get on the wagon? I feel like I did this at one point and then I got stuck waiting on here for him forever. Vaughan said GTA 5 also defined the controls for all even remotely similar games, both on controller and keyboards. That's fair. Well, like I said, it got so popular that everyone else was like, we gotta do it just like that. Commander Jester to Juggler said GTA 5 Online is the greatest game ever. I
so far,
disagree.
Bad, eh? You don't have to take that.
It's definitely the most profitable one ever.
Baptized child.
Oh, ever since I started working.
Jean Cartier said Shark Card had become expensive.
Makers here in the region must live like kings. Of course it could.
Oh, I've seen some of the roleplay servers on GTA Online. Some of that looked pretty fun.
Now listen to me closely. You won't be carrying anything at the next farmstead. Instead, you'll have to make one carcass there. See, the work of a knacker ain't just about...
Oh, Shakespeare's buddy talking about burning CDs? Yep.
Now and then,
did you guys have Livewire? Or LimeWire? LimeWire. Right? That's the one where we used to get all the pirated music from, amongst other things. I used to burn CDs.
In this case, we're talking about a dog.
Well, what can I do? But I doubt I'll feel good about it.
That cur belongs to the greengrocer, Vizar. I've heard they're both pretty fierce. Don't draw too much attention to yourself at the farm.
Glenn Eric Naylor says, my KCD2 issue is I haven't finished 1 on hardcore yet. I only got the game last April. I haven't had 6 years to soak it up. That's the thing. I've been playing it since launch. Like, I played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 on day 1, and I played it for somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 hours in the 6 years that it was out before this game came out. So I was very ready for it. Shakespeare buddy says Napster was where I started. Yeah, Napster I didn't get in on because I feel like that whole thing happened a little bit before. Hey, those guys went riding by pretty quick. A little bit before I got to the point where I started burning CDs. LimeWire was definitely where that was the era that I was burning CDs. Said LimeWire still works, by the way. Is it still super illegal and full of viruses and pornography? Because I know that was an issue back in the day. Alright, I gotta kill a dog now. Easy enough. I just had to put a potion on a raw meat, right? Bane potion. Apply. Was I supposed to put it on hare meat? Yeah, probably hare meat. Because the wolf I killed. So now we have poisoned hare meat. Where is this dog? Oh, there's like an icon.
Oh, Sakra. The dog isn't here. The door's open. Where did he run off to?
There's a lockpick. I'm guessing someone picked the lock. I don't know. Maybe he's down this path. Where do I find this dog? Oh.
Barking. He's coming from over there.
Oh, over there. Found him. Panther said, the thing I still have to do because I have an 04 sedan with no aux and no Bluetooth. Oh, you still burn CDs? I have a burnt CD in my Explorer right now, but it was in there when I bought it. It's just got some classic rock on it.
Let's get. Where'd you come from? Henry, how come you're here?
Name another game. No, I agree that as far as like,
What are you doing here, Henry?
Yubi said, you don't have to kill the dog, keep the potion.
First, tell me what you're doing here.
Gage Webb said, FML, I missed the whole stream today. I even have notifications on. Sucks, I love the streams now, and I usually never watch anything for longer than 30 minutes. I mean, yes, we definitely are getting pretty close to the end of the stream.
Bonnie, the gravedigger sent me to kill the dog. He's been paid to do it by the people whose livestock that beast killed. It's the last thing I need to do before
Yubi said, please let it live.
It's not the animal's fault.
Shakespeare's buddy says, I think you're close to the ring in the pig, too. Well, we should try to find that while we're over here.
He doesn't give him food. He abuses him. With a master like that, he won't last long. You wouldn't kill a dumb creature.
That is the very first time I've poisoned the dog in this mission.
That's exactly what I'll do. I won't be lectured on what's right and wrong by someone who almost cost me and Ignatius our necks. Besides, I've done worse things in my life.
Henry, you can't.
Shakespeare's
You don't
buddy
have a dog.
is Gollum.
You wouldn't understand.
I do have a dog.
Damn it, Bonnie. I have to do it.
Oh, I should have said take the dog and leave since I already poisoned him.
On our own. You better leave, so you don't have to watch.
Fuck you, Henry.
Oh,
I hope
boy.
you're happy with yourself.
Damn, I should have told her to take the dog and go since I already poisoned it. Why didn't I do that? Alright, well. Might as well really finish her up while we're at it. Glenn Eric Naylor said, Guy comes back with gluteal tear. I'm literally worked my ass off. Yo, she's upsetty spaghetti. She calling the guards? That is the first time I've poisoned the dog. I've always just given it to her. Let her take it. I just wanted to see what the reaction would be. Because everyone, remember, this is the chat that was very upset when the vote went against me burning down Samin's homestead and, like, turning them all in or whatever. And so, I wanted to see how they would react to a dog that apparently likes to bark and yell at people being killed. Yuvi said, dude, we are as bad as Eric. I don't think we are. Yeah, Andre Lewis, the butchering part was probably a little bit more brutal than we needed it to be.
The beast won't be barking anymore. So we can load another carcass onto the wagon and head straight to the pit.
Why would we load up that carcass? Didn't I tell you Vysarak mustn't find out?
Don't worry. He doesn't know a thing. Let's just hope his next pet isn't a wolf.
All joking aside, I wouldn't put it past that idiot. Whatever. Hop on. It'll take us a...
That's hilarious. Yeah, I should have just told her to take it because I'd already dropped the food and poisoned it. It would have died right afterwards.
This is the pit.
So it would have been both things. Elijah Myers says, no, the butchering was necessary. It was 100% necessary. We had to do it.
Whether it's people or animals.
But there's hardly 3 heaps here. Is this really it? Are you yanking my pizzle again?
Of course not. True. It used
Like I
to
said
be one
again.
big pit. But then I found out when you pile up carcasses in smaller pits and throw some wet hay between them, it all rots better.
He figured out
The
composting.
better it rots, the more nitra you'll have. Are you going to take some right away?
I won't. The miller will probably send some people here.
Well, they'd better not dig it all up. That'd disturb the natural balance, see? And soon they'll find out there's no place to find saltpeter.
Well, I reckon I'm delaying the inevitable. I'll still have to taste it.
It is labeled dog meat.
It's the only way I can be certain it really is saltpeter.
God's nails. And they say I'm disgusting. Wait.
And they say I'm disgusting.
Take it. Here.
Thanks.
Taste it then. Get to it.
Alright.
This I've got to see.
Where can I taste it? It's not like actually in the... Oh, yuck, it's gross. How do I taste it? Oh. It popped up there. Ew, gross.
Look at me. I'm a Lord's messenger to
QZY said, I lived around 5 people with dogs that would bark all night. I get it. I wouldn't do it, but I get it.
This must be it.
If you got off, so
Yeah, like you said, I'm just, in this playthrough, one of the things I'm doing is trying things I haven't done yet. And one of the things I had never done in that mission was just poison the dog. That's why I dropped it right away. The only thing I'm kicking myself about is that I should have just told her to take it, because then she wouldn't have been mad, but the dog would have still died. Oh, man. So now we just have to go back to the mill, I believe. Let's find out where we are. We are right here. We have to go all the way back over there. So we'll be zipping past Samine. Panther says, I'm still not entirely clear on what saltpeter actually is. I feel like we should just look it up to figure it out. It's... Have you already read all the books? I've read all the ones I've been able to get my hands on. We grabbed the vast majority of them that we could get in this region early on in the streams. Yubi says it's 1 part sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, 9 parts saltpeter. Or that's the gunpowder formula. Does anybody know where that ring, that, like, where exactly on the map to find that? The ring in a pig carcass? Because if anybody can give me the exact location for that, I would like to grab it, considering it's been brought up in every single live stream so far. I want to say saltpeter is nitrogen. Like, it's a natural form of... Shakespeare's buddy says, I can help you. Yeah, if you find the exact location of that, so you can point me to it on the map, after we go and talk to the miller, we can go find that ring. Apparently there's a very high charisma ring that you can find inside the corpse of a dead pig in this area. Shakespeare's buddy's the one that's been telling me about it, so... If he can lead me there, that would certainly be poetic and proper. Okay, we're by the Nabokov mill, so if we just keep going. Panther said, just looked it up, it's potassium nitrate. So it just naturally forms from decaying corpses on the surface or whatever. Bogan McCarran said, the prologue is so long I still haven't finished it. Yeah, don't you remember? The whole first stream was almost entirely prologue. We got to do barely anything after that before we had already had 5 hours. There's Nabokov. Elijah Meyer says, I was unaware of the dead pig. Yeah, it's what Shakespeare was telling us. So he says, you gotta go to the dry riverbed on the east side of the road that runs north-south. It's just above where the cart to Kuttenberg is. Okay, well, after we finish this mission with the miller, we will go try to find that ring. Because we are, in fact, reaching the time limit for our stream.
Quick!
There's a camp by the road, close to the grocer. It's a bit south of that. Good, so it sounds like we have a fair enough idea of the actual location of it that we should actually be able to find it pretty simply. I think the next mission after this for the miller is the one where we have to go find that book at Trotsky Castle. So maybe we'll swing up, grab the ring, and maybe do that mission. Because I know where to find the book.
Good day to you.
How about...
What else?
But what's
something? Just don't. You have to.
How should I plan?
Most people pay attention when you. Where?
How
most?
That's all.
I found you just only it's the great and yeah. Oh, what's crazy? Oh, it's like well, so wait, not what I say, not a they are. God, hey, Alex. So what? There's a cute. No, scrap. No, it's you. So you did that when it button. What? That's is it? I. Just like go best.
There we go. I was right. So now we're gonna go find that ring. Panther says the time limit is not real. It can't hurt you. Elijah Meyer says the cart to Kuttenberg is by the house where you just killed the dog. Yes. Let us go to the map and decide where we're gonna go. So here's where we are. We're by the mill north, south of Samin. If we follow this road back past Nebakov, we will get back up to this grocer here. You saying it's at this camp right here, the camp by the road? Or it's just a little bit south of there? Chandler Tracy said, if you want to try something new, report Crazel to the bailiff. I figure if we're going to do the report Crazel to the bailiff thing, we'll do it after the whole Miller quest line. Because as far as I know, you can report him at any point, and that way we'll have done everything with him already. But yes, I would be willing to try that.
Go.
Alright, so that we're going to try getting our high charisma ring real quick. Then if we have enough time, we'll zip up to Trotsky, because I already know where to find that guy. I didn't find him for a really long time when I was doing the mission, and then randomly, when I was exploring Trotsky looking for stuff, another time I ended up finding where you could actually find it. So we'll make our way back up to that grocer, I should say, and then we should be able to navigate to the camp from there, and then hopefully we'll be able to navigate to your dry riverbed with our dead pig. It's probably an Easter egg. Do you guys know what it is?
Quick.
Think about a ring, a fancy ring swallowed by a pig. That's gotta be an Easter egg. I feel like this mill is dramatically underutilized. Other than those missions for the huntsman there, you don't really do much right by that mill.
Quick.
Quick. All right, here's the cluster of buildings with the grocer. Hey, look, it's her. We should talk to her, see if she's still mad at us.
Whoa.
Bonnie does not want to talk. Alright. We'll go past the house, and then it's up and to the right past that is where the camp was on the map.
Go. Quick. Quick.
Quick.
Whoa. Whoa.
Alright, is this the dry riverbed that you were talking about? Something over here? I can hear water flowing. I'll go up to the camp and I'll start from there. That way you guys can give me precise directions. You said it's just off the road? Where? Alright, here's where we killed that dog. So the camp is up here? Vagon McCarran says there's a Jew in the Nomads camp. I'm pretty sure he's the fence. No, there's a fence in the Nomads camp. He's Whitebeard or something. Is this the dry riverbed you were talking about? The Jew is a traitor. Okay, there we go. Hunter's belt, jester shoes, solid gold ring. Very nice. So we got the solid gold ring. Let's see if it is in fact better than the ring we were already wearing. So we're currently wearing the gemstone ring, which is dirty, so it has 15 charisma. But the solid gold ring is, whoo boy, fancy. Did that bring us up to 30? No, it didn't. But we're super dirty. Is the dead dog still there? Yes, it was. All right, so we found the fancy ring that Shakespeare wanted us to find. Or Shakespeare's buddy, I should say. Alright, now we'll head on over to Troskovitz to bathe and wash our clothes. And then, because we're right here, so it should be right up there. And then we'll head over to Trotsky Castle. Shakespeare's buddy sent another gift membership. Panther became the member now. Getting all the classics. Alright, so let's ride up to Troskovitz. Awesome that we got that ring. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the best one in this area, because there's only one ring that has a higher charisma than the solid gold ring, as far as I know, and it's the cross one. It's like a gold ring with jeweled cross or something like that. It's one of the red ones. That's the only one that has one more charisma point or two more charisma points than the solid gold ring. So, awesome that we were able to get that in this first region. Alright, let's get cleaned up.
Whoa.
And then we'll head up to Trotsky Castle. To find Hermes Trismegistos, or whatever his name is. Elijah Meyer says, I always just steal the solid gold ring from Sir Otto's chambers. I'm pretty sure it has the highest charisma ring in the game, or at least the highest step on so far. Like I said, there's one more with higher charisma than the solid gold ring. But it's only like a couple points higher. It's not much higher. You guys want to see some hobbit holes? These little holes in the hill. They look like hobbit holes. That one there has a door on it and everything. Rigby says, how did you get that tack for your horse? Most of this tack is off of Lord Jan Samin's horse. You can kill it and take the tack off of it. The chanfron we're using, so the head part with the rein on it, is a Milanese chanfron, and you can get that from the cobbler up inside Trotsky Castle. So, to the best of my knowledge, this horse with the Lavarian horseshoes on it is the absolute best loadout you can get for a horse in the Trotsky region of the map. And I think it looks pretty sweet. Green is my favorite color, though, so I'm naturally biased. Yubi says, after you do the Samin missions for the blacksmith, you can kill the Samin horse and take it. Yes, it is prior to the wedding.
Easy, good horse.
Elijah Meyer says, after a while, though, charisma becomes less of an issue since there's enough perks to buff it. Honestly, I don't take them or the Explorer perk because I hate myself, I guess. See, I'm not OCD, because I get accused of that all the time, but I've never been diagnosed with that, and I honestly don't think I am. But I do have problems with, like, unread notifications and stuff, and so in a video game, that would include unused skill points. It drives me nuts. I can't just choose not to use them. So I have to use them, even for things like Explorer, which I agree it would be more challenging and fun in certain playthroughs not to have it. Look who it is.
What have I missed here?
There it is. I was like, shouldn't he have the book on him?
Sand-coloured cover, embossed. That'll be the book Crazel wants. But it's quite ordinary. Apart from being covered in shit.
Ooh, you have as quiet as a cat, too. Let's read Lightbringer's Secret. Ooh, looks quite fancy. Alright, we're at the back of... See, I told you we could do that one quick. So we're up at Trotsky Castle, we're back here. So if we just aim down to shoot past Zhelyov, we should be able to make it back. Alright, that's Samin back there, so we'll aim towards Samin. Shakespeare's buddy said, "That's cool. I gotta go back to Trotsky map to see that. Awesome." Elijah Myers was walking around dirty in beggar's clothing and still had max charisma because I had a ring, a necklace, and some nice shoes. LOL. No, that's true. And with the right perks, you can definitely perk for it. And if like you have flower power, you can have. If you've got 30 herbs in your inventory, you get that +2 charisma boost. So there's a lot of ways around it. I saw a funny one where it was like a guy wearing a straw hat and an apron or something like that, but he had the jewelry on and had the other perks and perfume and stuff that made him have maxed out charisma when he went to the wedding. It was really funny.
Quick! Ka!
Yeah, there's lots of... Oh boy. Bet the horse didn't like that. There's lots of cool Easter eggs to find in the game. I made a video about it where I showed, I can't remember if it was like 20 or something like that, of the coolest Easter eggs that I had found so far in the game. So I made a video of that. It's on my channel if you're interested. The Hobbit Holes was one of them.
Quick.
There's Samin.
Go.
Rigby says, "Can't wait till you get to the Kuttenberg region." Well, we probably would have got there in this stream if everybody didn't want to see all the side quests first, because we ended up doing that instead of progressing to the main story. So in the next stream, I would say we'll end up in Kuttenberg by the end of it, because we've got just the last big narrative chunk of the Trotsky region to do here. So by the time we do that, we will of course be done with all of the side content. Yep, see, there's the horse right there. That's the one that you take out if you want to get this gear, or most of this gear. Like I said, you don't get the Lavarian horseshoes there, but you can get them at the Nomad camp or loot them up a horse like I did. And this specific Chanfron you don't get there either, but you can get the tournament reins or whatever they're called, which is also pretty good. They're better for speed and stamina and stuff. This one's better for bravery and defense. And it looks better in my opinion. Elijah Myers says, "Flower Power and Heracles both increase charisma. You can get 6 charisma from the Heracles perk and 2 from Flower Power." Yeah, that's true, the Heracles one as well, as long as your strength is high. I think that was the quickest you can possibly do that mission. At least in hardcore mode, because in regular mode you probably wouldn't get lost or you could just fast travel, but... Jean Cartier says, "When is the next stream?" Probably Monday.
That's all. That's all.
I'm well, isn't it? It's
What's nothing? I have the book.
well.
I had a peek inside.
You'll find out. This real what?
But yes.
Refined. Well.
So what?
As long what? I'm believe it's time. You go.
All right.
You soon, my friend.
Alright, we go to the lair, so we can actually finish her up. Finish her up now. Yubi said they took out the dinos? I don't know if they did. Did they? Vaughan McCarran said, "Thanks for the stream. I'm leaving. See you later, Vaughan." We're about to end anyway, so you're not going to miss too much. Because we're already well over the 5-hour mark. I figured we might as well stick around for this last cutscene section for the end of the Miller's quest line. I feel like I can get to the lair from down here. I hope so, at least. Make sure everyone likes the stream. Those likes are very good for interactions. keeps me coming back to stream more if we have good interactions on the video, because the algorithm doesn't hate me then. Let's enjoy this cutscene.
Only one, but very filling course awaits us.
Crazel, please. For once, just once, tell me what's actually going on.
And rob myself of enjoying your blissful ignorance? Not a chance. Tell me yourself, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, hopefully I'll finally find out what the point of all this was.
Or not, until you try another dose of niter.
I wouldn't do that to him. Not today. Bonnie will start today. At least I'll finally see if she understood my teachings. Bonnie?
First of all, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the whole gang for all the work you've done. We could never have finished the job without you. Things didn't always go our way, but what's done is done. And our gang has at least one new member since that poor dog had to die. So, it's time we started being honest with you, so you can finally learn the whole truth.
Not yet. Let's pull up that uppity bastard's leg a bit longer. That's the fun part!
I already have an idea of what you're doing here. I saw similar devil's playthings with the bandits at Nebakov. Lead balls and black powder.
The bandits had it? Seriously?
Now drop the act. I know you're in league with those damned outlaws.
You think I'd put that kind of effort into working with some cutthroats? I'm a bit offended.
I couldn't care less if you're offended. Just tell me the truth.
If I'd known you were that experienced, I'd have spoken to you differently.
You can start now then. And I want to hear it from you, not Bonnie.
Let's start at the beginning. My father was a miller as well, but I was never much interested in the trade. Even as a young boy, I loved running around Lower Samine and investigating everything living and dead. And I had a lot of questions about everything. Then my mother, God rest her soul, decided it'd be best for me to go to study in Prague. As soon as I grew up and gained a bit of sense, I packed my bags and left.
So you went to a university in Prague? The son of a miller?
Why not? My father worked his arse off, and he had the coin for it, miller or not. I met a lot of remarkable people at the university, and my thirst for knowledge kept growing. But in the end, it only took a year of all that pretentious, scholarly blathering and hypocritical nonsense for me to realize I wouldn't learn any. And those who want to know more or ask the wrong questions fall into disfavor, as was my case.
So they kicked you out?
I didn't give them the pleasure. I left myself. The most important science is not subject to any religious dogma. And, of course, it's not taught at any university.
You mean alchemy?
Exactly. The art of combination and dissolution. The key to understanding the very nature of the world. There's only one queen of science, alchemy. I returned to the mill in Lower Samine and started a new life.
Keep it short, Crazel. I just want to know what it is you're doing here. I don't need to know your life story.
You're the one always asking questions. But fine, straight to the point. Once I tried mixing sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter. I had a candle burning next to me. A gust of wind scattered the mixture, and all of a sudden, bang! I almost shit myself, I tell you. But then I realized I'd unwittingly created a miracle. Explosive black powder.
So I was right. You're making weapons.
No, it's about much more than that. We're all in on it now.
I couldn't continue my experiments on my own, but Bonnie and Zinnik did a few little jobs for me.
So he initiated us.
But we just still didn't know how to do it right and not blow ourselves up in the process.
And we used up a huge amount of saltpeter and sulfur.
By the way, the manuscript from that...
Only we... And
some
for...
quick and...
It's a... Blackbird... Now...
I've heard enough. Now I want to see that with my own eyes.
Let's do it then. Bonnie, is everything ready?
Indeed it is. We can get started. Long live the beautiful new world.
Looks like it ain't working.
I'd say it works just fine.
This will change history.
What? I can't hear a thing. But I'd say it works just fine.
And there we go. That's the culmination of the Miller's quest line, to the best of my knowledge. So, excellent. So that is, in fact, where we're going to leave off for today. So thank you, everyone, for joining. I love how Zeus just got back, and we're going to be ending it now. But that is all for today. So as far as the next stream goes, I don't have another one planned until Monday. And it should be, we're probably going to jump right into main story for that one. So will be lots to see and hopefully lots of fun and exciting discussion. So thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. I had a lot of fun on today's stream, and we managed to get quite a bit of the remaining side content done prior to what we're going to be doing on Monday. So if anybody that rat that walked by is now on Mars. That's funny. Anybody that hasn't, please like the stream. But that is all for today. Thanks a ton for watching. See you guys later.